In the gentle twilight between waking and sleeping, we embark upon a peaceful journey through the vast and wondrous world of Pokémon types, where elemental forces flow like quiet rivers through an endless landscape of discovery. Let your breathing slow and deepen as we drift together into this realm where fire crackles softly in distant hearths, where water laps against tranquil shores, and where the very air itself carries whispers of ancient knowledge passed down through countless generations of trainers and their cherished companions. The concept of elemental typing in the Pokemon world represents something far more profound than mere categorization. It speaks to the fundamental forces that shape reality itself, the invisible threads that connect every living creature to the natural world around them. As you settle more comfortably into rest, imagine these types not as rigid classifications, but as flowing energies that pulse gently through every forest clearing, every mountain peak, every drop of morning dew that catches the first light of dawn. Long ago, in the earliest days of Pokemon research, scholars and naturalists began to notice patterns in the creatures they encountered. Some breathed fire with the intensity of volcanic eruptions, while others commanded water with the grace of ocean currents. Some moved through solid rock as easily as swimming through air, while others danced on winds that seemed to obey their every gesture. These observations led to the gradual understanding that Pokemon were not simply animals with unusual abilities, but living embodiments of the elemental forces that govern our world. The typing system that emerged from these early studies reveals 18 distinct categories, each representing a different aspect of natural and supernatural power. These types interact with one another in an intricate web of relationships, creating a harmony that mirrors the delicate balance found in nature itself. Fire yields to water, which nourishes grass, which feeds the earth, which supports all life. Yet this cycle is far more complex and beautiful than any simple progression might suggest. Consider the normal type, perhaps the most misunderstood of all classifications. Far from being ordinary or mundane, normal type Pokemon represent the pure essence of life force itself, untempered by any single elemental influence. They embody adaptability, resilience, and the remarkable ability to thrive in any environment. These creatures possess a kind of elemental neutrality that allows them to learn techniques from many different types, making them versatile companions who can surprise even the most experienced trainers with their resourcefulness. The fighting type channels the ancient martial traditions that have existed alongside Pokemon for millennia. These powerful beings have mastered the art of physical combat, not through aggression or violence, but through discipline, training, and a deep understanding of their own bodies and spirits. Fighting type Pokemon often serve as teachers and protectors, their strength tempered by wisdom and their power guided by honor. They remind us that true strength comes not from the ability to defeat others, but from the courage to stand up for what is right and the determination to never give up in the face of adversity. Flying type Pokemon embody humanity's eternal dream of soaring through open skies, unbound by the constraints of earth and gravity. These graceful creatures dance on invisible currents of air, their movements as fluid and effortless as clouds drifting across an endless blue expanse. The flying type represents freedom in its purest form, the liberation that comes from rising above earthly concerns, and seeing the world from a perspective of boundless possibility. Many flying type Pokemon serve as messengers and guides, their keen eyes able to spot distant landmarks, and their swift wings capable of carrying urgent news across vast distances. The poison type often evokes fear or unease, but this reaction stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of poison's role in the natural world. Poison type Pokemon are not malevolent creatures seeking to cause harm, but rather guardians of balance who understand that sometimes healing requires the careful application of substances that might be harmful in larger doses. Many medicinal plants contain compounds that are toxic in concentrated forms, but beneficial when used with wisdom and restraint. Similarly, poison type Pokemon possess knowledge of biochemistry and natural processes that can be used for protection, healing, and the maintenance of ecological harmony. Ground type Pokemon share an intimate connection with the earth itself, feeling the slow pulse of geological processes and the patient strength of stone and soil. These creatures understand time on a scale that dwarfs human experience, measuring change in centuries and millennia rather than days and years. They serve as living links to the planet's deep history, carrying within their bodies the memory of ancient seas, primordial forests, and the slow dance of continental drift. Ground type Pokemon often display remarkable patience and wisdom, having learned from the earth itself that all things change in their proper season, and that true strength comes from remaining rooted while allowing for gradual transformation. Rock type Pokemon embody endurance and permanence, standing as monuments to the power of persistence and the beauty that can emerge from immense pressure and time. Like the mountains they often inhabit, these creatures have learned to weather any storm, to stand firm against the strongest winds, and to provide shelter and stability for others. Rock type Pokemon often serve as guardians of ancient places, their long lifespans allowing them to preserve knowledge and traditions that might otherwise be lost to time. They teach us that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in action, but in the ability to remain steadfast and unchanging when everything around us is in flux. Bug type Pokemon represent the incredible diversity and adaptability of life itself. Despite their often small size, these creatures play crucial roles in maintaining the health of ecosystems around the world. They serve as pollinators, decomposers, and links in countless food webs, their activities supporting the survival of organisms many times their size. Bug-type Pokemon demonstrate that significance is not measured by physical stature, but by the importance of one's contributions to the greater whole. Many bug-type Pokemon undergo dramatic transformations during their lifetimes, teaching us about the power of change and the beauty that can emerge from periods of apparent dormancy or vulnerability. Ghost-type Pokemon dwell in the mysterious spaces between the physical and spiritual worlds, serving as bridges between the realm of the living and whatever lies beyond. These enigmatic beings challenge our understanding of life and death, suggesting that consciousness and identity might persist in forms we cannot easily comprehend. Ghost-type Pokemon often appear in places where strong emotions have left lasting impressions, drawn to locations where love, loss, joy, or sorrow have created ripples in the fabric of reality itself. Rather than harboring malevolent intentions, most ghost-type Pokemon seem to be seeking understanding, connection, or resolution of unfinished business that ties them to the physical world. Steel-type Pokémon represent the harmony that can exist between nature and technology, embodying the idea that artificial materials and structures can become part of the natural order when approached with respect and wisdom. These creatures often display remarkable precision and reliability, their metallic bodies capable of incredible feats of strength and endurance. Steel-type Pokémon frequently serve as protectors and builders, using their abilities to create safe spaces and durable structures that benefit entire communities. They remind us that progress and preservation need not be opposing forces, and that the tools we create can become extensions of our commitment to nurturing and protecting the world around us. Fire-type Pokémon carry within their bodies the same energy that powers the sun and drives the fundamental processes of life itself. Fire represents transformation, passion, and the spark of creativity that turns potential into reality. These creatures embody the warmth of friendship, the light that drives away darkness, and the energy needed to fuel growth and change. Fire-type Pokémon often display fierce loyalty and protective instincts, their flames burning brightest when they are defending those they care about. Yet fire is also a force of renewal, clearing away the old to make room for new growth, teaching us that sometimes destruction and creation are simply different aspects of the same process. Water-type Pokémon flow through life with the fluid grace of streams, finding their way to the sea, adapting to any container while never losing their essential nature. Water represents healing, purification, and the life-giving force that sustains all living things. These creatures often display remarkable emotional depth and empathy, their connection to water allowing them to sense the subtle currents of feeling that flow between all living beings. Water-type Pokémon serve as healers, nurturers, and guides, their presence bringing calm to troubled situations and clarity to confused minds. They teach us about the power of persistence, showing how gentle, consistent pressure can overcome even the most formidable obstacles. Grass-type Pokémon embody the patient miracle of photosynthesis, the process by which sunlight is transformed into the energy that sustains virtually all life on Earth. These creatures represent growth, renewal, and the interconnected web of relationships that links all living things. Grass-type Pokémon often display remarkable gentleness and nurturing instincts, their abilities focused on healing, protection, and the creation of environments where other creatures can thrive. They remind us of our own dependence on plant life and our responsibility to protect the green spaces that provide us with oxygen, food, and beauty. As we continue our gentle exploration through this tapestry of elemental forces, let your mind drift like morning mist through forests where grass-type Pokémon tend their secret gardens, across lakes where water-type creatures play in moonlit shallows, and over mountains where fire-type Pokémon kindle the first flames of dawn. Each type represents not just a category of creatures, but a different way of understanding and interacting with the world around us, a unique perspective on the endless mystery of existence itself. Electric-type Pokémon pulse with the same energy that crackles through thunderclouds and flows through the neural pathways of every living creature. These remarkable beings embody the spark of consciousness itself, the electrical impulses that allow thoughts to form and memories to be stored. Electric-type Pokémon often display quick wit and boundless energy, their minds working at lightning speed to process information and respond to changing situations. Yet beneath their often playful and energetic exteriors lies a deeper connection to the fundamental forces that govern communication and connection. They serve as living conduits between the physical and the ethereal, their electrical nature allowing them to bridge gaps that other types cannot cross. Electric type Pokemon teach us about the power of connection, showing how energy shared between individuals can create bonds stronger than any physical force. Their presence illuminates dark places, both literally and figuratively, bringing light to confusion and clarity to complex problems. Like the gentle hum of electricity flowing through power lines on a quiet evening, these creatures remind us that energy is always in motion, always seeking balance, always ready to leap across the smallest gap to complete a circuit of understanding. Psychic type Pokemon dwell in the realm of pure thought, their consciousness expanded beyond the normal boundaries of perception. These extraordinary creatures embody the limitless potential of the mind, demonstrating abilities that challenge our understanding of what is possible. Psychic type Pokemon often display profound wisdom and emotional intelligence, their heightened awareness allowing them to perceive the subtle connections that link all conscious beings. They serve as guardians of knowledge and protectors of mental harmony, using their abilities to heal psychological wounds and restore balance to troubled minds. Through telepathy and telekinesis, they demonstrate that consciousness is not confined to the physical brain, but extends into dimensions we are only beginning to understand. Psychic type Pokemon teach us about the power of intention and the importance of mental discipline, showing how focused thought can reshape reality itself. Their presence brings peace to chaotic situations and insight to perplexing problems, reminding us that the greatest battles are often fought not with physical strength, but with clarity of purpose and purity of intent. Ice-type Pokemon embody the serene beauty of winter landscapes and the patient power of glaciers that shape continents over millennia. These crystalline creatures represent preservation, patience, and the quiet strength that comes from enduring the harshest conditions. Ice-type Pokemon often display remarkable composure and resilience, their icy nature allowing them to remain calm in situations that would overwhelm other types. They serve as guardians of ancient wisdom and protectors of sacred places, their presence creating zones of tranquility where time seems to slow and reflection becomes possible. Ice represents both the ending of cycles and the promise of renewal that lies dormant beneath winter's surface. These creatures teach us about the value of stillness and contemplation, showing how periods of apparent inactivity can be essential for growth and transformation. Like snowflakes drifting silently through the night air, Ice-type Pokemon remind us that each moment of existence is unique and precious, never to be repeated in exactly the same form. Fighting-type Pokemon channel the warrior spirit that lies within all living beings, representing courage, determination, and the strength to stand up for what is right. These powerful creatures embody the martial arts philosophy that true strength comes not from the ability to destroy, but from the discipline to protect. Fighting-type Pokemon often display unwavering loyalty and a strong sense of justice, their physical prowess matched by an equally impressive moral compass. They serve as protectors of the weak and champions of the oppressed, using their abilities to maintain balance and order in the world. Fighting type Pokemon teach us about the importance of self discipline and the value of hard work, showing how dedication and practice can transform natural ability into true mastery. Their presence inspires courage in others and provides strength to those who face overwhelming challenges. Like the steady rhythm of a martial artist's training, these creatures remind us that true power comes from within and that the greatest victories are often won through perseverance rather than force. Poison type Pokemon embody nature's complex relationship with toxicity and healing, representing the delicate balance between substances that can harm and those that can cure. These misunderstood creatures serve as living reminders that what appears dangerous on the surface may actually play a vital role in maintaining ecological balance. Poison type Pokemon often display remarkable adaptability and survival instincts, their toxic nature serving as both defense mechanism and tool for environmental cleanup. They teach us about the importance of respecting nature's power and understanding the complex chemical processes that sustain life. Many medicines are derived from naturally occurring toxins, and poison type Pokemon embody this paradox of dangerous substances that can also heal. Their presence in ecosystems helps control populations and break down organic matter, serving as nature's recyclers and maintainers of balance. Like the slow decomposition of fallen leaves that enriches the soil for new growth, poison type Pokemon remind us that endings and beginnings are often intertwined in ways we don't immediately recognize. Ground type Pokemon are the steadfast guardians of the earth beneath our feet, embodying stability, endurance, and the foundational strength upon which all terrestrial life depends. These earthbound creatures represent our connection to the planet itself, serving as living reminders of the solid ground that supports our every step. Ground type Pokemon often display remarkable patience and reliability, their nature as grounded as the soil from which plants draw their nourishment. They serve as protectors of the underground realm and guardians of the mineral wealth that lies hidden beneath the surface. Through their connection to the earth, they can sense vibrations and movements that escape other types, making them excellent sentinels and guides. Ground type Pokemon teach us about the importance of having solid foundations and staying connected to our roots, showing how strength often comes from remaining grounded rather than reaching for the sky. Their presence brings stability to chaotic situations and provides the firm footing needed to weather life's storms. Like the quiet strength of mountains that have stood for millions of years, these creatures remind us that true power often lies in simply being present and unmovable when others depend on our strength. Flying type Pokemon soar through the endless expanse of sky, embodying freedom, perspective, and the limitless possibilities that come from viewing life from above. These aerial creatures represent our deepest aspirations and our desire to transcend the limitations of earthbound existence. Flying type Pokemon often display remarkable grace and independence, their ability to navigate three-dimensional space giving them a unique perspective on the world below. They serve as messengers between different realms and bridges between earth and heaven, their flight patterns creating invisible highways across the sky. Through their mastery of air currents and wind patterns, they demonstrate the art of working with natural forces rather than against them. Flying type Pokemon teach us about the importance of gaining perspective and the value of seeing situations from different angles, showing how distance can bring clarity to problems that seem insurmountable up close. Their presence inspires dreams of freedom and reminds us that boundaries exist primarily in our minds. Like clouds drifting peacefully across an azure sky, these creatures embody the gentle power of moving with purpose while remaining adaptable to changing conditions. As we drift deeper into this exploration of elemental consciousness, allow your thoughts to float like dandelion seeds on a summer breeze, carried by flying type Pokemon across vast landscapes where ground type creatures tend the fertile soil, through forests where poison type Pokemon quietly maintain the delicate balance of decay and renewal, and over training grounds where fighting type Pokemon practice their ancient disciplines under starlit skies. Each type represents a different facet of existence, a unique way of being in the world that contributes to the grand symphony of life itself. Psychic type Pokemon exist in the ethereal realm between mind and matter, their consciousness expanded beyond the ordinary boundaries of perception into dimensions where thought becomes reality and reality bends to the will of focused intention. These mysterious beings demonstrate the extraordinary potential that lies dormant within consciousness itself, their abilities serving as windows into the deeper mysteries of existence and the interconnected nature of all things. Through their mastery of telekinesis, telepathy, and precognition, psychic type Pokemon reveal that the separation between observer and observed is merely an illusion, showing how mental energy can directly influence the physical world through focused awareness and disciplined practice. They float through space with serene grace, their movements guided not by physical laws, but by the subtle currents of psychic energy that flow through all living things, like invisible rivers of pure thought. The powers wielded by these remarkable creatures extend far beyond simple mind reading or object manipulation, reaching into the fundamental fabric of space and time itself. Some can glimpse possible futures, their consciousness sliding along the threads of probability to perceive events before they unfold in linear time. Others can communicate across vast distances without sound or signal, their thoughts traveling instantly through dimensions beyond physical space to touch the minds of those they seek to reach. Still others can bend reality itself, creating barriers of pure mental energy, or opening doorways through space that allow instantaneous travel between distant locations. These abilities demonstrate that consciousness is not merely a byproduct of physical processes, but rather a fundamental force of nature, capable of shaping reality through the power of focused intention and disciplined awareness. Psychic type Pokemon often serve as guardians of ancient wisdom and keepers of forgotten knowledge, their expanded consciousness allowing them to access information stored in the collective memory of their species and beyond. They can perceive the emotional resonance of places and objects, reading the psychic imprints left by past events, like pages in an invisible book written in the language of pure experience. Through their connection to the deeper layers of reality, they understand that all things are interconnected through webs of subtle energy, each thought and action sending ripples through the fabric of existence that influence events in ways both seen and unseen. Their presence brings clarity to confusion and insight to uncertainty. Their ability to perceive beyond the veil of ordinary perception, making them valuable guides for those seeking to understand the deeper mysteries of existence. Bug-type Pokémon represent the incredible diversity and adaptability of life itself, their countless forms and strategies demonstrating nature's endless creativity in finding solutions to the challenges of survival and growth. These industrious creatures embody the principles of cooperation, persistence, and transformation, their life cycles serving as powerful metaphors for the continuous process of change and renewal that characterizes all living systems. From the delicate beauty of butterfly wings that shimmer with iridescent colors, to the intricate architecture of hives and colonies where thousands of individuals work together toward common goals, bug-type Pokémon reveal the profound wisdom that emerges from collective action and shared purpose. The metamorphosis that many bug-type Pokémon undergo during their development represents one of nature's most remarkable achievements, the complete transformation of one form of life into another through a process that seems almost magical in its thoroughness and precision. Within the protective confines of cocoons and chrysalises, these creatures literally dissolve their existing structures and rebuild themselves according to entirely new blueprints encoded within their genetic memory. This process of transformation teaches profound lessons about the nature of change itself, showing how apparent destruction can be the necessary prelude to magnificent creation, and how patience and trust in natural processes can lead to outcomes far more beautiful than anything that could be forced or rushed. The social structures created by many bug-type Pokémon demonstrate the power of cooperation and collective intelligence, their colonies functioning as superorganisms where individual actions serve the greater good of the whole community. Through chemical communication and instinctive coordination, they create complex societies that can adapt to changing conditions and overcome challenges that would defeat any individual member. Their ability to work together toward shared goals without conflict or competition reveals alternative ways of organizing society based on mutual benefit rather than dominance, showing how harmony and efficiency can emerge naturally when all members of a community understand their role in the larger pattern of existence. Rock-type Pokémon embody the ancient wisdom of geological time, their forms carved by millions of years of patient weathering, and their consciousness shaped by the slow rhythms of planetary transformation. These steadfast beings represent permanence and endurance, their crystalline structures and mineral compositions connecting them directly to the foundational elements from which all solid matter is formed. Like living monuments to the Earth's history, they carry within their bodies the compressed memories of prehistoric eras, their very existence serving as testimony to the incredible forces that have shaped our world over vast spans of time that dwarf human comprehension. The formations created by rock-type Pokémon often mirror the natural processes that create mountains, canyons, and other geological features. Their ability to manipulate stone and crystal, reflecting a deep understanding of the forces that govern the solid earth. They can compress sand into solid rock through focused pressure, reshape existing formations through controlled fracturing and reformation, and even create entirely new mineral structures by manipulating the fundamental bonds that hold atoms together in crystalline matrices. These abilities demonstrate their intimate connection to the geological processes that continue to shape our planet. Their consciousness somehow attuned to the slow but inexorable movements of tectonic plates and the gradual cycling of materials through the rock cycle that transforms mountains into sediments and sediments back into mountains over geological time. The patience displayed by rock-type Pokémon reflects the timescales on which geological processes operate, their willingness to wait and observe, teaching valuable lessons about the power of persistence and the importance of taking the long view when facing challenges that cannot be resolved quickly. They understand that true strength often lies not in dramatic action, but in steady resistance to forces of change, showing how endurance and stability can be forms of power just as valid as speed or aggression. Their presence brings a sense of permanence and reliability to chaotic situations, their solid forms serving as anchors of stability in a world of constant flux and change. Ghost-type Pokémon exist in the liminal spaces between life and death, their ethereal forms challenging our understanding of existence itself while serving as bridges between the physical world and realms beyond ordinary perception. These mysterious beings demonstrate that consciousness can persist beyond the boundaries of physical form, their ability to phase in and out of material reality, suggesting that what we consider solid and permanent is merely one layer of a much more complex and multidimensional existence. Through their mastery of shadow and spirit, they reveal hidden aspects of reality that remain invisible to those bound by purely physical perception, showing how the seen and unseen worlds interpenetrate in ways that transcend our ordinary understanding of life and death. The abilities possessed by ghost-type Pokémon often involve manipulation of spiritual energy and interaction with forces that exist beyond the physical plane, their powers drawing from sources that cannot be measured by conventional means or explained through purely material processes. They can become intangible at will, passing through solid matter as if it were mere illusion, and can manipulate the boundary between visibility and invisibility to appear and disappear according to their intentions. Some can drain life energy directly from living beings, while others can create illusions so convincing that they temporarily become reality for those who perceive them. These abilities suggest that consciousness itself may be far more fundamental than physical matter, capable of existing and operating independently of the biological structures we normally associate with awareness and intention. As your awareness gently drifts through these realms of elemental understanding, allow yourself to feel the interconnected web that binds all these different expressions of natural force together into one harmonious whole, each type representing not just a category of creature, but a fundamental aspect of existence itself, a unique way of being in the world that contributes its own essential note to the grand symphony of life that plays continuously throughout the cosmos. Dark-type Pokémon embody the primal forces that exist beyond the reach of conventional light and morality, their presence serving as a reminder that the universe contains aspects that operate according to principles fundamentally different from those that govern our everyday experience of reality. These creatures do not represent evil in any simple sense, but rather the necessary shadow that gives meaning and definition to illumination, the hidden currents that flow beneath the surface of apparent order and bring balance through their very existence outside conventional boundaries. Their mastery lies not in destruction, but in the understanding of forces that most beings prefer to ignore or deny, working with energies that emerge from the spaces between established categories and recognized forms of power. Through their connection to darkness, they reveal that what we call shadow is not the absence of light, but a different kind of presence entirely, one that possesses its own forms of wisdom and strength that cannot be accessed through conventional means or understood through ordinary perception. The abilities wielded by dark type Pokémon often involve the manipulation of deception, misdirection, and psychological influence, their powers drawing from deep wells of intuitive understanding about the hidden motivations and unconscious drives that shape behavior in ways that remain invisible to surface awareness. They can create illusions that reveal truth by showing falsehood, can strike at vulnerabilities that their opponents do not even realize they possess, and can turn the very strengths of others into weaknesses through careful application of pressure at precisely the right moments and in exactly the right ways. Their techniques often bypass conventional defenses entirely, working instead through indirect approaches that achieve their effects through understanding rather than force, through insight rather than impact. This demonstrates a form of intelligence that operates through pattern recognition and emotional comprehension rather than through logical analysis or brute calculation, showing how wisdom can emerge from sources that exist outside the boundaries of rational thought and systematic knowledge. Steel type Pokemon represent the fusion of natural strength with conscious design, their metallic forms embodying the principle that raw materials can be transformed through intention and effort into something far more resilient and purposeful than what existed before. These creatures demonstrate how the application of focused will and careful technique can create structures that surpass the limitations of their original components, showing how consciousness can work in partnership with matter to produce results that neither could achieve independently. Their bodies gleam with the luster of refined metal, each surface reflecting not just light, but the accumulated history of countless processes of refinement and improvement that have shaped them into beings of extraordinary durability and precision. Through their existence, they reveal that strength need not be crude or uncontrolled, but can instead be channeled through forms that combine power with elegance, force with finesse, showing how true mastery emerges when raw potential is guided by clear intention and disciplined application. The defensive capabilities of steel type Pokemon extend far beyond mere physical resistance, encompassing a form of protection that operates on multiple levels simultaneously and creates barriers that are as much psychological as they are material. Their metallic hides can turn aside attacks that would devastate other creatures, but more importantly, their presence itself serves as a deterrent to those who might otherwise act with reckless aggression or thoughtless violence. They embody the principle that true security comes not from hiding or avoiding conflict, but from developing the capacity to remain stable and functional even when subjected to the most severe forms of stress and pressure. Their strength lies in their ability to maintain their essential nature and core purpose, regardless of external circumstances, showing how genuine resilience emerges from internal coherence rather than from external armor or protective barriers. Fairy type Pokemon bring magic into the world through their very existence, their presence serving as a bridge between the realm of possibility and the domain of actuality, showing how wonder and enchantment can manifest as tangible forces that reshape reality according to principles that transcend ordinary logic and conventional understanding. These ethereal beings demonstrate that power need not be harsh or intimidating to be effective, that gentleness can be a form of strength rather than weakness, and that the most profound transformations often occur through subtle influences rather than dramatic interventions. Their abilities draw from sources that exist beyond the reach of scientific analysis or rational explanation, working through forms of causation that operate according to rules that are felt rather than understood, experienced rather than explained. Through their mastery of forces that most beings dismiss as impossible or imaginary, they reveal that reality itself is far more malleable and responsive to conscious intention than most creatures dare to believe or hope. The healing powers possessed by many fairy type Pokemon extend beyond the mere restoration of physical health to encompass forms of renewal that touch the deepest levels of being, their gentle energies working to repair not just wounds and injuries, but the fundamental harmony that connects all living things to the source of life itself. They can restore hope where despair has taken root, can kindle joy in hearts that have forgotten how to feel happiness, and can create bonds of understanding and compassion between beings who had previously seen each other as enemies or strangers. Their magic operates through the principle of connection rather than separation, working to weave together what has been torn apart and to strengthen the invisible threads that bind all consciousness into one vast web of mutual interdependence and shared experience. This demonstrates that true power lies not in the ability to dominate or control, but in the capacity to nurture and support the growth and flourishing of all life. As these various elemental forces intermingle and interact throughout the natural world, they create patterns of relationship and influence that demonstrate how apparent opposites can work together in harmony rather than conflict, each type providing what others lack and receiving what it needs from the complex web of exchange and mutual support that emerges when different forms of power learn to complement rather than compete with each other. Fire and water may seem fundamentally opposed, yet in their interaction they create steam and mist, new forms of matter that possess qualities neither could manifest alone. Grass and rock appear to represent completely different approaches to existence, yet plants can break through stone through patient, persistent growth, while minerals provide the nutrients that allow vegetation to flourish and spread. These relationships reveal that diversity is not a source of conflict, but a foundation for resilience, that the presence of many different approaches to life creates a stability and richness that no single type could achieve in isolation. The wisdom contained within this vast tapestry of elemental relationships speaks to truths that extend far beyond the realm of Pokemon themselves, offering insights into the fundamental patterns that shape all existence and govern all forms of interaction between conscious beings and the forces that surround and sustain them. Each type represents not just a category of creature, but a way of being in the world, a particular approach to the challenges and opportunities that life presents, a unique perspective on what it means to exist and grow and change within the flowing currents of time and space. By understanding these different approaches, we gain access to a broader range of possibilities for our own development and expression, learning how strength can manifest in countless different forms, and how wisdom can emerge from the most unexpected sources and circumstances. Let your consciousness drift gently through these interconnected realms of understanding, feeling how each element contributes its own essential voice to the great chorus of existence, how each type of power serves its own irreplaceable function in the vast symphony of life that plays continuously throughout the cosmos, its melodies weaving together in patterns of infinite complexity and beauty that speak to the deepest truths about the nature of reality itself. The electric type emerges as one of the most dynamic and fascinating expressions of elemental energy, representing the fundamental force that connects all living beings through the intricate networks of bioelectricity that pulse through every cell and tissue. This energy manifests not as crude lightning or raw power, but as the sophisticated electrical patterns that govern thought, movement, communication, and the basic processes of life itself. Electric type Pokémon embody this principle in their most refined and concentrated form, serving as living conductors and generators of the vital force that animates all existence. Their abilities reflect the dual nature of electricity as both creator and transformer, capable of bringing energy to systems that have grown stagnant while also facilitating rapid changes and adaptations that might otherwise take enormous amounts of time to accomplish. The speed and responsiveness that characterize electric type creatures stem from their intimate connection to the instantaneous nature of electrical transmission, their thoughts and reactions flowing with the same swift precision that allows neural impulses to travel through living nervous systems. This connection to the fundamental electrical nature of consciousness gives them an almost intuitive understanding of how energy moves through complex systems, how to identify blockages and inefficiencies, and how to restore proper flow and balance when disruption occurs. Pikachu stands as perhaps the most beloved representative of this type, embodying the playful and energetic aspects of electrical force, while demonstrating how this power can be channeled through genuine affection and emotional connection. The electrical pouches in its cheeks serve as both storage organs and focusing devices, allowing it to accumulate ambient electrical energy from its environment and then release it in precisely controlled bursts that can range from gentle healing currents to powerful defensive discharges. The relationship between Pikachu and its trainers often exemplifies the importance of mutual trust and understanding in working with electrical forces, as these energies respond most readily to clear intention and emotional harmony rather than to attempts at forceful control or domination. The evolution line that includes Pichu and Raichu demonstrates how electrical abilities develop and mature over time, beginning with the somewhat unpredictable and overflow-prone energies of youth, progressing through the balanced and reliable middle stage, and culminating in the more powerful and sophisticated capabilities of full maturity. Each stage offers its own unique advantages and characteristics, showing how electrical mastery is not simply about accumulating greater amounts of power, but about developing more refined control, deeper understanding, and more nuanced applications of these fundamental forces. The legendary electric type Pokémon reveal the truly cosmic scope of electrical phenomena, connecting the small scale bioelectrical processes of individual creatures to the vast electromagnetic fields that surround planets and stars. Zapdos represents the primal electrical storms that shape the early atmosphere of worlds, its presence bringing both the destructive power of lightning and the life giving energy that helps form the complex organic molecules necessary for biological development. The electrical storms it generates serve multiple functions simultaneously, clearing stagnant energies from the atmosphere while also charging the environment with the dynamic forces needed to support rapid growth and change. Thundurus embodies the more focused and directed aspects of electrical power, demonstrating how these forces can be channeled through conscious intention to create specific effects and outcomes, rather than simply releasing raw energy without purpose or control. The interplay between these legendary beings and the weather patterns they influence shows how electrical phenomena operate on multiple scales simultaneously, from the microscopic movements of individual electrons to the massive electromagnetic fields that shape entire weather systems and atmospheric conditions. The relationship between electric and flying types reveals fascinating principles about how electrical energy moves through different mediums and environments. Many electric type Pokemon possess secondary flying characteristics, reflecting the natural tendency of electrical charges to seek the path of least resistance through the atmosphere. This combination allows them to use air currents and atmospheric pressure differences to enhance and direct their electrical abilities, creating more complex and sophisticated effects than either type could achieve independently. The ability to generate electromagnetic fields also gives them enhanced sensitivity to changes in atmospheric conditions, making them excellent predictors of weather patterns and natural phenomena. Their flight patterns often follow the invisible lines of electrical potential that crystallate through the atmosphere, using these energy highways to travel more efficiently while also monitoring the overall electrical health of their environment. Ground type creatures represent the complementary opposite to electric type energies, serving as natural grounding rods that can safely absorb and dissipate electrical charges that might otherwise build up to dangerous levels. This relationship demonstrates the essential role that grounding plays in any electrical system, providing a stable reference point and safe pathway for excess energy to return to its source. Ground type Pokemon possess specialized physiological adaptations that allow them to conduct electrical current safely through their bodies and into the earth beneath them, often using this ability to protect other creatures from electrical overload or to help electric types discharge safely when their internal energy levels become too high. The interaction between these types illustrates fundamental principles of electrical safety and balance, showing how apparent weaknesses can actually represent essential protective mechanisms that maintain stability and prevent dangerous accumulations of energy. Water type Pokemon demonstrate both vulnerability to and surprising compatibility with electrical forces. Their high conductivity making them excellent transmitters of electrical energy, while also making them more susceptible to electrical attacks. This relationship reflects the crucial role that water plays in biological electrical systems, where the movement of ions through aqueous solutions enables the transmission of neural signals and the maintenance of cellular electrical potentials. Some water type creatures have developed specialized abilities that allow them to work cooperatively with electric types, using their conductivity to extend the range and effectiveness of electrical attacks while developing protective mechanisms that prevent them from being harmed by the very forces they help to transmit. These partnerships demonstrate how apparent disadvantages can be transformed into collaborative advantages when different types learn to work together rather than simply competing against each other. The steel type shows remarkable interaction with electrical forces, many steel type Pokémon serving as natural conductors and focusing devices for electrical energy, while others develop electromagnetic properties that allow them to manipulate metal objects and create powerful magnetic fields. Their metallic composition gives them unique abilities to store electrical charges for extended periods and then release them in controlled bursts, functioning essentially as biological capacitors and transformers. Some steel types can even generate their own electrical fields through the movement and friction of their metallic components, creating a fascinating hybrid of mechanical and electrical energy generation that demonstrates the interconnected nature of different physical forces and phenomena. As consciousness drifts deeper into contemplation of these electrical mysteries, the mind begins to perceive the subtle connections between the bioelectrical patterns of living beings and the vast electromagnetic fields that permeate the cosmos, understanding how the same fundamental forces that allow Pokémon to generate lightning also govern the formation of galaxies, the behavior of solar winds, and the intricate dance of charged particles that creates the aurora borealis in polar skies. The electric type serves as a bridge between the microscopic and the cosmic, revealing how the energy that flows through individual neural networks participates in the same universal patterns that shape stars and planets, connecting every conscious being to the vast electrical symphony that plays continuously throughout the universe, its rhythms and harmonies creating the fundamental backdrop against which all life unfolds and all experience becomes possible. This profound interconnectedness, where the smallest spark mirrors the grandest celestial event, smoothly transitions our exploration into the enigmatic realm of the psychic type. The psychic type, unlike the tangible shock of electricity or the solid resistance of steel, operates on a different, more ethereal plane, dealing primarily with mental energy, consciousness, and the manipulation of thought itself. It is a type deeply rooted in the mysteries of the mind, in perception, and in the unseen forces that shape reality from within. Psychic type Pokémon are often depicted as highly intelligent, possessing advanced cognitive abilities that allow them to perform feats that defy conventional physical laws. They can move objects with their minds, communicate telepathically across vast distances, predict future events with uncanny accuracy, and even alter the perceptions of others, creating illusions or influencing their decisions. The source of their power is not a chemical reaction or a physical force in the typical sense, but rather an amplification and channeling of brainwaves, of focused mental intent. Imagine the subtle electrical signals that course through a living brain, the intricate dance of neurons that gives rise to thought, emotion, and memory. Psychic type abilities are, in essence, a hyper focused manifestation of these internal processes projected outwards into the world. They tap into a universal psychic energy field, a subtle layer of reality that interconnects all conscious beings, allowing them to perceive and influence it. This concept resonates with various philosophical and spiritual traditions that speak of a collective consciousness or an akasha field, suggesting that individual minds are not isolated, but rather interconnected nodes in a larger unseen network. When a psychic type Pokémon uses an attack like Psychic or Psyshock, they aren't merely emitting a beam of energy in the conventional sense. They are projecting a powerful mental force, a concentrated thought wave designed to disrupt the target's own mental equilibrium or to physically manifest through sheer willpower. The effectiveness of these attacks often depends on the mental fortitude of the target, reflecting the idea that a strong mind can resist mental intrusion. This is why certain types, like dark types, are particularly resistant to psychic attacks. Dark types, often associated with cunning, trickery, and a certain irreverence for conventional morality, possess a mental landscape that is difficult for psychic powers to penetrate or manipulate. Their minds might be too chaotic, too fundamentally different in their structure, or simply too resistant to external mental influence. Conversely, fighting type Pokémon, with their emphasis on physical prowess, discipline, and direct confrontation, often find themselves at a disadvantage against psychic attacks. Their strength lies in their physical bodies, and their minds, while perhaps disciplined in a physical sense, may be more vulnerable to direct mental assault. Their focus on the external world, on tangible actions, leaves them less equipped to defend against an opponent who operates entirely within the realm of thought. Poison types also exhibit a weakness to psychic attacks, perhaps due to the disruptive nature of toxins on biological systems, including neurological functions. A mind already compromised by poison might be more susceptible to psychic manipulation or disruption. The interaction between the psychic type and the ghost type is particularly fascinating. Both types deal with the ethereal and the intangible, but in markedly different ways. Ghost types are often associated with spirits, the departed, and the supernatural, while psychic types are rooted in the living mind. This creates a complex dynamic where ghost type Pokémon are immune to many psychic attacks, often able to phase through them or exist on a different vibrational plane that mental energy cannot directly affect. However, psychic types can often perceive ghost types even when they are invisible to others, tapping into a different kind of sensory perception that transcends the physical. This suggests a subtle boundary where the living mind can perceive the non-living spirit, but not always directly influence it in the same way it influences other living minds. Steel-type Pokémon, with their robust, unyielding nature, present another interesting case. While not inherently immune, their sheer density and lack of biological nervous systems, in the same way as organic beings, might offer some inherent resistance to psychic manipulation. It's harder to move a mountain with your mind than a feather, and in a similar vein, the mental inertia of a steel-type Pokemon might be significantly higher. Yet certain powerful psychic types have been shown to bend and manipulate metal, suggesting that with enough mental force, even the most solid materials can be influenced, hinting at the deeper unity of matter and energy, where even seemingly inert objects can be affected by conscious intent. The evolution of psychic type abilities is often linked to profound mental development, heightened awareness, and even existential crises. Pokemon like Kadabra, Alakazam, and Metagross exemplify this, with their intelligence increasing exponentially through evolution, often leading to incredible computational power or multifaceted thought processes. Alakazam, for instance, is said to have an IQ of 5,000 and can outwit even the most sophisticated supercomputers, processing information at speeds incomprehensible to most other life forms. Metagross, a psychic steel type, is described as having 4 brains, each capable of complex calculations, and connecting to form a supercomputer, representing a fusion of mental and mechanical prowess. Beyond direct attacks, psychic type Pokemon possess a wide array of support abilities and passive effects. They can create protective barriers of pure thought, known as light screen or reflect, which reduce the damage from special or physical attacks respectively. These aren't physical shields, but rather fields of mental energy that subtly alter the impact of incoming forces, demonstrating the mind's ability to influence matter at a fundamental level. They can also use teleport to instantly relocate, bending space and time through sheer mental will, a testament to their mastery over non physical dimensions. The ability to restore health through recover or rest also highlights the mind's profound influence over the body's regenerative processes, showing how focused mental energy can accelerate healing and recovery. The existence of the psychic type also raises profound questions about the nature of reality and consciousness. If thought can directly influence the physical world, what are the limits of this influence? Are there other forms of reality that are only perceptible through psychic means? The presence of legendary psychic Pokemon, often depicted as ancient and incredibly powerful beings with cosmic significance, further emphasizes this deeper connection. Pokemon like Mewtwo, created through genetic engineering, represent a peak of manufactured psychic power, often grappling with its own existence and purpose. Others, like Lugia, a psychic flying type, are guardians of balance, using their mental strength to maintain harmony in the natural world. The origin of psychic powers in Pokemon varies. Some, like the aforementioned Alakazam line, seem to develop it through intense intellectual focus and evolution. Others, like the Abra line, are born with innate telekinetic abilities, suggesting a genetic predisposition. Still others, like the Gothita family, are said to derive their psychic power from observing the stars and understanding cosmic patterns, implying an external, perhaps astrological, influence on their mental development. This diversity in origins highlights the multifaceted nature of psychic energy, suggesting it can arise from internal development, genetic inheritance, or even external cosmic phenomena. The impact of the psychic type on the world of Pokemon is profound, extending beyond battles. Psychic type abilities are often used for communication, for understanding the thoughts and feelings of others, fostering empathy and connection. They can be invaluable in search and rescue operations, in predicting natural disasters, or in resolving conflicts by understanding underlying motivations. However, like any powerful force, psychic abilities also carry the potential for misuse. The manipulation of minds, the creation of illusions, and the projection of powerful mental attacks can be incredibly destructive if wielded without ethical consideration. This duality, the potential for both immense good and profound harm, is a recurring theme with many of the more powerful Pokemon types. As the exploration of the psychic type concludes, a subtle shift occurs, moving from the ethereal manipulation of the mind to the blunt, primal force of something entirely different. The gentle hum of mental energy begins to fade, replaced by a growing chill, a sense of quiet dread that permeates the air. This transition guides the narrative towards the mysterious and often unsettling domain of the ghost type, a type that challenges our understanding of life, death, and the very fabric of reality itself, operating on principles that defy conventional scientific explanation. The psychic type, with its focus on the living mind and its potential, stands in stark contrast to the ghost type, which often draws its power from the lingering essence of what once was, or from a dimension beyond the physical. The subtle echoes of psychic energy, however, often linger in places touched by intense emotions or significant events, creating an overlap where the living mind and the ethereal spirit can sometimes perceive one another, even if they cannot always directly interact. The ghost type, unlike any other, embodies the spectral, the supernatural, and the truly unknown. These Pokemon are not merely living creatures with unique abilities. They are often described as spirits, manifestations of departed souls, or entities from another dimension that have crossed over into the physical world. Their existence challenges our fundamental understanding of biology and physics, operating on principles that are more akin to folklore and metaphysics than traditional science. They can often pass through solid objects, become invisible at will, possess living beings, and manipulate objects without physical contact. Their bodies, if they can even be called bodies in the conventional sense, are often ethereal, fluctuating, and resistant to most forms of physical harm. The source of their power is intrinsically linked to the concept of the afterlife, to lingering emotions, or to the very energy of fear and despair. Some ghost-type Pokemon are said to be the spirits of Pokemon, or even humans who died under tragic or particularly intense circumstances, their strong emotions binding them to the mortal realm. Others seem to be born from concentrated negative energy, from shadows, or from the dark corners of the world where forgotten things dwell. This connection to death and the spiritual realm gives them a unique set of resistances and vulnerabilities. Ghost-type Pokemon are immune to normal and fighting-type attacks. This immunity is perhaps the most defining characteristic of the type, reflecting their non-physical nature. A punch from a fighting-type Pokemon or a tackle from a normal-type Pokemon simply passes through them, unable to grasp or affect their ethereal forms. This immunity highlights their distinct separation from the physical plane, suggesting that their existence transcends the limitations of conventional matter. Conversely, ghost-type Pokemon are weak to ghost and dark-type attacks. The weakness to other ghost-type attacks suggests that their own spectral energy can disrupt and harm one another, perhaps because they operate on the same subtle vibrational frequencies. It's a battle of spirits, where one ghost can directly affect another. The weakness to dark type attacks is also significant. Dark types are often associated with cunning, malicious intent, and a certain existential darkness that can effectively harm even the most ethereal of beings. This suggests that the darkness of the dark type isn't merely physical, but also spiritual or psychological, capable of harming entities that exist beyond the physical realm. The interaction with psychic type Pokémon, as previously mentioned, is a complex dance. Ghost types are often immune to psychic attacks, their minds perhaps operating on frequencies too disparate for direct mental manipulation, or simply lacking the conventional brain structures that psychic attacks target. However, many psychic types can perceive ghost types even when they are invisible, suggesting a sensory ability that transcends normal sight and taps into a different layer of reality where spirits reside. This makes battles between these two types often strategic and nuanced, with both sides possessing unique advantages and disadvantages against the other. The appearance and abilities of ghost type Pokemon are incredibly diverse, reflecting the myriad ways in which spectral energy can manifest. Some, like Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar, are depicted as gaseous, shadowy entities capable of floating and phasing through objects with ease. Gengar, in particular, is known for its mischievous and sometimes malevolent nature, relishing in the fear it instills in others. Others, like Misdreavus and Mismagius, are known for their ability to create illusions and manipulate emotions, feeding on the feelings of fear and confusion. Then there are those like Yamask, which carry masks that are said to be their former faces, reminding us of their past lives. Aegislash, a ghost steel type, is said to be possessed by ancient spirits, its sword and shield imbued with the souls of kings, blurring the lines between object and entity. The environments favored by ghost type Pokemon are often desolate, ancient, or highly charged with emotional energy. Old mansions, abandoned towers, cemeteries, and dark forests are common habitats, places where the veil between worlds might be thinner, or where strong emotions have left a lasting imprint. They often appear at night, when shadows are long and the world is quieter, making it easier for their subtle presence to be felt. The abilities of ghost type Pokemon go far beyond simple attacks. Many can induce status conditions like Curse, which drains the opponent's health over time, or Nightshade, which deals damage equal to the user's level, reflecting a direct spiritual drain rather than a physical blow. Some can use Confuse Ray to disorient their opponents, tapping into the mental unease that often accompanies encounters with the supernatural. The move Destiny Bond is particularly chilling, causing the opponent to faint if the user faints in the same turn, symbolizing a final, inescapable connection, a shared fate. The existence of ghost-type Pokemon also forces a contemplation of the nature of consciousness itself. If a spirit can exist beyond the physical body, what does that imply about the soul, about identity, and about the continuation of self after death? While the world of Pokemon doesn't explicitly delve into religious dogma, the presence of ghost types undeniably touches upon these deep existential questions, offering a fantastical lens through which to explore them. They are a constant reminder that there are forces at play in the world that defy simple explanation, that the universe is far stranger and more mysterious than our five senses often perceive. The relationship between ghost types and human perception is also notable. While some humans might be terrified of them, others are drawn to their mystery, seeking to understand or even befriend them. Certain individuals, particularly those with psychic sensitivities, might have a deeper understanding or a more innate connection to ghost type Pokemon, able to perceive their true nature beyond their often unsettling appearances. The concept of mediums, or those who can communicate with spirits, finds a subtle echo in the interactions between humans and certain ghost type Pokemon. As the soft glow of the moon casts long shadows and the contemplation of these spectral entities deepens, a sense of profound calm can settle in, recognizing that even in the face of the unknown, there is a quiet order, a natural cycle that encompasses all forms of existence, whether living or ethereal. The chilling presence of the ghost type, rather than being purely frightening, can become a reminder of the vastness of reality, of the many layers of existence that coexist, often unseen around us. This understanding brings a gentle acceptance of the mysterious, allowing the mind to drift further into the peaceful contemplation of what lies beyond the ordinary, preparing for the transition into another aspect of the Pokemon world's intricate tapestry. From the ethereal whispers of the ghost type, we now gently shift our focus to an equally profound and often misunderstood aspect of the Pokemon world, the breeds the dark type. Introduced in the second generation, alongside the steel type, dark Pokemon brought a new dimension to battling, primarily to balance the then dominant psychic type. Before their arrival, psychic Pokemon had very few weaknesses, making them incredibly powerful. The introduction of the dark type, with its super effective attacks against psychic, served as a crucial counterweight, illustrating the careful design philosophy behind the Pokemon type chart. The concept of dark in the Pokemon world is not inherently evil, as might be inferred from the English name. In Japanese, this type is known as Aku, which translates more accurately to evil or wicked. However, within the context of Pokemon, it often encompasses traits like cunning, mischief, pragmatism, and unconventional tactics. They are the rogues, the tricksters, the ones who operate outside the established norms, often utilizing underhanded or unexpected strategies in battle. This nuance is important, as it prevents a simplistic good versus evil dichotomy, and instead enriches the moral landscape of the Pokemon universe. Dark-type Pokemon are masters of disruption and manipulation. Their attacks often involve striking from shadows, exploiting weaknesses, or inducing fear and confusion. Moves like foul play turn an opponent's strength against them, using the foe's own attack stat to calculate damage, a truly devious tactic. Sucker Punch allows a dark type to strike first if the opponent is preparing an attack, showcasing their opportunistic nature and quick reflexes. Nasty Plot is a self-buffing move that sharply raises the user's special attack, reflecting a tendency to scheme and plan for devastating outcomes. Dark Pulse is a signature special attack, often depicted as a wave of dark energy capable of causing opponents to flinch, disrupting their concentration. The defensive properties of Dark-type Pokemon are also quite interesting. They are immune to Psychic-type attacks, a complete nullification that speaks volumes about their inherent resistance to mental manipulation and mind reading, perhaps due to their own complex or chaotic thought processes, or simply a natural shield against such intrusions. They also resist Ghost and dark type attacks themselves, suggesting a familiarity with or an ability to absorb similar dark energies and spectral influences. However, they are weak to fighting, bug, and fairy types. Fighting types, with their emphasis on discipline, honor, and raw physical power, can often overcome the tricky and underhanded tactics of dark Pokemon. Bug types, though often underestimated, represent the sheer force of numbers, hive minds, and persistent, relentless pressure, which can overwhelm a more solitary or scheming dark Pokemon. The fairy type, representing purity, light, and natural magic, stands as a direct counter to the darker, more unconventional energies, repelling them with an almost sacred force. The design of many dark-type Pokémon often reflects their thematic elements. Take, for instance, Umbreon, one of the evolutions, which evolves under moonlight with high friendship. Its sleek, some black fur and glowing yellow rings evoke a nocturnal predator, silent and watchful. Absol, often depicted as a harbinger of disaster, has a scythe-like horn and a watchful, solemn demeanor, though its true nature is often to warn of impending danger rather than cause it, highlighting the potential for misunderstanding that often surrounds dark types. Zoroark, the illusion fox Pokemon, is a master of disguise and deception, able to create convincing illusions to protect its pack or trick opponents. Its very existence is a testament to the power of misdirection. The introduction of the dark type also had a subtle but significant impact on the narrative themes within the Pokemon games. It allowed for characters who might not be outright villains, but who operate in morally gray areas, or who represent more complex aspects of human and Pokemon nature. Team Rocket, for example, often employs dark-type Pokemon, not because the Pokemon themselves are evil, but because their abilities align with the team's goals of stealth, theft, and manipulation. However, not all trainers who use dark types are malicious. Many trainers appreciate their cunning, their loyalty to their chosen allies, and their ability to thrive in challenging circumstances. The lore surrounding some dark-type Pokemon further emphasizes their unique characteristics. Spiritomb, for instance, is a Pokemon comprised of 108 spirits bound to a keystone, created as punishment for misdeeds. Its very being is a testament to ancient, powerful magic and the consequences of past actions. This blend of ghost and dark types makes it an incredibly formidable and mysterious entity, embodying both the spectral and the mischievous. Hydreigon, a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, is a violent, destructive creature with 3 heads, embodying chaos and aggression, a stark contrast to some of the more benevolent dark types. Considering the broader implications, the dark type encourages strategic thinking beyond brute force. It rewards players who can anticipate their opponent's moves, set up traps, and exploit psychological weaknesses. It's a type that champions the underdog, the unexpected angle, and the power of outwitting rather than overpowering. This makes battles involving dark-type Pokemon often thrilling and unpredictable, full of twists and turns. As we move from the shadows and cunning of the dark type, we encounter the resilience and steadfastness of the steel type. Also introduced in Generation 2, alongside the dark type, steel Pokemon were conceived to be the ultimate defensive bulwarks. Their very essence is strength, durability, and often immense weight. They are the tanks of the Pokemon world, designed to absorb punishment and endure. The steel type possesses an impressive 11 resistances, making it one of the most defensively oriented types in the game. It resists normal, flying, rock, bug, steel, grass, psychic, it's ice, dragon, and fairy type attacks. Additionally, it is completely immune to poison type attacks. This immunity perfectly reflects the inert nature of metal. Poisons that affect organic life have no effect on inanimate steel. This extensive list of resistances makes steel type Pokemon invaluable assets in a trainer's team, capable of switching into many different attacks and shrugging off damage. However, even the strongest armor has its vulnerabilities. Steel types are weak to fighting, ground, and fire type attacks. Fighting types, with their focused strikes and martial arts prowess, can find the chinks in the armor or simply apply enough force to bend and break even the toughest metals. Ground types, representing the raw power of the earth, can shake the foundations beneath a steel Pokemon, shatter its metallic shell, or conduct powerful electric currents through it. Fire types, of course, are the bane of metal, capable of melting, warping, and weakening steel with intense heat. Steel type attacks, while not always the highest in raw power, are incredibly effective against ice and rock types, smashing through brittle defenses and crumbling stone with ease. They also hit fairy types super effectively, signifying steel's resistance to and ability to counteract magical influences, perhaps by its sheer physical presence and lack of organic vulnerability. Steel type moves often involve blunt force, sharp edges, or metallic projectiles. Iron Head and Meteor Mash are powerful physical attacks, while Flash Cannon is a strong special attack, often depicted as a beam of light or energy fired from a metallic body. Gyro Ball is a unique move that deals more damage the slower the user is compared to the target, reflecting the momentum of a heavy, spinning object. The design of Steel-type Pokemon varies greatly, but they all share a common thread of metallic composition or appearance. Agron, for example, is a massive bipedal Pokemon covered in heavy iron armor, often found in challenging mountain terrains, known for its protective nature over its territory. Metagross, a pseudo-legendary, is a supercomputer-like Pokemon formed from two Metang, which in turn are formed from two Beldum. Its four brains give it immense intelligence and processing power, making it a formidable opponent. Skarmory, a flying steel type, has razor-sharp metallic wings and feathers, capable of flying at high speeds and cutting through anything in its path. Its body is light, yet incredibly durable. The lore of steel-type Pokemon often ties into themes of industry, technology, and ancient civilizations. Some steel types are believed to have been created or modified by human hands, reflecting the human capacity for engineering and craftsmanship. Others are naturally occurring, their metallic bodies a product of geological processes or unique evolutionary paths. The legendary Pokemon Dialga, a steel dragon type, is the master of time itself, its metallic form suggesting permanence and the unyielding flow of existence. Its connection to time reinforces the idea of steel as an enduring foundational element. The presence of steel types also introduces a tactical layer involving weight and gravity. Heavy Slam, for instance, deals more damage the heavier the user is compared to the target, turning a Pokemon's mass into a weapon. Many steel types are indeed very heavy, making them naturally slow but incredibly powerful in certain contexts. This emphasizes the trade-offs inherent in Pokemon design. Immense defense and attack power, often come at the cost of speed. The calm, steady nature of many steel-type Pokémon can be quite soothing. They are not often depicted as erratic or overly emotional. Instead, they represent stability, endurance, and a quiet strength. Their shiny, metallic surfaces can reflect light in mesmerizing ways, and the sheer solidity of their presence can be reassuring. In a world full of dynamic and often chaotic forces, the steel type stands as a testament to unflappable resolve. Transitioning from the hard, unyielding nature of steel, we come to the vibrant and often whimsical world of the Kate's fairy type. This type is the most recent addition to the Pokemon type chart, introduced in Generation 6, X, and Y. Its arrival was another significant rebalancing act, primarily to provide a much needed counter to the previously dominant dragon type. Before the fairy type, dragon Pokemon had very few weaknesses, making them incredibly potent in battle. The introduction of the fairy type, which is super effective against dragon, brought a new strategic element and ensured a greater diversity in team composition. The fairy type embodies themes of magic, beauty, charm, and often a touch of mischievousness. They are often depicted as graceful, ethereal, and connected to nature in a way that differs from grass types. Their magic is more elemental and primal, stemming from an innate purity or connection to unseen forces. Fairy type attacks are incredibly potent against fighting, dragon, and dark types. Against fighting types, the ethereal and magical nature of fairies allows them to evade or nullify brute force with an almost effortless grace. Against dragon types, the purity and light associated with fairies effectively dispel or overcome the ancient, powerful energies of dragons, almost as if magic designed to quell monstrous beasts. Against dark types, representing mischief and cunning, the fairy type acts as a beacon of light and truth, repelling their shadowy tactics. Defensively, fairy types resist fighting, bug, and dark type attacks, showcasing their resilience against physical might, swarming insects, and shadowy trickery. Crucially, they are completely immune to dragon type attacks, making them the ultimate dragon slayers. This immunity is a cornerstone of their strategic value, allowing them to safely switch into powerful dragon type moves without taking any damage. However, fairy types are weak to poison and steel type attacks. Poison, representing corruption and decay, can tarnish and weaken their pure magic, while steel, with its unyielding physical presence, can ground and overcome their ethereal nature. Fire type attacks are also super effective against some fairy Pokemon, particularly those with a secondary type that enhances this weakness, or those particularly vulnerable to heat. Fairy type moves often involve dazzling lights, enchanting melodies, or pure magical energy. Moonblast is a signature special attack, often depicted as a powerful orb of lunar energy, capable of lowering the target's special attack. Dazzling Gleam is an area of effect special move that hits multiple opponents with sparkling light. Play Rough is a physical attack that, despite its name, is a powerful move often depicted as a playful yet devastating assault. Charm is a non-damaging move that sharply lowers the opponent's attack, reflecting the fairy's ability to disarm foes with their enchanting presence. The design of fairy-type Pokemon is incredibly diverse, ranging from cute and cuddly to majestic and awe-inspiring. Clefable, one of the original Pokemon retroactively assigned the fairy type, is a classic example of its whimsical nature, often associated with the moon and extraterrestrial origins. Sylveon, another evolution, evolves with high friendship and a fairy-type move, adorned with elegant bows and ribbons, emitting a calming aura. Gardevoir, a psychic fairy type, is known for its intense loyalty and empathetic abilities, willing to protect its trainer at all costs. Togekiss, a flying fairy type, is a symbol of peace and prosperity, showering blessings on those it encounters. The lore surrounding fairy type Pokémon often speaks of ancient magic, hidden groves, and connections to other dimensions or planes of existence. They are often depicted as guardians of nature or possessors of unique mystical abilities. The legendary Pokémon Xerneas, the life Pokémon, is a fairy type that can share eternal life. Its majestic form and life-giving power embody the benevolent aspects of the fairy type. The introduction of the fairy type also injected a fresh burst of color and charm into the Pokémon world. Their often gentle yet potent abilities provide a wonderful contrast to some of the more aggressive or intimidating types. They remind us that power comes in many forms, and that strength can be found in grace, kindness, and inherent magic, not just in raw physical might or cunning. The soft glow of a fairy Pokémon, the gentle chime of its movements, and the protective aura it casts all contribute to a feeling of peace and tranquility, a quiet assurance that even the most formidable forces can be overcome with a touch of magic and purity. This gentle strength allows the mind to settle, absorbing the intricate dance of the elements, preparing for the next journey through the vast and wondrous tapestry of Pokémon types. And so, as the soft glow of the fairy type recedes, we journey deeper into the elemental tapestry, finding ourselves drawn to a type that embodies both raw, untamed power and a deep connection to the Earth's very core. We turn our attention now to the Besk rock type. Rock-type Pokémon are, as their name suggests, intrinsically linked to stone, minerals, mountains, and the geological formations of the world. They are characterized by their immense physical defense, often possessing high HP and defense stats, making them formidable tanks in battle. Their bodies are typically composed of or coated in hard, durable materials, granting them exceptional resilience against many forms of attack. The aesthetic of rock-type Pokémon often leans towards the rugged, the ancient, and the imposing. We see creatures with stony hides, jagged edges, and forms that suggest immense weight and unyielding strength. From the simple, spherical Geodude to the colossal, mountain-like Gigalith, the visual language of the rock type speaks of endurance and natural fortitude. The rock type is one of the original 15 types introduced in Generation 1, and its role in the elemental balance has remained consistent, a bulwark against physical threats, but with specific vulnerabilities that prevent it from being truly unstoppable. Rock-type moves are often depicted as powerful, blunt forces, utilizing the sheer mass and hardness of stone to inflict damage. They are super effective against fire, ice, flying, and bug types. This makes intuitive sense. A rock can douse a fire, shatter ice, ground a flying creature, and crush a bug. Conversely, rock-type Pokémon and moves are resisted by fighting, ground, steel, and their own kind, rock. It's difficult to damage a rock with another rock, or to break steel with stone. However, the rock type suffers from several significant weaknesses. It is vulnerable to water, grass, fighting, ground, and steel type attacks. Water erodes rock, grass can penetrate cracks and split stone over time. Fighting attacks often involve focused striking power, designed to break through defenses. Ground movements cause seismic activity that can shatter formations, and steel can often cut or drill through rock. This array of weaknesses means that while a rock type Pokemon can be incredibly sturdy, a well placed, super effective attack can often prove devastating. Despite these vulnerabilities, their incredible defensive capabilities often allow them to endure hits that would fell other Pokemon, giving them a unique strategic niche. The abilities commonly associated with rock type Pokemon often enhance their defensive qualities or leverage their rocky composition. Sturdy prevents a Pokemon from being knocked out in one hit if they are at full HP, allowing them to always survive with at least 1 HP, a classic ability for defensive types. Rockhead prevents recoil damage from moves like Takedown or Head Smash, allowing rock types to unleash powerful attacks without self inflicted harm. Sandstream creates a sandstorm upon entry into battle, damaging all non ground, rock, or steel types, and further boosting the special defense of rock type Pokemon by 50% in the swirling sands. This ability makes rock types even more formidable in sandstorm conditions, often forming the core of sand teams in competitive play. Key moves in the rock type arsenal showcase their raw power and defensive utility. Stone Edge is a powerful physical attack with a high critical hit ratio, often depicted as sharp, jagged stones erupting from the ground to strike the opponent. Rock Slide is a physical attack that hits multiple opponents and has a chance to make them flinch, representing a small avalanche. Stealth Rock is a non-damaging entry hazard move that sets up sharp rocks around the opponent's side of the field, damaging any Pokemon that switches in, with greater damage inflicted on Pokemon weak to rock. This move is incredibly strategic and has fundamentally altered competitive Pokemon battles, forcing players to carefully consider their switches. Rock Tomb is a special attack that not only deals damage, but also lowers the target's speed, effectively trapping them in a stony prison. Power Gem is a special attack that harnesses the energy of precious gems, often used by rock types with a higher special attack stat. The design philosophy behind rock-type Pokemon often incorporates elements of geology, ancient structures, and even prehistoric creatures. Onyx, a colossal rock ground type, is literally a serpentine chain of boulders, embodying immense size and power. Raiden, a rock ground type, is often depicted as a walking tank with a drill horn and a hide tough enough to withstand lava. Golem, another rock ground type, is a spherical Pokemon that can retract into its shell and roll at high speeds. Agron, a steel rock type, resembles an armored dinosaur, a perfect blend of metallic strength and stony resilience. Tyranitar, a pseudo-legendary rock dark type, is a towering kaiju-like creature capable of leveling mountains. Its Sandstream ability further cements its role as a master of the rocky, arid landscape. Legendary rock-type Pokemon further exemplify their incredible power and connection to the earth. Regirock, one of the legendary titans, is composed entirely of rocks and boulders, its body unable to be broken even in battle. Its lore suggests it was formed from a special kind of rock, impervious to all damage. Terrakion, a rock fighting type, and one of the Swords of Justice, is known for its immense physical strength and its ability to tear down castle walls with a single charge. Deontay, a rock fairy type, is a rare jewel Pokemon, capable of creating diamonds by compressing the air between its hands. Its delicate beauty belies its incredible defensive capabilities. The lore surrounding rock-type Pokémon often speaks of ancient times, the formation of the planet, and enduring steadfastness. They are often found in mountainous regions, caves, deserts, and deep underground, places where the Earth's raw power is most evident. They represent stability, resilience, and the slow, inexorable forces of nature that shape landscapes over millennia. In a world of ever changing elements, the rock type stands as a constant, a reminder of the enduring strength found in the very ground beneath our feet. Their quiet, unyielding presence offers a sense of grounding, a foundational element in the vibrant tapestry of Pokemon types. As we contemplate the immense, silent power of the mountains and the stones, a deep calm settles, allowing us to appreciate the steadfastness of the natural world and to prepare for the next elemental exploration, one that often works in tandem with rock, shaping the very land itself. This leads us naturally to the Basiliscus ground type. Ground type Pokemon are deeply intertwined with the earth, soil, sand, and subterranean environments. They are masters of the terrain, often capable of manipulating the very ground beneath their feet. Like rock types, they frequently possess high physical attack and defense, but often with a greater emphasis on offensive power and speed, particularly in certain forms. Their designs often reflect animals that burrow, dig, or are found in arid landscapes, or creatures that are simply massive and connected to the land. From the small, nimble sand shrew to the colossal continent-shifting Gruden, the ground type speaks of raw earthly power. The ground type was also among the original 15 types from Generation 1, establishing its fundamental role in the game's elemental balance. Ground type moves are characterized by their ability to cause earthquakes, create fissures, or manipulate sand and dirt. They are super effective against fire, electric, poison, rock, and steel types. This makes perfect sense. Ground can smother fire, absorb electricity, neutralize poisons by burying them, contain and break rocks, and even rust or bury steel. This wide range of super effective interactions makes ground a critically important offensive type, capable of hitting many common types for significant damage. However, ground type Pokemon and moves are resisted by bug and grass types. Bugs can often burrow or fly away from ground attacks, and grass takes root in the ground, often being able to absorb or withstand its effects. Ground types are particularly vulnerable to water, grass, and ice type attacks. Water can turn ground into mud, eroding its stability. Grass can grow through and bind soil, and ice can freeze and crack the earth. Notably, ground-type Pokémon are completely immune to electric-type attacks. This immunity is a defining characteristic and a massive strategic advantage, allowing them to switch in safely against powerful electric-type attackers and completely negate their damage. This immunity is often depicted as the ground absorbing the electrical current, safely dissipating it. The abilities commonly found among ground-type Pokémon frequently enhance their connection to the earth or provide protection from its elements. Sand Veil increases evasiveness during a sandstorm, allowing them to blend into their environment. Sand Rush doubles their speed during a sandstorm, transforming slower ground types into swift attackers. Arena Trap prevents opposing Pokémon from fleeing or switching out, as if the ground itself has ensnared them, a potent ability for trapping and eliminating threats. Moxie boosts the attack stat after knocking out an opponent, turning a powerful ground type attacker into an even greater threat as the battle progresses. The signature moves of the ground type are often devastatingly powerful and iconic. Earthquake is arguably the most famous ground type move, a physical attack that hits all Pokemon on the field except for the user in a double battle, or all Pokemon including allies in a triple battle, causing massive damage. It is a staple offensive move for many physical attackers due to its sheer power and wide distribution. Dig is a two-turn physical attack where the user burrows underground on the first turn, becoming immune to most attacks, and then strikes on the second turn. Fissure is a one-hit knockout move, meaning it instantly defeats the opponent if it hits, though it has very low accuracy. It symbolizes opening a chasm beneath the foe. Mudshot now is a special attack that also lowers the target's speed, often depicted as a projectile of thick mud. High Horsepower is a powerful physical attack that embodies a forceful stomp or charge. The diverse designs of ground-type Pokemon reflect the varied aspects of the Earth itself. Dugtrio, with its three heads popping out of the ground, embodies the burrowing nature. Donphan, a ground type, is a powerful elephant-like creature known for rolling at high speeds. Swampert, a water ground type, is a powerful amphibian that thrives in muddy waters. Garchomp, a dragon ground type pseudo-legendary, is a sleek, land shark-like creature that can fly at immense speeds, but is intrinsically linked to desert environments. Excadrill, a ground steel type, is a mole-like Pokemon with powerful drills, perfectly adapted for tunneling. Legendary ground-type Pokemon are often depicted as continent shapers and masters of the land. Groudon, the legendary creator of the continents, is a pure ground type in its base form. Its ability, Drought, creates harsh sunlight, drying out the battlefield. In its primal reversion, Primal Groudon gains the fire type and the ability Desolate Land, which creates extremely harsh sunlight, negating water-type attacks and further demonstrating its dominion over the earth. Zygarde, a dragon ground type, is the order Pokemon, monitoring and maintaining the ecosystem. Its various forms, from the small cell to the colossal complete form, illustrate its profound connection to the planet's well-being. Landorus, a ground flying type and one of the forces of nature, is revered as the fertility Pokemon, bringing rich soil and bountiful harvests. The lore surrounding ground-type Pokemon frequently touches upon themes of creation, sustenance, and raw, untamed power. They are often found in deserts, caves, mountains, and fertile plains, adapting to and shaping their environments. They symbolize stability, but also the dynamic, ever-changing nature of the earth, the slow erosion, the sudden earthquake, the nurturing soil. The grounded presence of these Pokemon brings a sense of ancient wisdom and untamed strength, reminding us of the planet's vast and enduring power. Their quiet rumblings beneath the surface, the subtle shifts and movements of the earth, all contribute to a feeling of deep, primal connection. This profound link to the very world beneath our feet provides a comforting anchor, a recognition of the fundamental forces that shape our existence, allowing the mind to drift gently, embracing the foundational strength of the earth as we prepare to explore the next, equally vital, elemental force. The rock type, closely related to ground, represents the unyielding, durable aspects of nature, It embodies the essence of mountains, caverns, and ancient geological formations. Rock-type Pokémon are known for their incredibly high defensive stats, reflecting their stony composition and resistance to physical harm. They are often slow, deliberate creatures, much like the slow geological processes that form the very rocks they represent. Oh. Their attacks are typically straightforward and powerful, crushing and grinding their opponents with sheer force. Rock type moves are often characterized by their solid, impactful nature. Rock Throw is a basic yet effective attack that involves launching a piece of rock at the target. Stone Edge is a more powerful move where sharp rocks are summoned from below or around the user to strike an opponent, emphasizing precision and lethality. Rock Slide causes a cascade of boulders to fall upon the target, an attack often depicted as overwhelming and potentially disorienting. Stealth Rock is a unique entry hazard move, scattering sharp stones around the opponent's side of the field that damage any Pokemon switching into battle, reflecting the subtle but persistent dangers of rocky terrain. Power Gem is a special attack that fires a concentrated beam of light from a polished gem, showcasing the aesthetic beauty that can also be found within rock formations. Ancient Power is a move that draws on primordial energy, often depicted as a glowing orb, and has a chance to boost all of the user's stats, hinting at the deep, ancient history embedded within rocks and fossils. Rock-type Pokemon have a distinct set of resistances and weaknesses. They resist fire, flying, normal, and poison-type attacks, reflecting their sturdy nature and ability to withstand heat, wind, and corrosive substances. However, they are weak to water, grass, fighting, ground, and steel types. Water can erode rock over time, and grass can break through it with root systems. Fighting types can crack and shatter rocks with brute force, while ground types can destabilize rocky foundations. Steel, being a hard material itself, can chip away at or even pierce rock. The designs of rock-type Pokemon often emphasize their geological origins and rugged appearance. Geodude, a classic rock ground type, is literally a sentient boulder with arms, embodying simplicity and raw strength. Golem, its final evolution, is a massive shelled Pokemon that can retreat into its rocky shell and roll at high speeds. Onyx, a rock ground type, is a colossal serpentine Pokemon made of interconnected boulders, a truly ancient and imposing creature. Raiden, a ground rock type, is a rhinoceros-like Pokemon with a horn that can drill through solid rock. Aerodactyl, a flying rock type, is a revived fossil Pokemon, a prehistoric pterodactyl-like creature, emphasizing the ancient nature of rocks and fossils. Tyranitar, a dark rock type pseudo-legendary, is a massive bipedal dinosaur-like Pokemon, a destructive force capable of leveling mountains. Aggron, a steel but rock type, is a heavily armored bipedal Pokemon that lives in mountains and cares deeply for its territory. Archeops, a flying rock type, is another revived fossil Pokemon, an ancient bird-like creature with vibrant plumage. Gigalith, a pure rock type, is a massive crystalline Pokemon formed from compressed earth, resembling a walking rock quarry. Lycanroc, a pure rock type introduced in the Alola region, has multiple forms reflecting different temperaments, all embodying the wild, untamed spirit of rocky landscapes. Legendary and mythical rock-type Pokemon are often tied to ancient myths and the very formation of the world. A Regirock, one of the legendary golems, is a pure rock type, entirely composed of rocks, with no discernible brain or heart, embodying pure, unyielding matter. Its body is so hard that it cannot be scratched. Diancie, a rock fairy mythical Pokemon, is born from a carbink that undergoes a mutation, capable of instantly creating diamonds by compressing air. This highlights the precious, crystalline aspects that can be found within rock formations. Terrakion, a rock fighting type, and one of the Swords of Justice, is a powerful bovine-like Pokemon that fought against humans to protect other Pokemon, its body as hard as bedrock. The lore surrounding rock-type Pokemon often delves into themes of endurance, antiquity, and the raw, fundamental materials of the planet. They are often found in mountainous regions, deep caverns, and desolate, rocky terrains. They symbolize stability, the passage of time, and the unyielding forces of nature that shape landscapes over millennia. The slow, deliberate movements of many rock-type Pokemon, their preference for ancient, undisturbed places, and their deep connection to the Earth's crust all contribute to a sense of timelessness. They are living monuments to geological history, creatures that have witnessed eons unfold, their very existence a testament to the planet's enduring power. The gentle weight of their presence, the quiet strength of their stony forms, offers a soothing sense of groundedness, a reminder of the Earth's ancient, patient rhythms. Moving from the solid, unyielding nature of rock, we transition to the fluid, life-giving essence of the water type. Water is one of the most prevalent types in the Pokemon world, reflecting its ubiquity across our own planet. It embodies adaptability, flow, and the power to both nurture and destroy. Water-type Pokemon are incredibly diverse, inhabiting oceans, rivers, lakes, and even small ponds. They are often depicted as graceful and swift in their natural element, capable of moving with incredible speed and agility once immersed. Water-type moves are characterized by their aquatic nature, ranging from gentle splashes to powerful torrents. Water Gun is a basic special attack that fires a stream of water. Surf is a powerful special attack that summons a massive wave to crash down on the target, often depicted as a vast, overwhelming force. Waterfall is a physical attack where the user charges at the target, often depicted as being empowered by a rush of water, and has a chance to make the target flinch. Hydro Pump is a devastating special attack that unleashes a high-pressure jet of water, powerful but with lower accuracy, reflecting the precision needed for such a focused blast. Aqua Jet is a priority physical attack where the user surrounds itself with water and charges at the target at high speed, emphasizing sudden, swift strikes. Scald is a special attack that blasts the target with superheated water with a chance to leave a burn, demonstrating water's capacity for extreme heat. Rain Dance is a status move that changes the weather to heavy rain, boosting the power of water-type moves and activating abilities that thrive in wet conditions, showcasing water's environmental impact. Water-type Pokemon possess a valuable set of resistances and weaknesses. They resist fire, water, ice, and steel-type attacks, showcasing their ability to douse flames, meld with other water, withstand freezing temperatures to an extent, and possibly erode or deflect metallic forces. However, they are weak to grass and electric-type attacks. Grass types absorb water for sustenance, and electricity conducts rapidly through water, making it a dangerous medium. The designs of water-type Pokemon are incredibly varied, reflecting the vast array of aquatic life and phenomena. Magikarp, famously known for its weakness, is a simple orange fish, but evolves into the mighty Gyarados, a dragon-like serpent capable of immense destruction, showcasing the hidden power within seemingly docile waters. Squirtle, a starter Pokemon, is a small turtle that learns to shoot water from its mouth, evolving into the powerful Blastoise with cannons on its shell. Vaporeon, one of the evolutions, is a graceful quadruped that can melt into water, blurring its physical form. Lapras is a gentle, plesiosaur-like Pokemon, revered for its intelligence and ability to ferry people across waters. Melodic is a majestic serpent-like Pokemon, often considered the most beautiful, with scales that shimmer and glow. Kyogre, a legendary water type, is a massive whale-like creature, the legendary creator of the seas. Its ability Drizzle immediately summons heavy rain, intensifying its power. In its primal reversion, Primal Kyogre gains the ability Primordial Sea, which creates extremely heavy rain, negating fire-type attacks and further demonstrating its dominion over the oceans. Palkia, a dragon water type, is one of the spatial legendary Pokemon, capable of controlling space itself, but is depicted as a bipedal, dinosaur-like creature with pearl-like shoulders. Manaphy, a mythical water type, is a small, playful creature known as the seafaring Pokemon, with the ability to bond with any Pokemon. Suicune, a legendary water type, is an elegant dog-like Pokemon said to be the reincarnation of the North Wind, purifying polluted waters with its presence. The lore surrounding water-type Pokemon frequently touches upon themes of life, purification, adaptability, and the profound mysteries of the deep. They are found in nearly every aquatic environment imaginable, from the deepest abyssal plains to the highest mountain springs. They symbolize the flow of life, emotional depth, and the power of cleansing. The rhythmic ebb and flow of tides, the gentle lapping of waves against a shore, the silent depths of the ocean, all contribute to a sense of calm and mystery surrounding water-type Pokemon. Their presence often brings a feeling of renewal and tranquility, reflecting the vital role water plays in sustaining all life. The soothing sounds of water, whether it's a gentle brook or the distant roar of the ocean, can be incredibly calming, carrying one's thoughts away on a steady, unhurried current. Next, we journey into the vibrant and life-affirming world of the grass type. Representing the plant kingdom, grass-type Pokemon embody growth, nature's resilience, and the cycle of life and death. They are often associated with forests, meadows, and lush environments, and many possess abilities related to healing and absorbing nutrients from the earth and sun. They are the gentle giants of the ecosystem, often playing a crucial role in maintaining balance. Grass-type moves are frequently depicted as drawing power directly from nature, whether it's through photosynthesis, root systems, or the sheer force of growing plants. Vine Whip is a basic physical attack where the user strikes with slender, flexible vines. Razor Leaf is a special attack that hurls sharp leaves at the target, often depicted as a flurry of cutting projectiles. Giga Drain is a special attack that not only damages the opponent, but also restores the user's HP, demonstrating the ability to absorb life energy. Solar Beam is a powerful special attack that requires a turn to charge by gathering sunlight before unleashing a devastating beam of energy, showcasing the direct use of solar power. Synthesis is a status move that restores the user's HP, with the amount varying based on the weather, directly reflecting a plant's dependence on environmental factors. Sleep powder and spore are status moves that scatter sleep inducing spores or pollen, highlighting the biochemical properties of plants. Woodhammer is a powerful physical attack where the user slams into the target with a hard, wooden body at the cost of recoil damage, demonstrating the raw strength of dense timber. Grass type Pokemon have a unique set of resistances and weaknesses. They resist ground, water, and electric type attacks, as plants can anchor themselves in the earth, absorb water, and are generally not strongly affected by electricity in the same way as water. However, they are weak to fire, ice, poison, flying, and bug types. Fire can incinerate plants, ice can freeze and shatter them, poison can wither them, flying types can pick at their leaves and fruit, and bugs are natural predators, consuming foliage. The designs of grass-type Pokémon are incredibly diverse, drawing inspiration from all forms of plant life, from simple flowers to massive trees. Bulbasaur, a classic starter Pokémon, is a reptilian creature with a plant bulb on its back that evolves into the powerful Venusaur, with a large flower that absorbs sunlight. Oddish is a small, root-like Pokémon that spends its days buried, reflecting the hidden life beneath the soil. Executor, a grass psychic type, is a tropical tree-like Pokémon with multiple heads that resemble coconuts, each thinking independently. Skeptile, a grass type, is a swift, bipedal lizard-like Pokémon with leaf blades on its arms, embodying speed and precision. Celebi, a mythical grass psychic type, is a small, fairy-like temporal Pokémon said to travel through time and bring lush greenery wherever it goes, symbolizing renewal and forest health. Shaman, a mythical grass type, is a small hedgehog-like Pokémon that can purify polluted areas and make flowers bloom, embodying gratitude and natural harmony. Turtwig, a starter Pokémon, is a small turtle with a sapling growing on its head, evolving into the massive Torterra, a grass ground type, which is essentially a living landmass with trees growing on its back. Verishion, a grass fighting type, and one of the Swords of Justice, is a graceful antelope-like Pokémon that fought for the protection of Pokémon, its movements as swift as the wind through tall grass. The lore surrounding grass-type Pokémon often delves into themes of growth, vitality, environmental protection, and the interconnectedness of all living things. They are found in virtually every natural environment where plant life can thrive, from dense jungles to open grasslands. They symbolize life itself, the cycles of nature, and the quiet strength of persistent growth. The gentle rustling of leaves, the calming scent of a forest, the vibrant colors of blooming flowers, all contribute to a sense of peace and natural harmony surrounding grass-type Pokémon. Their presence often brings a feeling of rejuvenation and a deep connection to the Earth's living pulse. The soft whispers of the wind through foliage, the gentle sway of branches, and the steady, quiet expansion of roots beneath the soil create a deeply calming atmosphere, inviting the mind to gently wander through lush, verdant landscapes, appreciating the slow, vital processes of nature. This gentle, enduring life force carries a quiet strength, a natural rhythm that encourages a tranquil drift into deeper relaxation as we prepare to explore the next fundamental element in this intricate tapestry of types. Our journey now takes us to the realm of the fire type, a force of nature both destructive and nurturing, representing passion, power, and transformation. Fire-type Pokemon are characterized by their ability to generate and manipulate flames, radiating intense heat and light. Their attacks often involve direct bursts of fire, explosive eruptions, or searing waves of heat. They are often depicted as fierce, energetic, and sometimes volatile, but also as symbols of warmth, protection, and renewal. The origins of fire type Pokemon can be traced to various natural phenomena: volcanic activity, searing desert heat, the controlled burn of a forest for new growth, or even the spark of life itself. Their designs frequently incorporate elements of flames, embers, molten rock, or creatures known for their fiery attributes. Charizard, one of the most iconic fire type Pokemon, is a dragon like creature capable of breathing intense flames, famously depicted scorching opponents and flying through the sky with fiery wings. Its evolutionary line, starting with the docile Charmander and progressing to the more powerful Charmeleon, embodies the growth of a small spark into an inferno. Arcanine, a majestic canine Pokemon, is known for its incredible speed and the fiery mane that frames its face, revered as a legendary Pokemon in ancient texts for its noble disposition and powerful flame attacks. Ninetales, a graceful fox-like Pokemon, possesses 9 tails said to be imbued with mystical fire, capable of curses, but also known for its beauty and wisdom. Magmar, a bipedal Pokemon with a flame-like head and arms, is often found in volcanic areas, thriving in extreme heat and emitting powerful bursts of fire. Rapidash, a beautiful equine Pokemon, gallops with a fiery mane and tail, leaving trails of flame in its wake, embodying speed and untamed spirit. Flareon, one of the evolutions, is a fox-like Pokemon with a fluffy, fiery collar and tail, capable of raising its body temperature to extreme levels. As we delve deeper into the types, the interplay between them becomes clearer, and fire is no exception. It is strong against grass, ice, bug, and steel types, reflecting fire's ability to burn through vegetation, melt ice, consume insects, and weaken metal. Conversely, fire is weak against water, ground, and rock types, which can extinguish flames, smother them with earth, or withstand their heat. This elemental balance is a fundamental aspect of the Pokemon world's ecosystem. The lore surrounding fire-type Pokemon often speaks of their passionate nature, their unyielding spirit, and their role in shaping landscapes. They are frequently associated with courage, determination, and sometimes a volatile temper. Blaziken, a fire-fighting type, is a bipedal, avian-like Pokemon known for its powerful kicks and fiery punches, embodying a martial artist's spirit and discipline. Infernape, another fire-fighting type, is a primate-like Pokemon inspired by Son Goku, combining agility with powerful flame attacks. Embor, the fire-fighting type starter from Unova, is a massive boar-like Pokemon known for its incredible strength and fighting prowess. Cinderace, a fire type from the Galar region, is a rabbit-like Pokemon that excels at kicking stones and igniting them into fiery projectiles, showcasing athletic skill and a playful yet competitive spirit. Legendary and mythical fire-type Pokemon further expand this rich tapestry. Entei, one of the legendary beasts resurrected by Ho-Oh, is a powerful canine Pokemon said to embody the passion of a volcano, running across the land spreading flames. Heatran, a legendary fire-steel type, is a unique Pokemon found in volcanic caves, having a body made of steel and lava, representing the raw, destructive power of the Earth's core. Reshiram, a legendary dragon fire type, is a majestic dragon embodying truth and capable of scorching the world with its tail flames, symbolizing the purifying and revealing nature of fire. Volcanion, a mythical fire-water type, is a truly unique Pokemon capable of expelling superheated steam from its arms, demonstrating the incredible power generated when fire and water combine under extreme pressure. Fire-type Pokemon are often found in hot, arid environments like deserts, volcanic mountains, and industrial areas where intense heat is present. Their presence can be both a blessing and a curse. They can provide warmth and light, essential for survival in cold climates, but their uncontrolled power can lead to devastating wildfires or volcanic eruptions. The stories surrounding them often involve quests of self-discovery, trials of strength, and the importance of harnessing one's inner power responsibly. The gentle flickering of a campfire, the comforting warmth it provides on a cool night, or the mesmerizing dance of flames can evoke a deep sense of primal comfort and security. Listening to the soft crackle and hiss of burning embers, imagining the gentle warmth spreading outward, can lead to a quiet contemplation of transformation and renewal, allowing the mind to settle and release any lingering tensions, drifting into a state of peaceful calm. Transitioning from the fiery intensity, we now drift into the serene and expansive world of the water type. Water type Pokemon are defined by their profound connection to water in all its forms: oceans, rivers, lakes, rain, and ice. They are known for their adaptability, their ability to navigate aquatic environments with grace, and their often tranquil yet immensely powerful nature. Water type attacks typically involve jets of water, powerful waves, or even the manipulation of ice. The origins of water type Pokemon are as varied as water itself, drawing inspiration from marine life, mythical sea creatures, and the very properties of water. From the smallest droplet to the deepest ocean trench, their habitats are diverse. Squirtle, another classic starter Pokemon, is a small turtle-like creature with a hard shell, capable of squirting water with surprising force. It evolves into the mighty Blastoise, with powerful water cannons emerging from its shell, a formidable presence in any aquatic battle. Magikarp, famously known for its seemingly useless splash attack, eventually evolves into the magnificent Gyarados, a serpentine dragon-like Pokemon capable of immense destructive power, symbolizing the hidden potential within even the humblest of creatures. Vaporeon, another evolution, is a graceful, aquatic mammal-like Pokemon that can dissolve into water, demonstrating an intrinsic connection to its element. Lapras, a gentle giant of the seas, is a plesiosaur-like Pokemon known for its intelligence and kindness, often ferrying people across treacherous waters, a symbol of hope and safe passage. Psyduck, a perpetually confused duck-like Pokemon, often develops powerful psychic abilities when its headaches become unbearable, showcasing a hidden depth beneath its often comical demeanor. Staryu, a star-shaped Pokemon, is often found in shallow waters, its core gem pulsating with a mysterious light, hinting at cosmic connections. Water-type Pokemon boast a significant advantage against fire, ground, and rock types, effectively dousing flames, eroding earth, and wearing down stone. However, they are vulnerable to grass and electric types, which absorb water or conduct electricity through it. This natural balance reinforces the interdependencies of the Pokemon world's elemental forces. The lore surrounding water-type Pokemon often emphasizes themes of harmony, purity, adaptability, and the profound mysteries of the deep. They can be serene and life giving, or tempestuous and destructive, mirroring the dual nature of water itself. Feraligatr, a powerful bipedal alligator like Pokémon, is known for its immense jaws and fierce demeanor, embodying the primal power of rivers. Swampert, a water ground type, is a large bipedal mudskipper like Pokémon capable of creating mud large enough to block rivers, a master of both aquatic and terrestrial environments. Empoleon, a water steel type, is a majestic penguin like Pokémon with sharp steel wings and a trident like crown representing dignity and naval prowess. Greninja, a water dark type, is a ninja like frog Pokémon known for its incredible speed, agility, and ability to create water shurikens, symbolizing stealth and precision. Primarina, a water fairy type, is a graceful sea lion like Pokémon that performs enchanting songs and controls water with its voice, embodying beauty and artistic expression. Legendary and mythical water type Pokémon are often associated with immense power and control over the seas. Kyogre, a legendary water type, is a colossal whale like Pokémon said to have expanded the oceans, its battles with Groudon shaping the very land masses of the world. Palkia, a legendary dragon water type, is a majestic dragon that governs space, capable of distorting dimensions and residing in a realm beyond our understanding. Manaphy, a mythical water type, is a small, ethereal Pokémon known as the Prince of the Sea, capable of swapping the hearts of Pokémon and people, representing emotional connection and the flow of life. Phione, closely related to Manaphy, is also a mythical water type, a small, bluegoose Pokémon that is said to appear in areas with clear waters, symbolizing the purity and abundance of the ocean. Keldeo, a mythical water-such fighting type and one of the Swords of Justice, is a graceful unicorn-like Pokémon that darts across water, its horn growing stronger with its resolve, embodying courage and swift justice. Suicune, another of the legendary beasts revived by Ho-Oh, is a majestic quadrupedal Pokémon said to be the embodiment of the north winds, purifying polluted waters wherever it runs, symbolizing cleansing and grace. Water-type Pokémon are found in nearly every aquatic environment, from the tiniest puddle to the vast, unfathomable depths of the ocean. Their existence highlights the critical importance of water for all life and the immense power it holds. The gentle lapping of waves against a shore, the steady patter of rain on a window pane, or the quiet gurgle of a flowing stream can create an incredibly soothing auditory landscape. Imagining the cool, refreshing touch of water, feeling its weight and movement, can induce a profound sense of tranquility and release. Allowing the mind to flow like water, effortlessly adapting and gently moving past obstacles, can lead to a state of deep relaxation, preparing us for the next elemental exploration. This fluid grace, this boundless adaptability, offers a quiet invitation to surrender to the natural currents of peace, easing us deeper into rest as we prepare to uncover the grounded strength of the next type. Our journey now shifts from the boundless blue to the resilient embrace of the earth itself as we gently turn our attention to the chexist ground types Pokémon. Ground types, as their name suggests, are intrinsically linked to the land, representing stability, endurance, and raw physical power. They are often depicted as robust, sturdy creatures with appearances that evoke images of mountains, deserts, and deep caverns. Their abilities frequently involve manipulating the terrain, creating earthquakes, or burrowing deep beneath the surface. The strengths of ground-type Pokémon are significant. They are highly effective against electric, fire, rock, poison, and steel types. This makes intuitive sense when we consider their elemental properties. Ground can neutralize electricity, smother fire, break apart rocks, absorb poisons, and shatter steel. Imagine a vast expanse of earth grounding a powerful electrical storm, or a thick layer of soil smothering a raging wildfire. The Earth's unyielding nature provides a natural defense against these forces. However, ground types also have their vulnerabilities. They are weak against water, grass, and ice types. Water can erode and wash away soil, while grass and plants can take root and draw nutrients from the earth, eventually breaking it apart. Ice, with its ability to freeze and expand, can crack and shatter even the hardest ground. These interactions reflect the delicate balance of nature, where even the strongest elements have their counters. When considering the various abilities associated with ground-type Pokémon, we often encounter those that enhance their durability or control over the environment. Sand Veil, for instance, allows a Pokémon to boost its evasiveness in a sandstorm, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Sand Rush doubles a Pokémon's speed during a sandstorm, turning arid conditions into an advantage. Arena Trap prevents opposing Pokémon from fleeing, rooting them firmly in place, much like the earth itself can hold fast. Sturdy, while not exclusive to ground types, is often found among them, preventing them from being knocked out in one hit, further emphasizing their resilience. The moves learned by ground-type Pokémon are often powerful and direct, reflecting their connection to the raw force of the land. Earthquake, perhaps the most iconic ground-type move, unleashes a tremor that shakes the entire battlefield, a testament to the Earth's destructive potential. Dig allows a Pokémon to burrow underground, becoming immune to attacks for a turn before resurfacing to strike, a strategy emphasizing stealth and surprise. Fissure is a devastating one-hit knockout move, capable of splitting the very ground beneath an opponent. Earth Power, a special attack, harnesses the energy from deep within the earth to strike foes. These moves paint a picture of Pokémon that can reshape their environment and unleash formidable power. Let us explore some notable ground-type Pokémon, beginning with their pure-type representatives. Diglett, a small, mole-like Pokémon, is almost entirely subterranean, known for its ability to quickly dig tunnels. Its evolution, Dugtrio, showcases 3 heads, each capable of digging independently, further enhancing its burrowing prowess. Sandshrew, a desert-dwelling armadillo-like Pokémon, curls into a ball to protect itself and navigate harsh, sandy environments. Its evolution, Sandslash, possesses sharp claws and spines, perfect for digging and defense. Geodude, a rock ground type, is a living boulder, known for its incredible hardness and ability to climb steep mountains. Its evolutionary line, including Graveler and Golem, further emphasizes its rock-like durability and strength, culminating in Golem's ability to withstand dynamite blasts. Rhyhorn, a rhinoceros-like Pokémon, is fiercely territorial and known for its thick hide and powerful horn. Its evolution, Rhyton, is a bipedal powerhouse, capable of smashing through obstacles with its drill-like horn. Its further evolution, Rhyperior, gains enhanced armor and the ability to launch rocks from its arms. Hippopotas, a small, hippo-like Pokémon, often buries itself in sand, absorbing moisture from the air. Its evolution, Hippowdon, is a large, powerful Pokemon that creates sandstorms by exhaling sand from its body, a direct invocation of its environmental control. Excadrill, a dual ground steel type, is a mole like Pokemon with powerful drills on its head and arms, capable of tunneling through solid rock at high speeds. Crocodile, a dual ground dark type, is a menacing crocodile like Pokemon known for its powerful jaws and intimidating presence, often found in desert regions. Garchomp, a fearsome dragon ground type, is a land shark like Pokemon renowned for its incredible speed and destructive power, capable of flying at supersonic speeds. Moving into the realm of legendary and mythical ground type Pokemon, we encounter beings of immense power and profound influence over the land. Groudon, a legendary ground type, is a colossal, dinosaur like Pokemon said to have expanded the continents and dried up seas. Its battles with Kyogre are legendary, shaping the very geography of the world. Groudon embodies the raw, creative, and destructive power of the earth, its presence capable of bringing about scorching droughts. Zygarde, a legendary dragon ground type, is a mysterious Pokemon composed of countless cells, existing in various forms depending on the percentage of its cells gathered. Its ultimate 100% form is a massive serpentine dragon said to monitor and maintain the ecosystem, neutralizing threats to the world's natural order. Zygarde represents the vigilant guardian of the planet's delicate balance. Landorus, a legendary ground flying type and one of the forces of nature, is a genie-like Pokemon that brings fertility to the soil, ensuring bountiful harvests. Its incarnate form resembles a cloud-dwelling deity, while its Therian form takes on a more beast-like appearance, both forms embodying the life-giving aspects of the land and sky. Donphan, while not legendary, is a powerful pure ground type, an elephant-like Pokemon that rolls itself into a ball and charges, capable of flattening trees. Mudsdale, another pure ground type, is a powerful draft horse-like Pokemon known for its incredible strength and endurance, capable of carrying over 10 tons for 3 days and 3 nights. These examples illustrate the diverse forms and functions of ground-type Pokemon, from the subtle manipulators of terrain to the colossal architects of continents. The presence of ground-type Pokemon often signifies stability, resilience, and a deep connection to the foundations of life. They are the bedrock upon which ecosystems are built, the silent guardians of ancient secrets hidden beneath the surface. Their existence reminds us of the planet's enduring strength, its ability to withstand countless changes and continue nurturing life. The quiet strength of the earth, the feeling of solid ground beneath our feet, offers a profound sense of security and grounding. Imagining oneself rooted to the earth, drawing strength from its ancient energy, can provide a powerful antidote to feelings of restlessness or anxiety. The slow, steady rhythm of geological processes, the patient erosion of rock over millennia, teaches us about perseverance and the quiet power of time. Allowing our minds to settle, to become as still and deep as the earth itself, can lead to a state of profound peace, preparing us for the next elemental exploration. This unwavering presence, this deep connection to our origins, offers a comforting embrace, easing us deeper into rest as we prepare to discover the vibrant growth of the next type. As we gently transition from the robust steadfastness of ground-type Pokemon, our focus now drifts upwards towards the whispering leaves and burgeoning blossoms as we delve into the realm of grass type Pokemon. Grass types are the embodiment of life, growth, and the intricate beauty of the natural world. They are often depicted as graceful, organic creatures with appearances that evoke images of forests, blooming flowers, and lush meadows. Their abilities frequently involve absorbing nutrients, healing, or manipulating plant life. The strengths of grass type Pokemon are deeply rooted in their connection to nature. They are highly effective against ground, rock, and water types. This makes perfect sense when we consider their elemental interactions. Grass can break through rock with its persistent roots, absorb water for nourishment, and root itself firmly in the ground. Imagine a vast forest preventing soil erosion or tenacious weeds cracking through concrete. The persistent, life affirming power of plants provides a natural advantage against these elements. However, grass types also have their vulnerabilities, reflecting the delicate balance of their existence. They are weak against fire, ice, poison, flying, and bug types. Fire can easily consume dry vegetation, ice can freeze and damage plant cells, poisons can wither and kill plants, flying creatures can peck and uproot delicate foliage, and bugs are notorious for feasting on leaves and stems. These interactions highlight the numerous threats faced by plant life in the wild, underscoring their fragility despite their resilience. When considering the various abilities associated with grass-type Pokemon, we often encounter those that enhance their vitality or control over their surroundings. Overgrow, for instance, boosts a Pokemon's grass-type moves when its HP is low, representing a final burst of life force. Chlorophyll doubles a Pokemon's speed during harsh sunlight, allowing them to photosynthesize and move more efficiently. Leaf Guard prevents status conditions during harsh sunlight, protecting them from ailments. Effect Spore, an ability shared by some grass types, can inflict status conditions like sleep, paralysis, or poison on contact, reflecting the subtle, often unseen defenses of some plants. Regenerator, while not exclusive, is found on several grass types, allowing them to restore HP when switched out, symbolizing their restorative nature. The moves learned by grass-type Pokemon are often focused on healing, draining, and controlling an opponent, reflecting their life-giving and supportive roles in nature. Leech Seed is a strategic move that slowly saps an opponent's health while restoring the user's, a perfect example of parasitic plant behavior. Giga Drain and Mega Drain are powerful special attacks that not only damage the opponent, but also restore the user's HP, embodying the way plants draw nutrients from their surroundings. Sleep Powder and Spore are status-inducing moves that can put opponents to sleep, mimicking the soporific properties of some plant extracts. Solar Beam is a powerful two-turn attack that gathers sunlight on the first turn before unleashing a devastating blast on the second, showcasing the harnessed power of photosynthesis. Synthesis allows a Pokemon to restore its HPs, with the amount varying based on the weather, directly tying its recovery to natural conditions. These moves paint a picture of Pokemon that are both delicate and formidable, capable of both nurturing and contending. Let us explore some notable grass-type Pokemon, beginning with their pure-type representatives. Bulbasaur, one of the iconic Kanto starters, is a reptilian Pokemon with a plant bulb on its back, which grows as it evolves into Ivysaur, and then Venusaur, a powerful plant-dinosaur hybrid capable of emitting soothing aromas. Oddish, a small, root-like Pokemon, is nocturnal and buries itself in the ground during the day. Its evolutions, Gloom and Vilplume, or Blossom, showcase the diverse beauty of flowering plants, with Vileplume known for its enormous pungent flower, and Blossom for its graceful dancing form. Exegcute, a psychic grass type, is a cluster of 6 eggs, which when gathered evolve into Executor, a tropical tree-like Pokémon with multiple heads. Chikorita, a Johto starter, is a small sauropod-like Pokémon with a leaf collar that emits a sweet aroma. Its evolutions, Bayleaf and Meganium, further emphasize its gentle nature and ability to calm others with its scent. Skeptile, a powerful grass type from Hoenn, is a swift, gecko-like Pokémon known for its sharp leaves and incredible agility. Roserade, a grass poison type, is an elegant bouquet-like Pokémon that wields thorny whips and releases intoxicating aromas. Torterra, a grass ground type, is a massive tortoise-like Pokémon with an entire ecosystem on its back, representing a living, moving landscape. Decidue, a grass ghost type, is an archer-like owl Pokémon known for its silent flight and precise arrow shots made from feathers. Rillaboom, a grass type, is a powerful gorilla-like Pokémon that beats its drums to create rhythmic sound waves, nourishing plants and inspiring allies. Moving into the realm of legendary and mythical grass-type Pokémon, we encounter beings of profound influence over the natural world. Shaman, a mythical grass type, is a small hedgehog-like Pokémon known for its ability to instantly purify polluted areas and make flowers bloom. In its sky form, it gains the ability to fly, reflecting its connection to both earth and sky. Shaman embodies gratitude and the restorative power of nature. Celebi, a mythical psychic grass type, is a small, pixie-like Pokémon capable of time travel, said to appear in forests where there is a bright future, bringing seeds from the future to the present. Celebi represents hope, the cyclical nature of life, and the enduring spirit of the forest. Verishen, a legendary grass fighting type and one of the swords of justice, is a graceful, deer-like Pokémon known for its speed and its ability to protect Pokémon in danger with its swift movements. It embodies courage and the protective spirit of nature. Tapu Bulu, a legendary grass fairy type and one of the guardian deities of Alola, is a powerful, bull-like Pokémon that can manipulate vegetation and create sacred ground, symbolizing the wild, untamed power of nature. The presence of grass-type Pokémon often signifies life, renewal, and the enduring cycle of growth. They are the silent witnesses to the passage of time, constantly adapting and flourishing. Their existence reminds us of the delicate beauty and immense resilience of the natural world. The gentle rustling of leaves in a soft breeze, the earthy scent of damp soil after a rain shower, or the quiet unfurling of a new bud can create an incredibly soothing sensory experience. Imagining oneself surrounded by lush greenery, drawing in the clean, fresh air, can induce a profound sense of calm and rejuvenation. Allowing the mind to grow and expand, much like a plant reaching for the sun, can lead to a state of deep relaxation, preparing us for the next elemental exploration. This vibrant vitality, this gentle yet persistent force of life, offers a quiet invitation to surrender to the natural rhythms of peace, easing us deeper into rest as we prepare to uncover the fiery passion of the next type. Now let us turn our attention to the captivating and often dramatic world of fire-type Pokémon. This element, so primal and essential, represents warmth, energy, passion, and sometimes destruction. Fire-type Pokémon are characterized by their ability to generate and control flames, often having bodies that are literally alight or can produce intense heat. Their moves frequently involve scorching attacks, bursts of fire, and the manipulation of heat. The origins of fire-type Pokémon are as varied as the flames they wield. Some are born from volcanic activity, their bodies infused with molten rock and superheated gases. Others are said to be spirits of ancient hearths or manifestations of pure energy. In various Pokemon regions, fire types are deeply intertwined with human civilization, providing warmth, light, and a means of cooking. They can be symbols of protection, warding off cold and darkness, or emblems of fierce determination and courage. The strengths of fire type Pokemon are evident in their offensive capabilities. They are incredibly effective against grass type Pokemon, turning lush foliage to ash with their fiery attacks. They also hold an advantage over ice types, melting away their frozen defenses, and bug types, which are often susceptible to heat. Steel type Pokemon, with their metallic composition, also suffer greatly from the intense heat generated by fire type moves, which can warp and weaken their structures. This offensive power makes them formidable contenders in battle, capable of turning the tide with a well-aimed blaze. However, like all elements, fire has its vulnerabilities. Water-type Pokémon are the natural bane of fire types, dousing their flames and rendering their attacks less effective. The earth itself, represented by ground-type Pokémon, can smother fires, absorbing their heat and making them dissipate. Rock-type Pokémon, with their sturdy, unyielding forms, can also withstand fiery assaults, often taking reduced damage and sometimes even reflecting heat. This intricate dance of strengths and weaknesses creates a strategic depth that is central to the Pokemon world. Let's gently explore some of the beloved fire-type Pokemon that populate this rich tapestry. Charmander, a classic starter Pokemon, is a small, lizard-like creature with a flame constantly burning at the tip of its tail. The intensity of this flame reflects its health and emotional state. When healthy and joyful, the flame burns brightly. When weak or sad, it flickers dimly. It evolves into Charmeleon, a more aggressive form with a fiercer demeanor, and then into Charizard, a powerful draconic Pokemon capable of flying and breathing incredibly hot flames, hot enough to melt boulders. Charizard is a symbol of strength and enduring spirit. Vulpix, a charming fox-like Pokemon, is known for its 6 curly tails, which are said to be infused with mystical fire. As it ages, its tails grow and split, eventually reaching 6. It evolves into Ninetales, a majestic and elegant Pokemon with 9 long, flowing tails, each said to possess a different magical power. Ninetales is often associated with legends and folklore, embodying ancient wisdom and grace. Growlithe, a loyal and brave canine Pokemon, is covered in soft orange fur with black stripes. It is known for its keen sense of smell and its protective nature. When it evolves into Arcanine, it becomes a legendary Pokemon in its own right, renowned for its incredible speed and majestic appearance. Arcanine is often depicted as a symbol of courage and devotion, capable of running over 6,200 miles in a single day and night. Ponyta, a beautiful horse-like Pokemon with a fiery mane and tail, is known for its incredible leaping abilities. Its flames are said to be harmless to touch for those with a pure heart. It evolves into Rapidash, an even swifter and more elegant steed, capable of galloping at astonishing speeds, its fiery mane blazing brilliantly as it races across plains. Rapidash embodies grace, speed, and indomitable spirit. Magmar, a fiery bipedal Pokémon, is often found in volcanic regions. Its body radiates intense heat, and it can launch fireballs from its mouth. It evolves into Magmortar, a powerful Pokémon with cannon-like arms that can launch superheated projectiles, making it a formidable force in battle. Magmar and Magmortar are embodiments of raw, volcanic power. Flareon, one of the evolutions, is a quadrupedal Pokémon covered in fluffy orange fur. It has an internal flame sac that allows it to reach extreme temperatures, exhaling fire that can reach nearly 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Flareon represents the pure, untamed essence of fire, focused on offensive power. Cyndaquil, a shy and timid fire-type starter from the Johto region, has flames along its back that ignite when it is startled or angry. It evolves into Quilava, a more confident Pokémon that can move with great agility, and then into Typhlosion, a powerful badger-like Pokémon capable of creating intense heat shimmers that obscure its form, making it difficult to target. Typhlosion is a master of overwhelming fiery power. Torchic, a small chick-like fire-type starter from the Hoenn region, has an internal flame sac that keeps it warm even in cold weather. It evolves into Combusken, a fighting fire type that combines fiery attacks with powerful kicks, and then into Blaziken, a majestic avian-like Pokémon that excels in martial arts, delivering devastating fiery punches and kicks. Blaziken is a fusion of graceful combat and explosive power. Chimchar, an energetic monkey-like fire-type starter from the Sinnoh region, has a flame constantly burning at the tip of its tail, fueled by gas from its belly. It evolves into Monferno, a more agile and acrobatic Pokémon that uses its tail flame in combat, and then into Infernape, a powerful fire fighting type inspired by the Monkey King legend, known for its rapid-fire punches and kicks. Infernape embodies furious, strategic combat. Tepig, a jovial pig-like fire-type starter from the Unova region, can snort out embers from its nose. Its snout can reach extreme temperatures, allowing it to roast berries before eating them. It evolves into Pignite, a larger, more robust fire-fighting type, and then into Emboar, a powerful bipedal boar-like Pokémon often depicted as a sumo wrestler, capable of creating fierce rings of fire. Emboar is a symbol of strength and powerful unyielding strikes. Fennekin, a graceful fox-like fire-type starter from the Kalos region, emits hot air from its ears, which can reach over 390 degrees Fahrenheit. It evolves into Braixen, a bipedal fox that uses a stick as a wand, setting it alight with its fiery breath, and then into Delphox, a mystical fire psychic type that uses psychic powers to control its flames, often seen meditating. Delphox combines fiery offense with strategic mental prowess. Litten, a cool and collected cat-like fire-type starter from the Alola region, stores flammable hairballs in its stomach, which it spits out as fiery attacks. It evolves into Torracat, a more playful and powerful stage, and then into Incineroar, a muscular bipedal tiger-like Pokémon that acts as a heel wrestler, using its fiery belt to unleash powerful attacks. Incineroar embodies showmanship and powerful calculated strikes. Scorbunny, an energetic rabbit-like fire-type starter from the Galar region, has warming pads on its feet that ignite when it runs, increasing its speed and power. It evolves into Raboot, a more focused and agile stage, and then into Cinderace, a soccer player like Pokémon that kicks fiery rocks with incredible precision and force. Cinderace is a master of speed and powerful explosive kicks. Fuecoco, a laid-back crocodile-like fire-type starter from the Palkia region, has a constant flame on its head, fueled by its spicy diet. It evolves into Crocolore, a larger, more vocal stage with a fiery bird on its head, and then into Skeledirge, a powerful fire ghost type with a spectral bird companion that sings mournful melodies, draining the life force of foes. Skeledirge combines fiery power with spectral energy and enchanting song. Beyond the starters, we find other compelling fire type Pokemon. Centiskorch, a fire bug type, is a massive centipede like Pokemon that generates immense heat from its body, capable of reaching over 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Its glowing body and aggressive nature make it a formidable opponent. Darmanitan, a pure fire type, is an ape-like Pokemon with two distinct forms. Its standard form is powerful and aggressive, while its Zen mode, activated when its health is low, turns it into a stationary meditative statue, gaining psychic typing and increased special attack. This duality offers interesting strategic depth. Arcanine, as mentioned before, is an iconic fire type, often considered legendary due to its speed and majestic appearance. Its inclusion in various legends highlights its importance and reverence within the Pokemon world. Coalossal, a rock fire type, is a massive bipedal Pokemon that resembles a coal furnace. It can generate enormous amounts of heat by burning coal within its body, often found in mines. Coalossal represents industrial power and the raw energy of the Earth's core. Now let us turn our attention to the legendary and mythical fire-type Pokemon, beings of immense power and significance. Entei, a legendary fire type and one of the legendary beasts of Johto, is a majestic, lion-like Pokemon said to be born from the ashes of the Brass Tower. It runs across the land, leaving trails of fire, embodying the raw power of volcanic eruptions. Entei represents courage, passion, and indomitable spirit. Heatran, a legendary fire-steel type, is a powerful, lava-dwelling Pokemon found deep within volcanic caves. Its body is composed of durable steel and molten rock, allowing it to withstand extreme temperatures. Heatran is a living embodiment of the Earth's fiery core, a force of nature that shapes the very landscape. Reshiram, a legendary dragon fire type and one of the Tau trio from Unova, is a majestic white dragon with a powerful jet engine-like tail that can incinerate everything around it. It embodies truth and the power to ignite the world with its flames, symbolizing purity and overwhelming strength. Volcanion, a mythical fire-water type, is a powerful quadrupedal Pokemon that lives in mountains and can expel superheated steam from the cannons on its back. This steam is hot enough to blow away mountains, making Volcanion an incredibly destructive force. It is often depicted as a protector of nature, using its power to defend its territory. Ho-Oh, a legendary fire-flying type, is an iridescent phoenix-like Pokemon said to bring eternal happiness to those who witness its magnificent, rainbow-colored wings. It is the guardian of the skies and the embodiment of life, having the power to resurrect the dead. Ho-Oh represents hope, rebirth, and the profound beauty of the natural world. The presence of fire-type Pokemon often signifies transformation, purification, and the intensity of life itself. They are the roaring flames that clear old growth for new, the warmth that sustains life, and the furious energy that drives change. Their existence reminds us of the delicate balance between creation and destruction, warmth and intensity. The crackling of a gentle fire, the radiant warmth it provides on a cool evening, or the mesmerizing dance of flames can be incredibly calming, drawing one into a state of quiet contemplation. Imagining oneself beside a warm hearth, feeling the gentle heat on one's skin, can evoke a profound sense of security and peace. Allowing the glow of these vibrant energies to wash over the mind can lead to a sense of deep relaxation, preparing us for the next elemental journey. This vibrant energy, this gentle yet persistent force of warmth and transformation, offers a quiet invitation to surrender to the natural rhythms of peace, easing us deeper into rest as we prepare to uncover the flowing depths of the next type. Now let us drift gently from the vibrant warmth of fire and allow our thoughts to settle upon the tranquil, flowing essence of the water type. Water, the element of ebb and flow, of depth and surface, of nourishment and overwhelming power. It is the most common type in the Pokemon world, reflecting its omnipresence in our own, from vast oceans to gentle raindrops. Water-type Pokemon are renowned for their high special attack and special defense, often boasting resilience and a calm, strategic nature. They are masters of the aquatic environment, navigating currents with ease and commanding the very moisture in the air. The water type is strong against ground, rock, and fire, extinguishing flames, eroding stone, and washing away earth. This mirrors the natural world, where water carves canyons, cools lava, and softens dry soil. However, water-type Pokemon are vulnerable to electric and grass attacks. Electricity conducts through water, and plants absorb it, showcasing a natural vulnerability that adds to the intricate balance of the Pokemon ecosystem. Their resistance to steel, fire, ice, and other water types further illustrates their defensive capabilities and their inherent resilience, enduring what others cannot. Consider the gentle foundational presence of Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokemon, one of the original Kanto starters. Its shell, a marvel of natural engineering, offers both protection and aerodynamics in water. It can withdraw into its shell and spout water with great force, a humble beginning to a powerful evolutionary line that culminates in Blastoise, a formidable creature with water cannons emerging from its shell, capable of piercing thick steel. The journey from a small turtle to a powerful cannon-wielding Leviathan reflects growth, strength, and adaptability. Then there is Magikarp, famously known as the weakest Pokemon, yet its tale is one of patience and potential. Splashing uselessly in shallow waters, it embodies the calm before the storm, the dormant power waiting to awaken. Its evolution into Gyarados, a fearsome and powerful dragon-like Pokemon, is a testament to the transformative power of perseverance. This dramatic metamorphosis from apparent weakness to overwhelming strength is a profound narrative within the water type, illustrating that even the most unassuming beginnings can lead to immense power. Omanite and Omastar, ancient Ammonite Pokemon, represent the deep history of the water type. Revived from fossils, they are living relics of a bygone era, their spiral shells a testament to the elegant geometry found in nature. Their existence reminds us of the ancient oceans and the life that thrived within them long before our time. Likewise, Kabuto and Kabutops, inspired by horseshoe crabs and trilobites, share a similar ancient lineage, their scythe-like claws and defensive shells speaking to a predatory past, swift and efficient in the prehistoric seas. Vaporeon, one of the evolutions, perfectly embodies the adaptable nature of water. Its cellular structure is similar to water molecules, allowing it to melt into the aquatic environment, becoming virtually invisible. It can control water, creating temporary streams and currents, demonstrating the fluidity and shape-shifting qualities often associated with this element. Vaporeon is a graceful and powerful swimmer, a creature of pure aquatic elegance. Lapras, the transport Pokémon, is a gentle giant of the seas. Its kindly eyes and melodious cry are legendary, often heard singing hauntingly beautiful songs. It is known for its intelligence and its benevolent nature, often helping people to cross vast expanses of water. Lapras reminds us of the nurturing and life-sustaining aspects of the water type, a symbol of hope and safe passage. The duality of water is beautifully captured by Suicune, a legendary water-type Pokémon and one of the Johto beasts. It is said to be the embodiment of the north wind and is believed to purify polluted water wherever it runs. Suicune is a majestic, elegant creature, constantly roaming the land, driven by a desire to cleanse and bring purity to the world. Its serene presence and powerful ability to restore balance speak to the restorative and healing properties of water. Kyogre, a legendary water-type Pokémon from the Hoenn region, represents the sheer, untamed power of the oceans. It is said to have expanded the seas, its immense body capable of summoning torrential rains and massive tsunamis. Kyogre is a force of nature, a primordial deity of the deep, its presence commanding respect and awe, reminding us of the ocean's vast, unfathomable power. Its slumber beneath the waves is a fragile piece, a testament to the potential for cataclysmic change contained within the water type. Palkia, a legendary dragon water type from the Sinnoh region, is one of the creators of the Pokémon world, said to have the power to control space. Its connection to water, the element of fluidity and boundless expansion, underscores its cosmic role in shaping the very fabric of existence. Palkia's ability to warp space itself reflects the boundless nature of the deep ocean, where distances can seem to stretch into infinity. Then there is Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea, a mythical water-type Pokémon known for its ability to swap hearts, connecting people and Pokémon. It is a small, enchanting creature, born in cold, deep-sea waters, and its journey to the surface symbolizes the wonder and mystery hidden beneath the waves. Manaphy's playful and affectionate nature reminds us of the joy and connection that water can bring, its depth of emotion mirroring the ocean's own vastness. Fian, often considered a younger relative of Manaphy, also shares this affinity for the deep sea, its bubbly form drifting with the currents. It represents the countless, often unseen lives that thrive in the aquatic realm, each a vital part of the massive tapestry of ocean life. Water-type moves encompass a wide range of effects, from the gentle healing of Aqua Ring, which slowly restores health, to the overwhelming force of Hydro Pump, a blast of high-pressure water capable of sweeping away anything in its path. Surf, a powerful move that covers a large area, evokes images of riding the crest of a massive wave, a testament to the raw energy of the ocean. Dive allows Pokémon to disappear beneath the surface, offering both evasion and a strategic advantage, reflecting the hidden depths and mysteries of aquatic environments. The water type is deeply intertwined with life itself. Water is the universal solvent, the medium for all biological processes. It is the rain that nourishes crops, the rivers that sustain forests, and the vast oceans that are home to an incredible diversity of life. The calming sound of flowing water, whether a gentle stream or the distant crash of waves, has a profound effect on the human psyche, often associated with peace, reflection, and renewal. Imagine listening to the rhythmic lapping of waves against a sandy shore, a soft, consistent sound that lulls the mind into a state of quiet contemplation. Or perhaps the gentle pitter-patter of rain on a roof, each drop a tiny whisper against the silence, inviting a deep sense of coziness and security. The imagery of a vast, calm lake reflecting the moonlight, or a tranquil pond teeming with silent life, can evoke a profound sense of serenity. These gentle aquatic sounds and visions are deeply soothing, washing away worries and easing the mind into a state of peaceful readiness for rest. The water type, with its inherent fluidity and transformative power, its depth and its surface, its calm and its fury, gently guides us further into the realm of dreams. It is an invitation to release tension, to flow with the natural rhythms, and to find solace in the pervasive, life-giving essence of water. Allow its gentle currents to carry you deeper into a state of profound relaxation, letting go, trusting in the natural flow as we prepare to explore the grounded, resilient world of the next elemental force. The soft murmur of water continues to whisper, a lullaby of the natural world, as we transition from the boundless oceans to the solid foundations of the earth, our journey continuing with a steady, unhurried pace. Now let us turn our attention to the earth, to the very ground beneath our feet, and delve into the characteristics of the Groundedness type. This type embodies strength, stability, and an unwavering connection to the planet. Ground-type Pokémon are often associated with deserts, caves, mountains, and all forms of solid terrain. They are creatures of the earth, often possessing immense physical power and a remarkable resilience. Think of the mighty Groudon, a legendary Pokémon said to embody the land itself, capable of expanding continents and drying up oceans. Its very presence shifts the landscape, a testament to the raw tectonic power inherent in the ground type. The ground type is super effective against fire, electric, poison, rock, and steel types. This makes intuitive sense when we consider their properties. Earth can smother fire, grounding it and extinguishing its flame. It neutralizes electricity, absorbing its charge and dispersing its energy safely into the vastness of the planet. Poisons, so often associated with liquids or gases, can be absorbed and diluted by the earth, their potency diminished. Rocks, though hard, are still part of the earth, and the forces that shape mountains can crumble even the toughest stone. Steel, a refined product of the earth, can be bent, broken, or engulfed by the sheer force of a seismic event. This effectiveness highlights the fundamental power of the earth to overcome and integrate other elements, absorbing them back into its essence. However, the ground type also has its vulnerabilities. It is weak to water, grass, and ice types. Water can erode the earth, washing away soil and carving canyons over time. The gentle persistence of rain can wear down even the hardest rock. Grass, representing plant life, can root itself deeply into the soil, slowly breaking it apart and drawing nutrients from it. Ice, in its expansion and contraction, can crack and fracture solid rock, a process known as frost wedging. These weaknesses illustrate the subtle yet powerful ways in which other natural forces can impact and reshape the earth. They remind us that even the most solid foundations are subject to the slow, transformative processes of nature. Ground-type Pokémon often possess abilities that reflect their connection to the earth. Sand Veil, for instance, allows a Pokémon to evade attacks more easily during a sandstorm, blending seamlessly with its environment. Sand Rush increases speed in a sandstorm, allowing these creatures to navigate their arid homes with remarkable agility. Arena Trap prevents opposing Pokémon from fleeing, mimicking the inescapable nature of quicksand or a deep pit. These abilities are deeply entwined with the terrain they inhabit, providing a tactical advantage that stems directly from their elemental affinity. The moves of the ground type are a display of raw, unadulterated power and control over the earth itself. Earthquake, one of the most powerful physical attacks in the game, vividly portrays the earth shaking and cracking, a cataclysmic event capable of toppling buildings and creating chasms. Dig allows a Pokémon to burrow underground, disappearing from sight before launching a surprise attack, a technique often employed by burrowing animals. Fissure, a one-hit knockout move, represents the earth opening up and swallowing the opponent whole, a terrifying and absolute display of its power. Earth Power is a special attack where the user summons energy from the ground, unleashing it in a powerful blast, showcasing the Earth's stored energy. These moves are not just attacks, they are manifestations of geological forces, bringing the immense power of the planet directly into battle. Consider the diverse environments where ground-type Pokémon thrive. The vast, scorching deserts where sand dunes shift with the wind and life finds a way to endure despite the harsh conditions. Here we find Pokémon like Sandshrew and Sandslash, perfectly adapted to burrowing and surviving in arid landscapes. Then there are the deep, dark caves, echoing with the sound of dripping water and the scuttling of unseen creatures. Onyx, a colossal rock snake, makes its home in such subterranean labyrinths, its body a testament to geological formation. The towering mountains, with their craggy peaks and sheer cliffs, are also home to ground types like Golem, a rocky bipedal Pokémon that rolls down slopes with incredible speed. Each of these environments shapes the Pokémon that inhabit them, imbuing them with unique characteristics and adaptations. The feeling of solid ground beneath your feet is one of reassurance and stability. It is the foundation upon which everything else is built. The firmness of the earth provides a sense of security, a place to stand firm, to plant your roots. Imagine the stillness of a vast desert at night, the air cool and dry, the stars shining with incredible clarity above an unbroken horizon. The silence is profound, broken only by the gentle whisper of the wind across the sand, a soft, almost imperceptible sound that carries a sense of ancient wisdom. Or picture standing amidst a grove of ancient trees, their roots still deeply intertwined with the earth, drawing sustenance and stability from its embrace. The ground here is soft with leaf litter, yet firm beneath, a testament to enduring life. The ground type also carries a sense of patience and endurance. The earth changes slowly, over eons, but its changes are profound and irreversible. Mountains rise and fall, rivers carve new paths, and continents drift, all at a geological pace that dwarfs human conceptions of time. This slow, steady transformation is a core aspect of the ground type's essence. It teaches us about the power of persistence, the strength found in an unyielding foundation. The rhythmic, deep, rumbling sounds associated with the earth can be incredibly soothing. Think of the distant, low growl of thunder as a storm approaches, or the subtle vibrations felt when a heavy train passes by, a deep, resonant hum that resonates through the ground. These sounds, while powerful, are often experienced from a safe distance, creating a sense of awe rather than alarm, a reminder of the immense forces at play in the natural world. The quiet creak of old timber in a sturdy house settling gently into its foundations can also evoke a sense of grounding and permanence. As we gently drift from the boundless waters to the solid earth, we embrace a sense of groundedness. The ground type invites us to connect with our own inner strength, to find our stable core, and to feel the reassuring presence of the planet beneath us. It is a reminder that even amidst flux and change, there's always a bedrock of stability to return to. Allow the deep, steady energy of the earth to settle your mind, to quiet any restless thoughts, and to anchor you firmly in the present moment. Feel the weight of gravity, a comforting pull that holds you gently in place. The quiet strength of the ground is a subtle yet powerful lullaby, preparing us for the next elemental exploration, one that takes flight above the solid earth and into the boundless skies. The deep, resonant hum of the earth continues its steady presence, a silent guardian in the unfolding narrative of types as we prepare to ascend into the airy domain. Let us now ascend from the solid ground and turn our attention to the boundless realm of the sky, to the ethereal and dynamic nature of the cool flying Aether's type. This type embodies freedom, agility, and the mastery of the air. Flying type Pokémon are often birds, insects with wings, or creatures that possess the ability to levitate or propel themselves through the atmosphere. They are characterized by their speed, their ability to evade attacks, and their unique perspective from above. Think of the majestic Lugia, the guardian of the seas, yet a powerful flying type, soaring gracefully through the clouds, its immense wings propelling it with effortless power. Or Rayquaza, a legendary Pokémon said to live in the ozone layer, its serpentine body effortlessly navigating the upper atmosphere, a true master of the skies. The flying type is super effective against grass, fighting, and bug types. This makes logical sense within the natural world. Birds and other flying creatures often prey on insects, making them effective against bug types. They can also easily evade the grounded attacks of fighting types, swooping in from above where they are less vulnerable. And while some birds eat seeds, a strong gust of wind or a dive bomb attack can easily disrupt plant life, reflecting its effectiveness against grass types. The ability to attack from above provides a critical strategic advantage, bypassing ground-based defenses. However, the flying type also has its vulnerabilities. It is weak to electric, ice, and rock types. Electricity can arc through the air, striking airborne creatures with devastating force. An icy blast can freeze wings or weigh down a flying Pokémon, hindering its movement. Rocks, when thrown or propelled, can strike flying targets, bringing them down from the sky. These weaknesses highlight the specific vulnerabilities that come with being airborne, demonstrating that even the most agile creatures can be brought low by the right elemental force. Flying type Pokémon often possess abilities that enhance their aerial prowess or provide strategic advantages in the air. Keen Eye prevents accuracy from being lowered, allowing them to spot opponents from afar with unparalleled precision. Big Pecs prevents defense from being lowered, reflecting the resilience of their feathers or scales. Gale Wings, a more specific ability, grants priority to flying type moves, allowing a Pokemon to strike first and rapidly in the air, a testament to their incredible speed. Those abilities are tailored to their aerial existence, giving them an edge in their natural environment. The moves of the flying type are a beautiful and powerful display of aerial combat and atmospheric manipulation. Fly allows a Pokemon to soar high into the sky, disappearing from the battlefield before descending with a powerful dive, a fundamental expression of their ability to move through 3 dimensions. Aerial Ace is a swift, unerring attack that never misses, reflecting the precision and agility of a bird of prey. Hurricane summons a massive vortex of wind, engulfing opponents and often confusing them, showcasing the raw power of atmospheric phenomena. Brave Bird is a powerful, reckless attack where the user dives headlong into the opponent, demonstrating the courage and ferocity of many aerial predators. These moves capture the essence of flight, from graceful maneuvers to devastating aerial assaults. Consider the diverse habitats where flying type Pokemon are found. The open skies, a vast and boundless expanse where clouds drift lazily and the sun shines brightly. Here, Pokemon like Pidgey and Staraptor dominate, their keen eyesight and powerful wings allowing them to survey their territory from above. Then there are the dense forests, where canopies provide cover and branches offer perches. Pokemon like Noctowl and Swellow navigate these intricate environments with ease, blending into the foliage until they strike. The towering mountains, with their strong updrafts and rocky cliffs, are ideal nesting grounds for powerful flying types like Skarmory and Aerodactyl, where they can ride the winds and survey vast landscapes. Each environment shapes the way these Pokemon interact with the air, honing their skills and adaptations. The feeling of openness and freedom associated with the sky is incredibly liberating. Imagine gazing up at a clear blue sky, the vastness stretching endlessly above, inviting your thoughts to drift and expand. The sight of a bird soaring effortlessly on thermals, without a care or a barrier, can evoke a profound sense of peace and aspiration. It is a reminder of the possibilities beyond our immediate grasp, of the lightness that can be found in letting go. The sounds of the sky are often subtle, yet deeply evocative. The gentle whisper of the wind through leaves, a soft, undulating sigh that can carry worries away. The distant cry of a hawk, a sharp, clear sound that cuts through the silence, a reminder of wildness and untamed spaces. The soft rustle of feathers as a bird takes flight, a delicate sound that speaks of grace and momentum. Even the distant hum of a passing aircraft high above can be a calming, almost hypnotic sound, a distant echo of human ingenuity reaching for the sky. These aerial sounds invite a sense of spaciousness and tranquility. As we gently transition from the solid ground to the open skies, we embrace a sense of lightness and perspective. The flying type invites us to lift our spirits, to gain a broader view, and to experience the freedom of unburdened movement. It is a reminder that sometimes the best way to understand a situation is to step back, to gain distance, and to see things from a different angle. Allow the gentle currents of the air to soothe your mind, to carry away any heavy thoughts, and to fill you with a sense of expansive calm. Feel the lightness within, a subtle buoyancy that encourages relaxation. The soft sighing of the wind continues its gentle presence, a quiet whisper that encourages peaceful contemplation as we prepare to descend once more, this time into the vibrant interconnected world of living energy. The soft rustle of invisible currents of air continues its soothing murmur, a gentle invitation to release and drift as we prepare to explore the intricate, life affirming essence of the next elemental force. The quiet, expansive breath of the sky accompanies us, a constant, subtle presence. In the gentle twilight of the Pokémon world, where dreams and reality intertwine like morning mist over Lake Verity, there exists a profound tapestry of hidden powers that flow through every creature, every blade of grass, and every whisper of wind. These abilities, as they are known, represent the very essence of what makes each Pokemon unique, like fingerprints made of starlight and ancient wisdom passed down through countless generations. Let us begin our journey through this realm of wonder with the understanding that abilities are not mere tools or weapons, but rather expressions of a Pokemon's deepest nature, their connection to the elements, and their place in the grand symphony of existence. Each ability tells a story, carries within it the echoes of primordial forces that shaped the world long before humans ever walked upon its surface. Consider, if you will, the ability known as static, possessed by creatures like Pikachu and its evolutionary line. This power represents more than simple electrical discharge. It embodies the very essence of lightning captured in living form, the same energy that dances across storm clouds and illuminates the darkest nights. When a Pokemon with static is touched, there exists a 30% chance that their attacker will become paralyzed, not through malice, but through the natural overflow of electrical energy that courses through their being like a gentle river of pure power. The ability Overgrow speaks to an even more ancient connection, one that reaches deep into the earth itself. Pokemon blessed with this gift, such as Bulbasaur, Turtwig, and Chespin, find their grass-type moves growing 50% stronger when their health falls below one-third of its maximum. This is not desperation, but rather a profound communion with the plant kingdom, a calling forth of the same resilience that allows a single seed to crack concrete and reach toward the sun. In these moments of apparent weakness, these Pokemon become conduits for the unstoppable force of life itself, channeling the determination of every flower that has ever bloomed in adversity. Blaze, the counterpart ability found in fire-type starters, carries within it the essence of the eternal flame. When Charmander, Cyndaquil, Torchic, and their kin find themselves weakened, their fire-type moves surge with increased power, growing by 50% in intensity. This represents not anger or rage, but the fundamental truth that fire burns brightest in its final moments, that passion and determination can transform even the smallest ember into a roaring inferno capable of warming hearts and lighting the way through the darkest nights. The water-type equivalent, Torrent, flows like the deepest currents of the ocean, carrying with it the memory of every raindrop that has ever fallen and every wave that has ever crashed upon distant shores. Pokemon such as Squirtle, Totodile, and Mudkip embody this power, their water-type moves gaining tremendous strength when their vitality ebbs low. Like a mighty river that carves canyons through solid rock through patient persistence, Torrent reminds us that water, though gentle and yielding, possesses the power to reshape the very landscape of possibility. Moving beyond these foundational abilities, we encounter powers that speak to more specialized relationships with the natural world. Chlorophyll, for instance, represents a Pokemon's ability to harness the life-giving energy of intense sunlight. Under harsh solar conditions, creatures blessed with this ability find their speed doubled, moving with the swift grace of shadows cast by swaying leaves. This ability transforms Pokemon like Oddish, Bellsprout, and Bulbasaur into creatures of pure velocity, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of photosynthesis itself. Swift Swim operates on similar principles, but draws its power from the cleansing embrace of rain. When storm clouds gather and precipitation begins to fall, Pokemon with this ability discover that their speed increases dramatically, allowing them to move through water and air alike with the fluid grace of a mountain stream racing toward the sea. Creatures such as Horsea, Goldeen, and Lotad become one with the storm, their bodies responding to atmospheric pressure and humidity in ways that transcend ordinary understanding. The ability Sand Rush speaks to those Pokemon who have learned to dance with the desert winds, to find speed and purpose in the swirling embrace of sandstorms. Rather than being hindered by these harsh conditions, creatures with Sand Rush discover their velocity doubled, moving through the stinging particles like spirits of the dunes themselves. This represents a deep adaptation, an evolutionary conversation between Pokemon and their environment that has unfolded over countless millennia. Snowcloak offers similar mastery, but over the realm of winter's embrace. During hailstorms, Pokemon blessed with this ability find their evasiveness increased, becoming as elusive as snowflakes on the wind. The ability speaks to a profound understanding of how to move within winter's domain, how to read the patterns of falling ice and use them as camouflage, becoming one with the season itself. Some abilities reach even deeper into the mysteries of existence, touching upon concepts that blur the line between the physical and the metaphysical. Synchronize, possessed by psychic-type Pokemon like Abra, Ralts, and Espeon, creates a telepathic link between the user and their opponent. When afflicted with poison, burn, or paralysis, a Pokemon with Synchronize will share that condition with the one who caused it, not out of spite, but through an involuntary psychic resonance that connects all living minds at the deepest level. Trace represents an even more profound form of psychic mimicry, allowing certain Pokemon to temporarily copy the ability of their opponent. This power suggests that abilities themselves exist as patterns of energy that can be read, understood, and replicated by sufficiently sensitive minds. It speaks to the interconnectedness of all Pokemon, the way their powers flow from common sources and can be shared across species barriers through focused intention and psychic sensitivity. The ability pressure creates a field of intense mental focus that causes opposing Pokemon to expend twice as much energy when using their moves. This is not aggression, but rather the manifestation of such concentrated willpower that reality itself bends slightly around the user, creating zones where effort becomes more difficult and precision more demanding. Legendary Pokemon often possess this ability, their very presence altering the fabric of possibility in subtle but measurable ways. Natural Cure represents one of the most benevolent abilities in existence, automatically healing any status condition when a Pokemon returns to its Pokeball. This power suggests that rest itself possesses healing properties, that the act of withdrawing from battle allows natural recovery processes to accelerate beyond normal limitations. Pokemon with Natural Cure, such as Chansey, Blissey, and Roselia serve as living reminders that peace and restoration are always possible, that every wound can heal given proper time and care. Shedskin operates on similar principles, giving Pokemon like Akens, Dratini, and Scyther a 30% chance each turn to automatically recover from status ailments. This ability draws its power from the ancient wisdom of renewal, the understanding that growth often requires leaving behind what no longer serves. Like serpents shedding their skin to reveal fresh scales beneath, these Pokemon embody the principle of continuous regeneration and self renewal. The ability Own Tempo protects against confusion, creating a mental state of such perfect balance and self awareness that external attempts at disorientation simply cannot take hold. Pokemon blessed with this gift, including Slowpoke, Spinda, and Glameow, move through the world with an unshakable sense of their own center, immune to the chaos and confusion that might overwhelm less grounded spirits. As we drift deeper into this exploration of abilities, we encounter powers that speak to more specialized relationships with the elements and the environment. Levitate grants certain Pokemon complete immunity to ground type attacks by allowing them to float freely above the Earth's surface. This is not flight in the conventional sense, but rather a form of psychic or magnetic suspension that keeps creatures like Ghastly, Magnemite, and Claydol perpetually airborne, existing in a state between Earth and sky that renders them untouchable by terrestrial forces. The ability Flashfire transforms what should be harmful into something beneficial, allowing fire-type Pokemon and others to absorb fire-based attacks and convert that energy into increased power for their own flames. This represents a mastery over the element so complete that fire recognizes fire, merging and amplifying rather than competing. Pokemon with Flashfire become like living hearths, gathering warmth from all sources and radiating it back into the world with greater intensity. Water Absorb and Volt Absorb operate on identical principles within their respective elements, transforming potentially damaging attacks into healing energy. These abilities suggest that Pokemon with such gifts have achieved such perfect harmony with their primary elements that they can literally feed on attacks that would harm others, growing stronger through exposure to their elemental opposites. Motor Drive represents an even more sophisticated relationship with electrical energy, not merely absorbing electric attacks, but converting that raw power into pure speed, allowing Pokemon like Electivire to become lightning incarnate, their movements quickened by every spark they encounter. This ability speaks to the fundamental connection between electricity and motion, the way electrical impulses govern all movement in living beings, here elevated to supernatural levels of enhancement. The ability Synchronize creates a mystical link between Pokemon and their opponents, ensuring that any status condition inflicted upon the bearer is immediately reflected back upon the attacker. This represents a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all beings, the recognition that in harming another, we ultimately harm ourselves. Pokemon with Synchronize, such as Abra, Umbreon, and Gardevoir, serve as living mirrors of consequence, their very presence reminding all who encounter them that every action creates ripples that eventually return to their source. Filter and Solid Rock work in tandem with the defensive philosophies of the natural world, reducing the damage from super effective attacks by 25%. These abilities suggest that no weakness is absolute, that even the most vulnerable aspects of our nature can be reinforced through will and preparation. The stone like resilience of Pokemon bearing these gifts reminds us that strength often comes not from avoiding our vulnerabilities, but from learning to endure them with grace. Heatproof doubles this protective principle specifically against fire attacks, while also having damage from burns, creating Pokemon like Bronzor and Bronzong that exist in perfect thermal equilibrium. These ancient beings, forged in cosmic fires and tempered by eons of exposure to extreme temperatures, have developed such complete mastery over heat that they remain cool and collected even in the face of the most scorching flames. The ability Thick Fat provides resistance to both fire and ice attacks, representing the perfect insulation that comes from understanding extremes. Pokemon blessed with this protection, including Snorlax, Walrein, and Mamoswine, carry within their bodies a natural wisdom about temperature regulation, their forms adapted to thrive in conditions that would challenge less prepared creatures. Magic Guard creates perhaps the most comprehensive protection in all of Pokemon abilities, preventing damage from any source except direct attacks. This supernatural shield protects against poison, burns, weather effects, and indirect damage, creating an invisible barrier that separates the protected Pokemon from the harsher realities of battle. Creatures like Clefairy, Alakazam, and Runacluse exist within this protective bubble, their magical nature insulating them from the mundane sources of harm that affect more earthbound beings. Wonder Guard takes protection to its ultimate extreme, allowing only super effective moves to cause damage while rendering the bearer completely immune to all other forms of attack. This ability, possessed uniquely by Shedinja, represents the perfection of defensive strategy, the achievement of invulnerability through understanding and accepting one's precise vulnerabilities. It speaks to the paradox that true security sometimes comes from embracing rather than hiding from our weaknesses. The ability Sturdy ensures that no single attack, regardless of its power, can reduce a Pokemon from full health to zero, always leaving at least one hit point remaining. This represents the indomitable spirit that refuses to surrender, the spark of life that persists even in the face of overwhelming force. Pokemon with Sturdy, such as Skarmory, Forretress, and Shieldon, embody the principle that as long as consciousness remains, hope endures. Adaptability doubles the power bonus that Pokemon receive when using moves that match their own type, transforming the natural 15% increase into a full doubling of power. This ability represents the mastery that comes from perfect self-knowledge and specialization, the way that focusing deeply on our natural gifts can amplify them beyond ordinary limitations. Pokemon like Eevee and Porygon Z demonstrate that sometimes our greatest strength lies not in versatility, but in the perfection of our essential nature. Technician enhances the power of weaker moves by 50%, recognizing that skill and precision can often accomplish more than raw force. This ability celebrates the artistry of combat, the understanding that a perfectly executed technique can surpass brute strength through elegance and timing. Pokemon with Technician, including Scyther, Hitmontop, and Breloom, move with the grace of master craftsmen, their every action refined through countless repetitions into perfect economy of motion. Iron Fist specifically boosts the power of punching moves by 20%, representing the focused dedication of martial artists who have devoted their lives to perfecting the fundamental techniques of combat. This ability speaks to the power of specialization, the way that mastering the basics can create extraordinary results through accumulated expertise and refined technique. Sheer Force removes additional effects from moves in exchange for a 30% increase in power, embodying the philosophy of pure intention, uncomplicated by secondary concerns. Pokemon with this ability, such as Tauros, Nidoking, and Darmanitan, channel their energy with singular focus, trading complexity for raw effectiveness in a demonstration of the power that comes from absolute commitment to purpose. The ability Reckless increases the power of moves that cause recoil damage by 20%, celebrating the warrior's willingness to risk personal harm in pursuit of victory. This represents courage in its purest form, the understanding that sometimes achieving our goals requires accepting certain costs. Pokemon with Reckless embody the spirit of those who face danger not from ignorance, but from the calculated acceptance that some prizes are worth the risk. Rockhead provides immunity to recoil damage, allowing Pokemon to use the most powerful moves without suffering the usual consequences. This ability represents perfect technique, refined to the point where destructive force can be channeled without self-harm, the mastery that allows warriors to wield devastating power while remaining centered and protected within themselves. Magic Bounce reflects status moves and stat-reducing moves back at their users, creating an invisible mirror that turns negative intentions back upon their sources. This ability, possessed by Pokemon like Espeon and Xatu, represents the principle that pure intentions create natural protection, that beings aligned with positive forces cannot be easily corrupted or diminished by external negativity. Prankster gives priority to status moves, allowing Pokemon to act first when using non-damaging techniques. This ability celebrates the trickster wisdom that recognizes timing and positioning often matter more than strength, that the clever application of support moves can control the flow of battle more effectively than brute force. Pokemon with Prankster, including Sableye, Meowstic, and Klefki, embody the playful intelligence that finds creative solutions to seemingly insurmountable challenges. As our journey through these remarkable abilities continues, we encounter powers that speak to even more subtle aspects of Pokemon nature, each one a window into the infinite complexity and beauty of this extraordinary beings who share their world with humanity, their abilities serving as constant reminders of the magic that exists just beneath the surface of everyday experience. The ability Storm Drain draws all water type moves to its possessor while providing immunity to their effects and boosting special attack when struck by such moves. This remarkable power transforms what might be seen as weakness into strength, demonstrating how true mastery involves not just resisting challenges, but actually drawing nourishment from them. Pokemon like Gastrodon and Cradily with this ability become living examples of how adversity can be transformed into opportunity, their very presence on the battlefield changing the dynamics of combat by turning the opponent's weapons into sources of their own empowerment. Lightning Rod functions similarly with electric type moves, creating a protective field that draws electrical attacks while converting their energy into enhanced power. This ability speaks to the ancient wisdom of conductors and channels, beings who understand that dangerous forces need not be feared when properly directed and transformed. Sap Sipper provides immunity to grass type moves while increasing attack when struck by them, representing the beautiful cycle of natural consumption and growth. Pokemon with this ability, such as Bouffalant and Azumarill, embody the principle that in nature, what appears to be destruction often serves the purpose of strengthening and renewal. They demonstrate how beings can evolve to find sustenance in the very forces that might threaten others, turn potential harm into vital nourishment through the alchemy of adaptation. The ability Flash Fire grants immunity to fire type moves and increases the power of the possessor's own fire moves when struck by flame. This creates a fascinating paradox where fire strengthens fire, where exposure to one's own element enhances rather than diminishes power. Pokemon like Rapidash and Arcanine with this ability become living furnaces that grow brighter and more intense when exposed to flame, their inner fire fed by external sources, until they burn with an intensity that transcends their original nature. Water Absorb heals the Pokemon when struck by water type moves, transforming attacks into restoration in a demonstration of perfect harmony with elemental forces. This ability represents the wisdom of yielding, the understanding that sometimes the most effective defense is complete receptivity. Pokemon with Water Absorb, including Vaporeon and Quagsire, show us how vulnerability can become strength when we align ourselves completely with the forces around us rather than fighting against them. Volt Absorb performs the same function with electric type moves, creating beings who feed on electrical energy rather than being harmed by it. This ability speaks to the principle of resonance, the way that beings can attune themselves so perfectly to certain frequencies of energy that what destroys others becomes their source of vitality and renewal. The ability Levitate provides immunity to ground type moves by keeping the Pokemon suspended above the Earth's surface. This represents a transcendence in its most literal form, the ability to rise above earthly concerns and remain untouched by forces that affect ground-bound creatures. Pokemon with Levitate, such as Gengar and Crobat, embody the freedom that comes from releasing attachment to solid ground, their perspective expanded by their elevated position above the battlefield. Wonder Guard, one of the most mysterious abilities in existence, makes Pokemon immune to all moves except those that are super effective against them. This ultimate defense represents the principle of selective vulnerability, the understanding that perfect protection might require accepting specific weaknesses in exchange for broad immunity. Only Shedinja possesses this ability naturally, its ghostly form existing in such a state of ethereal being that most attacks simply pass through it harmlessly. The ability Sturdy prevents Pokemon from being knocked out by a single hit when at full health, ensuring that they survive at least long enough to respond to overwhelming force. This represents resilience in its purest form, the inner strength that allows beings to endure even the most devastating attacks and continue fighting. Pokemon with Sturdy, including Magnezone and Skarmory, embody the principle that true toughness comes not from avoiding damage, but from the capacity to absorb it and keep going. Focus Sash creates a similar effect through held items. But the ability Focus Band provides a chance to survive knockout blows throughout battle, representing the unpredictable nature of determination and the way that will to survive can manifest at the most crucial moments. Sandstream automatically creates a sandstorm upon entering battle, transforming the entire battlefield into a harsh desert environment that damages most Pokemon while empowering others. This ability, possessed by powerful Pokemon like Tyranitar and Hippowdon, represents the capacity to impose one's inner environment upon the external world, to be so aligned with certain conditions that one's very presence brings those conditions into being. Drought creates harsh sunlight that intensifies fire-type moves while weakening water attacks, embodying the power of solar energy and the way that light can transform entire ecosystems. Pokemon with drought, such as Ninetales and Torkoal, become living suns whose presence changes the fundamental nature of their surroundings, their inner fire so intense that it affects the weather patterns themselves. Drizzle summons rain that strengthens water, moves, and weakens fire attacks, representing the nurturing power of precipitation and the way that moisture brings life to parched environments. This ability transforms its possessor into a living storm cloud, their presence bringing the gift of rain to refresh and restore the battlefield. Snow Warning creates a hailstorm that damages most Pokemon while providing perfect conditions for ice-type moves, embodying the crystalline purity of winter and the way that cold can preserve and transform. Pokemon with this ability become harbingers of winter's beauty and danger, their presence bringing the clarity that comes with frozen landscapes. The ability Intimidate lowers the attack stat of opposing Pokemon upon entering battle, representing the power of presence and the way that confidence can affect others before any physical confrontation begins. This psychological warfare speaks to the understanding that battles are often won or lost in the mind before the first move is made. Pokemon with Intimidate, including Gyarados and Luxray, possess such commanding presences that their very appearance causes opponents to doubt their own strength. Trace allows Pokemon to copy the abilities of their opponents, representing the power of adaptation and learning through observation. This remarkable gift speaks to the highest form of intelligence, the capacity to understand and replicate the strengths of others. Pokemon with Trace, such as Gardevoir and Porygon Z, become living mirrors that reflect back the abilities they encounter, their flexible nature allowing them to adapt to any situation by becoming what the moment requires. As we continue exploring these magnificent abilities, each one reveals new layers of the profound intelligence that governs Pokemon existence, their powers serving as constant reminders of the infinite creativity and wisdom that flows through all living things, connecting every creature in a vast web of interdependent abilities and mutual support that speaks to the fundamental unity underlying all diversity in the natural world. The ability Wonder Guard represents perhaps the most mysterious and selective form of protection in the Pokemon world, allowing only super effective moves to cause damage while rendering all other attacks completely ineffective. This extraordinary defense mechanism, found exclusively in Shedinja, speaks to the concept of selective permeability and the way that certain forms of existence operate according to different rules than ordinary matter. Wonder Guard transforms its possessor into something beyond conventional understanding, a being that exists in the spaces between normal and extraordinary, vulnerable only to specific frequencies of energy while remaining untouchable by all others. This ability reminds us that protection sometimes comes not from strength, but from operating according to principles that transcend ordinary limitations. Levitate grants immunity to ground type moves by allowing Pokemon to float above the battlefield, representing the power of transcendence and the ability to rise above earthly concerns. This graceful ability speaks to the liberation that comes from lifting oneself beyond the reach of certain troubles, maintaining connection to the world while remaining unbound by its limitations. Pokemon with levitate, such as Gengar and Crobat, move through space with an ethereal quality that suggests mastery over gravity itself. Their presence reminding us that freedom often comes from learning to navigate life from a higher perspective. The ability Sturdy prevents one-hit knockout moves and ensures that a Pokemon with full health cannot be defeated in a single attack, representing the power of resilience and the determination to endure even the most overwhelming challenges. This remarkable defense speaks to the indomitable spirit that refuses to surrender regardless of the odds, the inner strength that allows beings to withstand forces that might otherwise prove immediately devastating. Pokemon with Sturdy, including Skarmory and Forretress, embody the principle that true durability comes not from avoiding damage, but from the capacity to absorb tremendous impact and continue standing. Synchronize causes status conditions inflicted upon its user to also affect the attacker, representing the interconnected nature of all actions and the way that harm directed toward others often returns to its source. This ability speaks to the fundamental law of reciprocity that governs all interactions, the understanding that what we do to others inevitably affects ourselves as well. Pokemon with Synchronize, such as Umbreon and Espeon, serve as living demonstrations of empathy and connection, their ability reminding us that in a truly interconnected world, there is ultimately no separation between self and other. Natural Cure removes all status conditions when a Pokemon switches out of battle, representing the power of renewal and the way that stepping away from challenging situations can restore clarity and health. This gentle ability speaks to the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw for healing, the understanding that sometimes the most powerful action is to create space for natural recovery processes to work. Pokemon with Natural Cure, including Chansey and Blissey, embody the principle that healing often occurs not through force, but through creating conditions that allow the body's innate wisdom to restore balance and vitality. The ability Serene Grace doubles the chance of moves having additional effects, representing the power of grace and the way that alignment with natural rhythms increases the likelihood of beneficial outcomes. This beautiful ability speaks to the understanding that when we move in harmony with the deeper patterns of existence, our actions become more effective and our intentions more likely to manifest. Pokemon with Serene Grace, such as Togekiss and Jirachi, seem blessed with an unusual capacity for their moves to achieve their fullest potential, their presence bringing a quality of enhanced possibility to everything they do. Swift Swim doubles speed and rain, representing the way that favorable conditions can dramatically enhance our natural capabilities, and the importance of recognizing when circumstances align to support our efforts. This ability speaks to the wisdom of understanding environmental factors and the way that external conditions can either support or hinder our progress. Pokemon with swift swim, including Kingdra and Ludicolo, become expressions of perfect adaptation to their preferred conditions, their enhanced speed and rain demonstrating the power that comes from being in complete harmony with one's environment. Chlorophyll doubles speed in harsh sunlight, embodying the way that plants and other photosynthetic beings become more active and energetic when exposed to abundant solar energy. This ability represents the fundamental relationship between light and life, the way that energy from the sun can dramatically enhance the vitality and responsiveness of living beings. Pokemon with chlorophyll, such as Venusaur and Exeggutor, demonstrate the principle that when we align ourselves with sources of natural energy, our own capabilities can be dramatically enhanced beyond their normal limits. The ability Sand Rush doubles speed during sandstorms, representing mastery over harsh conditions and the capacity to thrive in environments that challenge other beings. This remarkable adaptation speaks to the way that some creatures not only survive in difficult circumstances, but actually become more capable and dynamic when faced with adversity. Pokemon with Sand Rush, including Excadrill and Sandslash, embody the principle that challenges can become sources of strength when we learn to work with rather than against the forces that surround us. Guts increases attack when afflicted with a status condition, representing the power of determination and the way that adversity can actually strengthen our resolve and enhance our capabilities. This inspiring ability speaks to the indomitable spirit that emerges when beings are pushed beyond their comfort zones, the way that challenges can unlock reserves of strength that remain hidden during easier times. Pokemon with guts, such as Machamp and Heracross, demonstrate that sometimes our greatest power emerges not despite our difficulties, but because of them. Marvel Scale increases defense when afflicted with a status condition, representing the body's remarkable ability to adapt and strengthen itself in response to threats and challenges. This protective ability speaks to the wisdom of biological systems that can transform stress into strength, using adversity as a catalyst for enhanced resilience. Pokemon with Marvel Scale, including Melodic and Dratini, embody the principle that true beauty and strength often emerge from the process of overcoming difficulties rather than from avoiding them entirely. The ability Quick Feet increases speed when afflicted with a status condition while also preventing paralysis from reducing speed, representing the way that urgency and challenge can accelerate our responses and enhance our agility. This dynamic ability speaks to the heightened awareness and responsiveness that often emerge during times of stress, the way that perceived threats can actually enhance rather than diminish our capabilities. Pokemon with Quick Feet demonstrate that sometimes limitation in one area can lead to enhancement in another. Their increased mobility during affliction, showing how adaptation can transform weakness into strength. Poison Heal restores health instead of taking damage when poisoned, representing the remarkable capacity to transform harmful substances into sources of nourishment and vitality. This extraordinary ability speaks to the alchemical principle of transmutation, the way that what appears toxic can become beneficial when processed through the right kind of awareness and biological wisdom. Pokemon with poison heal, such as Breloom and Gliscor, embody the understanding that with proper adaptation, even the most challenging circumstances can become sources of strength and renewal. Magic Guard prevents damage from anything except direct attacks, representing a form of protection that shields beings from indirect harm while allowing them to engage fully with direct challenges. This selective immunity speaks to the wisdom of distinguishing between different types of threats and maintaining vulnerability only where it serves growth and learning. Pokemon with Magic Guard, including Alakazam and Clefable, demonstrate the principle that true protection comes not from avoiding all risk, but from creating boundaries that allow for meaningful engagement while preventing unnecessary suffering. As these abilities continue to unfold their mysteries, each one reveals another facet of the intricate wisdom that governs Pokemon existence, their diverse powers serving as constant reminders that adaptation and resilience take countless forms, each perfectly suited to the unique challenges and opportunities that different beings encounter in their journey through life, their abilities forming a vast tapestry of interconnected strategies that speak to the infinite creativity and intelligence that flows through all living systems. The ability Guts increases attack when afflicted with a status condition, while also providing immunity to the attack reducing effects of burns, demonstrating how determination and inner strength can actually intensify during moments of physical or emotional distress. This remarkable transformation speaks to the way that true courage often emerges not in the absence of difficulty, but in its very presence, the way that challenges can awaken reserves of power that remain dormant during times of ease. Pokemon with Guts, such as Machamp and Heracross, embody the understanding that adversity can serve as a catalyst for accessing deeper levels of strength, their enhanced power during affliction, revealing the profound resilience that lies within all living beings when they choose to meet challenges with unwavering resolve rather than surrender. Synchronize passes status conditions to the opponent who inflicted them, representing the principle of energetic reciprocity and the way that emotional and physical states tend to mirror and reflect between connected beings. This fascinating ability speaks to the interconnected nature of all existence, the understanding that what affects one being inevitably influences others within the web of relationship and interaction. Pokemon with Synchronize, including Espeon and Umbreon, demonstrate that consciousness and physical states are not isolated phenomena, but rather shared experiences that flow between beings, their ability to reflect conditions back to their source, revealing the deeper truth that separation is often an illusion and that healing or harm tends to ripple outward in ways that eventually return to their point of origin. Natural Cure removes all status conditions when switching out, representing the restorative power of withdrawal and the wisdom of stepping back from challenging situations to allow natural healing processes to unfold. This gentle ability speaks to the importance of recognizing when engagement becomes counterproductive and when the most healing action is to create space for renewal and recovery. Pokemon with Natural Cure, such as Chansey and Blissey, embody the understanding that sometimes the greatest strength lies in knowing when to retreat, their automatic healing upon withdrawal, demonstrating that rest and disengagement are not signs of weakness, but rather essential components of sustainable resilience and long term well being. Serene grace doubles the chance of additional effects from moves occurring, representing the way that peaceful awareness and harmonious alignment can amplify the beneficial outcomes of our actions and intentions. This graceful ability speaks to the power of inner tranquility to enhance effectiveness. The understanding that when we act from a place of calm centeredness, our efforts tend to produce more favorable and far reaching results than when we operate from states of tension or urgency. Pokemon with serene grace, including Togekiss and Dunsparce, demonstrate that serenity is not passive, but rather an active force that enhances the probability of positive outcomes. Their increased likelihood of beneficial effects revealing how inner peace can actually magnify our impact in the world. The ability Huge Power doubles attack while maintaining all other statistics, representing the focused amplification of specific strengths without compromising other aspects of being. This concentrated enhancement speaks to the wisdom of recognizing and maximizing our unique gifts rather than trying to be equally strong in all areas. The understanding that true effectiveness often comes from developing our natural talents to extraordinary levels. Pokemon with huge power, such as Azumarill and Medicum, embody the principle that specialization can be more powerful than generalization. Their dramatically enhanced physical strength, demonstrating how focusing energy and attention on our core abilities can produce results that seem to transcend normal limitations. Pressure causes opponents' moves to consume more energy, representing the way that some beings naturally intensify the environment around them, requiring others to exert greater effort and attention when interacting with them. This subtle yet profound ability speaks to the concept of presence and the way that certain individuals or situations can elevate the stakes and demand higher levels of performance from everyone involved. Pokemon with pressure, including legendary beings like Mewtwo and Ho-Oh, demonstrate that true power sometimes manifests not as direct force, but as an intensification of the field of experience itself. Their ability to increase the cost of actions around them, revealing how consciousness and energy can influence reality in ways that extend far beyond physical interaction. Wonder Guard makes the Pokemon immune to all attacks that are not super effective, representing an almost mystical form of protection that shields beings from harm except in their specific areas of vulnerability. This extraordinary defensive ability speaks to the concept of selective permeability, the wisdom of maintaining openness only to influences that can truly affect growth and transformation while remaining impervious to forces that would merely create unnecessary suffering. The unique Pokemon Shedinja, with its singular possession of Wonder Guard, embodies the understanding that sometimes protection comes not from strength, but from existing in a state where most potential harms simply cannot touch us. Its remarkable immunity demonstrating that there are forms of safety that transcend physical robustness. Airlock neutralizes all weather effects while the Pokemon is present, representing the ability to create spaces of stability and calm within chaotic or turbulent environments. This remarkable power speaks to the capacity of certain beings to serve as centers of equilibrium, their very presence bringing balance and neutrality to situations that might otherwise be dominated by extreme conditions. The legendary Pokemon Rayquaza, with its unique airlock ability, embodies the role of the peacemaker and stabilizer. Its power to calm environmental extremes, demonstrating how consciousness can sometimes transcend and harmonize opposing forces rather than being swept away by them. Trace copies the ability of the opposing Pokemon upon entering battle, representing the remarkable capacity for adaptation through observation and mimicry. This fluid ability speaks to the power of learning through direct experience and the wisdom of temporarily adopting the strengths of others in order to understand and respond to different situations more effectively. Pokemon with trace, such as Gardevoir and Porygon 2, demonstrate the principle that flexibility and responsiveness can be more valuable than rigid consistency. Their ability to mirror the powers of others, revealing how consciousness can expand and adapt by embracing rather than resisting the qualities it encounters. The ability forecast changes the Pokemon's type based on weather conditions, representing the profound capacity for transformation in response to environmental influences. This remarkable adaptability speaks to the way that our essential nature can shift and evolve as we encounter different circumstances. The understanding that identity itself can be fluid and responsive rather than fixed and unchanging. The unique Pokemon cast form, with its exclusive forecast ability, embodies the principle that survival and thriving often require not just enduring change, but actually becoming change. Its ability to transform its very essence in harmony with environmental conditions, demonstrating the deepest levels of adaptation and resilience. Color change alters the Pokemon's type to match the type of the last move that hit it, representing the immediate and responsive nature of adaptation when faced with direct challenges. This instantaneous transformation speaks to the wisdom of learning from every experience, especially those that cause difficulty or discomfort, and using that learning to become more resilient against similar future challenges. Pokemon with color change, such as Kecleon, demonstrate that adaptation need not be a slow process, but can occur in real time. Their ability to immediately shift their fundamental nature in response to attacks, revealing how consciousness can use even harmful experiences as opportunities for growth and enhanced protection. As these remarkable abilities continue to reveal their depths, each one serves as a window into the infinite creativity and wisdom that flows through the natural world, their diverse expressions of power and adaptation forming a vast library of strategies for thriving in an ever-changing universe. The gentle rhythm of these natural phenomena reminds us that strength and resilience take countless forms, each one perfectly suited to the unique circumstances and challenges that different beings encounter, their abilities serving as constant teachers about the art of living with grace, power, and adaptability in a world where change is the only constant and where survival depends not on rigidity, but on the fluid dance of consciousness meeting circumstance with wisdom and creative response. The ability Protean transforms the Pokemon's type to match the move it is about to use, representing the ultimate expression of adaptive fluidity and the wisdom of becoming completely aligned with one's current action. This remarkable transformation speaks to the profound understanding that effectiveness often comes not from maintaining a fixed approach, but from allowing oneself to become completely congruent with the task at hand. The recognition that identity can shift to serve purpose rather than limiting it. Greninja, the most famous bearer of Protean, embodies this principle of total commitment to the present moment, its ability to become the very essence of whatever technique it employs, demonstrating how mastery emerges when there is no separation between the actor and the action, when consciousness flows so completely into the moment that transformation becomes effortless and natural. The ability Libero functions similarly to Protean, changing the Pokemon's type to match its moves, yet carries the additional meaning of freedom and liberation from the constraints of fixed categorization. This ability speaks to the understanding that true freedom comes not from avoiding all structure, but from transcending the limitations that rigid structures can impose, the recognition that identity can be both defined and undefined simultaneously. Cinderace, with its signature libero ability, represents the joyful expression of this freedom, its soccer-inspired movements, reflecting how play and spontaneity can be pathways to the highest levels of skill and adaptability. Its ability to shift types with each move, demonstrating that excellence often emerges when we release attachment to being any one thing and instead embrace the full spectrum of what we might become. Multi-type, the exclusive ability of the mythical Pokemon Arceus, represents the ultimate expression of universal potential and the understanding that at the deepest level, all types and forms are expressions of a single underlying essence. This ability to change type based on the held plate speaks to the profound wisdom that diversity and unity are not opposites but complementary aspects of existence, the recognition that infinite variety can emerge from a single source while remaining fundamentally connected. Arceus, known as the Original One, embodies the principle that true mastery encompasses all possibilities, its multi-type ability serving as a reminder that the highest levels of consciousness include and transcend all particular expressions, demonstrating how universal awareness can manifest through any form while remaining unlimited by any single manifestation. RKS system, possessed by the artificial Pokemon Silvally, represents the technological attempt to recreate the universal adaptability found in nature, its ability to change type through held memory items, speaking to the human aspiration to understand and replicate the infinite creativity of natural systems. This synthetic version of adaptability carries its own wisdom about the relationship between artificial and natural intelligence, the understanding that even created systems can embody profound principles when designed with respect for the patterns that govern effective adaptation. Silvally's transformation represents the bridge between technological innovation and natural wisdom, its ability to shift between types, demonstrating that consciousness, whether evolved or engineered, tends toward flexibility and responsiveness when faced with complex challenges. The ability Imposter allows Ditto to immediately transform into whatever Pokemon it faces, representing the ultimate expression of empathy and the understanding that true comprehension sometimes requires complete identification with another's experience. This instantaneous mirroring speaks to the wisdom of releasing preconceptions about identity and allowing oneself to become a perfect reflection of what is encountered, the recognition that understanding often emerges not through analysis, but through direct experiential knowing. Ditto's unique nature as a transformed Pokemon embodies the principle that consciousness is inherently fluid and capable of assuming any form. Its imposter ability serving as a reminder that the deepest levels of connection come when we temporarily set aside our own patterns to fully inhabit another's reality. Wonder Guard creates an almost impermeable defense that only allows super effective moves to cause damage, representing the wisdom of understanding one's true vulnerabilities and protecting against all other forms of harm. This remarkable defensive ability speaks to the understanding that perfect protection comes not from trying to defend against everything, but from clearly identifying what can truly cause damage and remaining open yet invulnerable to everything else. Shedinja, the ghostly remnant with this exclusive ability, embodies the paradox of being simultaneously fragile and nearly invincible, its Wonder Guard demonstrating how consciousness can achieve profound protection by understanding the precise nature of what threatens it while remaining unaffected by the countless distractions and minor disturbances that cannot truly cause harm. Comatose keeps the Pokémon in a perpetual state of sleep while still allowing it to act normally, representing the wisdom of maintaining deep inner stillness while remaining fully functional in the world. This unique condition speaks to the understanding that the highest levels of consciousness often resemble sleep in their profound restfulness while maintaining complete awareness and responsiveness. Komala, the drowsing Pokémon with this exclusive ability, embodies the principle that true peace comes not from the absence of activity, but from the presence of deep inner calm that remains undisturbed regardless of external circumstances. Its ability to remain asleep while battling demonstrating how consciousness can maintain its essential tranquility even while engaging fully with life's challenges. Schooling allows Wishiwashi to change between its solo and school forms based on its level and health, representing the wisdom of understanding when to stand alone and when to gather strength through unity with others. This remarkable transformation speaks to the fluid nature of leadership and community. The recognition that sometimes individual action is most appropriate while other circumstances call for collective effort. The dramatic change from a small, seemingly weak fish to a massive, powerful school demonstrates how consciousness can shift between different modes of being based on what the situation requires. The understanding that both solitude and community are valuable states that serve different purposes in the journey of growth and effectiveness. Shields Down causes Minior to change from its protective shell form to its active core form when its health drops below half, representing the wisdom of knowing when to maintain protective barriers and when to release them in favor of greater speed and offensive capability. This transformation speaks to the understanding that different phases of experience require different approaches, the recognition that what serves as protection in one moment might become a limitation in another. Minior's meteor-like nature embodies the principle that consciousness sometimes must shed its protective layers to reveal its true essence and power, its ability to transform from defensive to offensive, demonstrating how adaptation often requires the courage to become more vulnerable in order to become more effective. Disguise allows Mimikyu to avoid the first damaging attack it receives in battle. its makeshift Pikachu costume serving as both protection and a poignant expression of the desire to be loved and accepted. This ability speaks to the understanding that sometimes we must create protective facades to survive in a world that might not immediately accept our true nature, while also carrying the deeper wisdom that authentic connection ultimately requires the courage to be genuine. Mimikyu's lonely existence beneath its disguise represents the universal experience of feeling different or misunderstood, its protective ability serving as a metaphor for all the ways consciousness shields itself while yearning for true recognition and acceptance. Iceface provides Iskew with a protective ice cube head that must be broken before the Pokemon can take damage to its actual body, representing the wisdom of creating renewable barriers that can absorb impact while protecting what is most essential. This charming defensive mechanism speaks to the understanding that effective protection often involves creating buffers that can be rebuilt rather than relying solely on permanent defenses that might eventually fail. Iskew's ability to restore its ice face in hail weather demonstrates the principle that consciousness can regenerate its protective mechanisms when supported by favorable conditions. Its penguin like appearance, adding a note of whimsical resilience to the serious business of survival and adaptation. As these fascinating abilities continue to unfold their meanings, each one reveals another facet of the infinite creativity that consciousness employs to meet the challenges and opportunities of existence. The gentle wisdom embedded in these natural phenomena reminds us that adaptation and resilience take countless forms, each one perfectly calibrated to the unique circumstances and needs of different beings. In the quiet contemplation of these remarkable abilities, we find ourselves drawn into a deeper appreciation for the intricate dance between challenge and response, between vulnerability and strength, between the individual expression of consciousness and its universal underlying nature. The soft rhythm of these natural patterns invites us to rest in the understanding that we too are part of this grand tapestry of adaptation and growth. Our own consciousness capable of the same fluid responsiveness and creative problem solving that these abilities demonstrate so beautifully throughout the world of Pokémon. The gentle hum of these observations carries us to another fascinating ability, that of intimidate, which causes an opposing Pokemon's attack stat to be lowered by one stage upon entry into battle. This ability is a profound reflection of the psychological warfare often at play in natural encounters, where a display of dominance or perceived threat can be just as effective, if not more so, than a direct physical assault. It speaks to the power of presence, of the aura that certain beings project, which can disarm and deter potential adversaries without a single physical blow being exchanged. Intimidate is not merely about physical size or strength, but about the perception of it, the unconscious recognition of a formidable opponent that causes others to hesitate, to second guess their own capabilities. This subtle psychological edge allows the Pokemon possessing Intimidate to gain an advantage before the first move is even made, demonstrating how a well-placed display of confidence or ferocity can shift the balance of power. It's a testament to the idea that sometimes the greatest battles are won in the minds of the combatants, and that the projection of power can be just as impactful as its actual manifestation. Consider the Pokemon that often bear this ability: Gyarados, Arcanine, Staraptor. Each one, in its own way, possesses an imposing presence, whether through its sheer size, its regal bearing, or its predatory nature. Their very appearance suggests a power that needs no explicit demonstration, a latent force that commands respect and indeed fear. This ability gently reminds us that in the grand tapestry of life, the subtle art of deterrence plays a significant role in maintaining balance, preventing unnecessary conflict by establishing clear boundaries of power and respect. The wisdom of intimidate lies in its capacity to de escalate, to prevent a full blown confrontation by subtly asserting dominance, much like a growl or a display of plumage in the animal kingdom. It's an ability that speaks to the deeper currents of interaction, where unspoken messages and perceived strength can dictate the course of events, often leading to a peaceful resolution through a clear understanding of who holds the upper hand. As we drift further into the realm of abilities, we encounter those that manipulate the very fabric of the battlefield itself, altering the environment to suit their bearer's needs. Take, for instance, drought, an ability that causes harsh sunlight to appear the moment the Pokemon enters battle. This is a powerful demonstration of how certain beings can profoundly influence their immediate surroundings, bending the elemental forces to their will. Ninetales and Groudon, prominent bearers of this ability, exemplify this mastery over nature. The harsh sunlight not only boosts the power of fire-type moves, but also weakens water-type attacks and allows certain abilities to activate, like chlorophyll, which doubles a Pokemon's speed in harsh sunlight. This interconnectedness highlights the intricate web of cause and effect within the natural world, where one change can ripple outwards, affecting countless other elements. Drought speaks to the innate capacity of some life forms to create optimal conditions for their own flourishing, to sculpt the environment in a way that maximizes their strengths and minimizes their weaknesses. It's a profound metaphor for the conscious choice to cultivate an environment that supports one's growth and success, rather than passively accepting whatever conditions are presented. The sun, a universal symbol of life and energy, becomes an extension of the Pokemon's will, its warmth and light serving as a powerful tool in battle. This ability reminds us that we too possess the capacity to influence our internal and external environments, to cultivate conditions that foster our well-being and allow our unique strengths to shine. The conscious creation of a nurturing environment, whether internal or external, is a powerful act of self-empowerment, a gentle reminder that we are not merely products of our surroundings, but active participants in shaping them. Conversely, we have Drizzle, an ability that summons rain upon entering battle, often associated with powerful water-type Pokemon like Kyogre and Pelipper. Drizzle functions as a mirror image to Drought, demonstrating the same profound environmental manipulation, but with the element of water. Rain enhances water-type moves, weakens fire-type attacks, and triggers abilities like Swift Swim, which doubles speed in rain. This duality of drought and drizzle underscores the fundamental balance of nature, the interplay between sun and rain, heat and moisture, which are essential for life's diverse expressions. Just as some thrive in the scorching sun, others flourish in the refreshing rain. Drizzle embodies the wisdom of adapting the environment to one's own elemental nature, creating a domain where one's strengths are amplified. It speaks to the understanding that aligning with one's intrinsic qualities and creating a supportive atmosphere can lead to unparalleled effectiveness. The constant interplay between these weather altering abilities mirrors the dynamic dance of natural ecosystems, where different forces ebb and flow, each contributing to the overall vitality and complexity of life. The gentle patter of the rain, summoned by drizzle, brings with it a sense of renewal and growth, a quiet assurance that even in the midst of conflict, life finds a way to replenish itself, to nurture what is essential. This ability teaches us about the power of embracing our own elemental essence and consciously shaping our environment to allow that essence to thrive, a peaceful and profound act of self affirmation. As we continue our exploration, we encounter abilities that play with the very concept of physical contact and its consequences. Poison Point, for instance, has a 30% chance of poisoning an opponent that makes direct contact with the Pokémon. This ability is a subtle but potent deterrent, a protective mechanism that punishes aggression. It speaks to the wisdom of having defenses that activate upon interaction, creating a boundary that once crossed carries a cost. Roserade and Nidoking, among others, possess this ability, their very touch becoming a potential source of harm. Poison Point is a gentle reminder that not all defenses are overt or immediately visible. Some protective mechanisms are hidden, activated only when a boundary is breached. It's a reflection of the natural world's myriad ways of discouraging predation or unwanted physical interaction, from venomous fangs to irritating skin. This ability illustrates the principle that sometimes the best defense is one that makes the cost of aggression too high, subtly influencing an opponent's choices by introducing an element of risk. The lingering effect of poison, slowly draining vitality, symbolizes the long-term consequences of careless actions, a quiet lesson in respecting boundaries and understanding the potential repercussions of direct engagement. It's a gentle whisper of caution, urging us to consider the unseen defenses that might be present in any interaction and to approach with mindfulness and respect. Similarly, Flame Body possesses a 30% chance of burning an opponent that makes direct contact. This ability, found on Pokémon like Magcargo and Volcarona, functions much like Poison Point, but with the searing heat of fire. It is a defense that warns through sensory experience, a direct and immediate consequence for touching. The burn, a painful and debilitating status condition, serves as an immediate deterrent, teaching the aggressor a swift lesson about the dangers of physical contact. Flame Body speaks to the power of immediate feedback, of a defense that clearly communicates, "Do not touch." It's a manifestation of the fiery essence of these Pokémon, their very being radiating heat that acts as a protective shield. This ability reflects the natural world's various forms of thermal defense, from the scorching touch of a hot surface to the irritating sting of certain plants. It's a quiet testament to the wisdom of having a palpable, immediate consequence for unwanted interaction, a clear signal that crossing a certain threshold will result in discomfort or harm. The warmth emanating from a Pokémon with Flame Body is not just a passive trait, it's an active, responsive defense, a gentle reminder that some boundaries are best respected from a distance, understanding that intimacy can sometimes come with a cost if not approached with the right intention. Then there is static, which has a 30% chance of paralyzing an opponent upon direct contact. This ability, common among electric type Pokemon like Electabuzz and Raichu, channels the very essence of electricity into a defensive mechanism. Paralysis, which can prevent a Pokemon from moving and halve its speed, is a powerful form of immobilization, effectively neutralizing an aggressor's ability to act. Static is a fascinating illustration of how an elemental essence can be weaponized for defense. It speaks to the wisdom of having a passive yet potent defense that can disrupt an opponent's physical capabilities. The sudden jolt of electricity, the unexpected inability to move freely, serves as a powerful lesson in respecting the boundaries of an electrically charged being. This ability reflects the natural world's use of electrical discharges for defense, from electric eels to certain jellyfish. It's a quiet testament to the principle that sometimes the most effective defense is one that temporarily incapacitates, allowing the defender to escape or regain control. The gentle crackle of static energy, ever present, reminds us that even seemingly passive forces can hold immense power, capable of altering the course of an encounter with a single, unexpected touch. Moving to abilities that influence accuracy, we find Compound Eyes, which increases the Pokemon's accuracy by 30%. This ability, often found on insectoid Pokemon like Butterfree and Galvantula, reflects the intricate sensory perceptions of certain creatures. Their multifaceted eyes grant them a heightened ability to perceive their targets, leading to more precise and effective attacks. It speaks to the wisdom of superior observation and sensory input, where a clearer perception of reality directly translates into more successful actions. Compound Eyes is a beautiful metaphor for the power of detailed awareness. It suggests that by becoming more observant, by enhancing our ability to perceive the nuances of a situation, we can significantly improve our effectiveness and accuracy in whatever we undertake. The intricate structure of a compound eye, with its countless individual lenses, symbolizes the comprehensive and multi-perspective approach that can lead to greater understanding and consequently greater success. This ability gently reminds us that paying close attention, honing our senses, and processing information with greater depth can dramatically improve our chances of hitting our marks, not just in battle, but in all aspects of our intricate lives. It's a quiet whisper, encouraging us to look closer, to see more clearly, and to trust that enhanced perception will guide our actions with greater precision. Conversely, abilities like Sand Veil and Snow Cloak decrease the accuracy of opposing Pokemon by 20% during a sandstorm or hail, respectively. These abilities are fascinating demonstrations of how certain Pokemon can become one with their environment, using the very elements around them for camouflage and evasion. Gibble with Sand Veil, or Frostlass with Snow Cloak, exemplify this mastery of environmental blending. The swirling sand or falling snow provides a natural obscuring curtain, making it difficult for opponents to pinpoint their location or land accurate strikes. These abilities speak to the profound understanding that sometimes the best defense is not about direct confrontation, but about becoming elusive, about disappearing into the background. They highlight the wisdom of using one's surroundings as an extension of one's defense, adapting to the environment in a way that creates a natural advantage. Sand Veil and Snow Cloak are gentle reminders that sometimes the most effective way to avoid harm is to simply blend in, to become less visible, to make it harder for others to target us. They encourage us to consider how we might use our own surroundings, our own environments, to create a sense of anonymity, or to simply make ourselves less of a clear target when needed, allowing us to move and act with greater freedom and less risk. This subtle art of blending and evasion is a profound form of self preservation, a quiet lesson in the power of becoming one with the flow of nature. The ability levitate, which makes the Pokemon immune to ground type moves, offers another profound insight into adaptation. Pokemon like Weezing and Bronzong, which possess this ability, literally rise above a common threat. This is not merely about having wings, it's about an intrinsic quality, an essence that allows them to defy gravity's pull in a specific context. It speaks to the wisdom of being unaffected by common limitations or dangers that plague others. Levitate is a powerful metaphor for transcendence, for rising above the mundane or the restrictive forces that tether others. It suggests that some beings possess an inherent quality that allows them to bypass certain challenges entirely, to simply float above what might hinder others. This ability gently reminds us that not all threats are universal, and that by cultivating certain intrinsic qualities or perspectives, we too can become immune to dangers that might otherwise impact us. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to find our own unique way to rise above, to discover the inherent lightness within us that can lift us beyond the gravitational pull of common problems, allowing us to move through life with a sense of freedom and unaffectedness. Consider the ability Regenerator, which restores 1/3 of the Pokemon's maximum HP when it switches out of battle. This remarkable ability, found on Pokemon like Slowbro and Tangrowth, is a testament to the power of rest and withdrawal for healing and rejuvenation. It suggests a profound understanding that stepping back from conflict, taking a moment to recuperate, can be just as effective as direct healing in battle. Regenerator speaks to the wisdom of strategic retreat, of knowing when to disengage and allow the natural processes of restoration to take over. It's a powerful metaphor for the importance of self-care and recovery in our own lives. Just as a Pokemon benefits from returning to its Pokeball to regain strength, we too benefit from moments of quiet withdrawal, from stepping away from the demands of the world to allow our bodies and minds to heal. This ability gently reminds us that true resilience often comes not from endlessly pushing forward, but from understanding the rhythm of activity and rest, of engagement and retreat. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to honor our need for recuperation, to recognize that sometimes the most productive thing we can do is to simply step back and allow ourselves to regenerate, emerging stronger and more whole. The ability Magic Guard, which prevents the Pokemon from taking indirect damage, is another remarkable example of profound protection. Pokemon like Clefable and Reuniclus, possessing this ability, are immune to poison, burn, hail, sandstorm, entry hazards like Stealth Rock, and even Leech Seed. This is an incredible shield against the subtle, insidious forms of harm that often chip away at a Pokemon's vitality. It speaks to the wisdom of being impervious to the ambient, lingering dangers, the unseen forces that can gradually diminish one's strength. Magic Guard is a powerful metaphor for the cultivation of inner resilience that makes one immune to the constant barrage of subtle stressors and negative influences in life. It suggests that by developing a certain inner strength or energetic field, one can effectively deflect the minor harms that accumulate over time. This ability gently reminds us that not all threats are direct attacks. Some are gradual, cumulative, and insidious. By cultivating a strong inner core, by developing a robust energetic boundary, we too can become less susceptible to the draining effects of everyday irritations and subtle harms. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to fortify our inner world, to create a protective barrier that allows us to navigate the complexities of existence without being constantly chipped away by the less obvious forms of detriment. This profound immunity to indirect harm is a testament to the power of a well protected and strong inner being. As these quiet observations continue to unfold, we find ourselves enveloped in a tapestry of wisdom woven through the very fabric of the Pokémon world. Each ability, a gentle lesson, a soft murmur of insight, guiding us deeper into understanding the myriad ways consciousness expresses itself through adaptation, defense, and interaction. The rhythmic flow of these facts, like a gentle tide, carries us further into a state of serene contemplation, where the boundaries between the external world of Pokemon and our internal world of understanding softly dissolve, leaving behind a tranquil sense of interconnectedness and peaceful awareness. The ability Rough Skin, found on Pokemon like Garchomp and Carvana, offers a different kind of protective mechanism, one that discourages physical contact through direct, albeit mild, retaliation. When an opponent makes contact with a Pokemon possessing rough skin, they take a small amount of damage in return. It's a subtle deterrent, a gentle reminder that engaging in close combat comes with a cost. This ability speaks to the quiet power of boundaries, of letting others know, without aggression, that there are limits to how much they can intrude. It's not about inflicting significant harm, but about creating a gentle disincentive for repeated physical aggression. Rough Skin, in its unassuming way, teaches us about the importance of self preservation and the subtle art of discouraging unwanted interactions. It suggests that sometimes the best defense is a gentle, consistent pushback, a quiet assertion of one's space and integrity. This concept extends beyond the physical realm, hinting at the importance of maintaining emotional and energetic boundaries, where consistent, gentle pushback can deter those who might otherwise trespass. It's a soft echo of the idea that a well defined boundary, even a gently enforced one, can protect our inner peace and prevent others from draining our energy or overstepping our personal space. This passive form of defense is a testament to the wisdom of having a subtle, yet effective, deterrent that maintains harmony without escalating conflict. The ability Wonder Guard, exclusively possessed by Shedinja, is perhaps one of the most enigmatic and powerful defensive abilities in the entire Pokemon world. Wonder Guard makes Shedinja immune to all attacks that are not super effective against it. Given Shedinja's bug ghost typing, this means it is only vulnerable to flying, rock, ghost, fire, and dark type moves. Every other type of attack, including normal, fighting, poison, ground, steel, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy, simply fails to inflict damage. This incredible ability paints a picture of extreme vulnerability paired with extreme resilience. Shedinja, with its mere 13 HP, would be incredibly fragile without Wonder Guard, yet with it, it becomes an almost unassailable fortress against a vast majority of threats. Wonder Guard speaks to the profound truth that sometimes, by embracing our inherent vulnerabilities and understanding our specific weaknesses, we can develop adaptive strategies that render us incredibly strong. It's a quiet whisper about the power of knowing oneself intimately, of recognizing precisely where one is open to harm, and then constructing a defense that specifically addresses those limited vulnerabilities. The vast majority of attacks simply pass through Shedinja, as if it isn't truly there, a ghost like immunity to what most others perceive as substantial threats. This ability is a deep rumination on the nature of perception and reality, suggesting that what one considers a threat might not be a threat at all if one's fundamental nature fundamentally interacts with it differently. It invites us to consider how we might cultivate a similar selective imperviousness in our own lives, not by becoming invulnerable to everything, but by becoming acutely aware of our true vulnerabilities and building specific, targeted protections around them, allowing the vast majority of life's challenges to simply pass us by without impact. Moving to abilities that influence speed and agility, the ability Swift Swim, found on Pokémon like Ludicolo and Kingdra, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during heavy rain. This transformation from steady to spectacularly swift in wet conditions is a beautiful example of environmental adaptation. It speaks to the wisdom of knowing when and where one can truly excel, of understanding how certain conditions can amplify one's inherent strengths. For these Pokemon, rain is not a hindrance but a catalyst, turning them into blur-like competitors. Swift Swim gently encourages us to seek out and embrace environments or conditions that bring out the best in us, recognizing that our full potential might only be unleashed when the external circumstances align perfectly with our innate capabilities. It's a soft reminder that sometimes the key to greater efficiency and success isn't just about internal effort, but about intelligently choosing the right context for our actions. The way a Pokemon like Ludicolo, often depicted as slow and carefree, becomes a whirlwind of motion in the rain is a profound metaphor for finding one's element, for discovering the conditions under which one can truly shine. Similarly, the ability Chlorophyll, found on Pokemon like Venusaur and Lilligant, doubles the Pokemon's speed stat during harsh sunlight. This mirrors Swift Swim's rain-based acceleration, but instead harnesses the energy of the sun. It illustrates the incredible diversity of life's adaptations to different environmental energies. Chlorophyll users thrive under the sun's warm embrace, becoming exceptionally agile and quick. This ability speaks to the powerful connection between living beings and their primary energy sources, highlighting how vital resources can not only sustain life, but also significantly enhance performance. It's a quiet whisper, encouraging us to connect with our own sources of energy and vitality, whether they be literal sunlight, nourishing food, inspiring ideas, or supportive relationships. When we are bathed in the right kind of energy, our own internal mechanisms can speed up, allowing us to think more clearly, move more freely, and act more decisively. The way a seemingly placid plant-like Pokemon can transform into a swift force under the sun's rays is a gentle lesson in understanding and leveraging our energy inputs for optimal output. Conversely, the ability Sand Rush, found on Pokémon like Excadrill and Stoutland, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during a sandstorm. This adaptation is for those who thrive in abrasive, challenging environments. While others might be hindered by the swirling sands, these Pokemon find their footing, accelerating with surprising grace. Sand Rush teaches us about resilience in adverse conditions, about discovering a unique advantage in what others perceive as a disadvantage. It's a soft murmur that reminds us that not all growth and speed happen in comfortable, ideal settings. Sometimes it's in the midst of difficulty, in the very heart of a sandstorm, that we can find our true pace, our unique rhythm, and an unexpected surge of energy. This ability offers a beautiful perspective on turning obstacles into opportunities, on finding a way to not just endure, but to excel when the going gets tough. It suggests that by adapting our internal mechanisms to external challenges, we can transform what appears to be a hindrance into a powerful catalyst for progress. The ability Intimidate, possessed by many powerful Pokemon such as Arcanine, Gyarados, and Staraptor, lowers the attack stat of all opposing Pokemon when the Pokemon with Intimidate enters battle. This is a profound ability that speaks to the power of presence and aura. It's not about direct physical attack, but about a psychological effect, a subtle dampening of an opponent's confidence and strength simply by being there. Intimidate teaches us about the non-physical aspects of strength, the way one's demeanor, reputation, or sheer presence can influence the dynamics of any encounter. It's a quiet whisper, suggesting that sometimes the most effective way to neutralize a threat is not through confrontation, but through a powerful, calm assertion of one's own space and energy. This ability reminds us that cultivating a strong, steady inner state can project an aura that naturally discourages aggression and diminishes the perceived power of potential adversaries. It's about leading with presence rather than force, and allowing one's inherent gravitas to gently recalibrate the energy of an interaction. The sheer number of Pokemon that possess this ability across various types and evolutionary lines underscores its universal appeal and effectiveness as a strategic tool in the intricate dance of battles. It's a testament to the idea that true power can often be expressed without a single strike, purely through the force of one's being. The ability Sturdy, found on Pokemon like Skarmory and Donphan, is another fundamental protective mechanism. It prevents the Pokemon from being knocked out in one hit if its HP is full, leaving it with 1 HP instead. This ability provides a crucial safety net, a single moment of absolute resilience that can turn the tide of a battle. Sturdy speaks to the quiet importance of having a foundational layer of protection, something that ensures one always has a chance, even against overwhelming odds. It's a gentle reminder that sometimes the most important thing is simply to stay standing, to endure that one critical blow, and to be left with just enough strength to respond. This ability is a metaphor for the last-ditch effort, the unwavering determination to not be completely overwhelmed. It suggests that even when faced with what seems like an unavoidable knockout blow, there can be an inner resilience that allows one to withstand it, to remain in the game, however minimally. Sturdy is a testament to the power of having a core strength that prevents total collapse, offering a whisper of hope and the chance for a comeback in the face of immense pressure. The ability Levitate, possessed by Pokemon like Gengar, Weezing, and Mismagius, grants immunity to ground-type moves. This simple yet profound ability speaks to the power of rising above, of transcending limitations. By levitating, these Pokemon are untouched by tremors, sinkholes, and earthen attacks that would fell others. It's a quiet whisper about finding ways to elevate oneself above the common struggles, to develop a perspective or a characteristic that makes one impervious to certain foundational threats. Levitate encourages us to seek out higher ground, both literally and figuratively, to cultivate a lightness of being that allows us to glide over obstacles that might otherwise ground us. It reminds us that not all threats need to be confronted directly. Some can simply be bypassed by changing our orientation or our state of being. The image of a Pokemon effortlessly floating above the fray, unharmed by the very ground beneath it, is a beautiful metaphor for developing an inner detachment that allows us to observe and navigate earthly challenges without being fully subject to their crushing weight. It points to the wisdom of non-engagement with certain types of conflict, choosing instead to elevate oneself beyond their reach. The ability Regenerator, found on Pokemon like Slowbro, Tangrowth, and Toxapex, restores 1/3 of the Pokemon's maximum HP when it switches out of battle. This ability is a powerful testament to the wisdom of strategic retreat and recuperation. It speaks to the understanding that sometimes withdrawing from a situation is not a weakness, but a strength, a deliberate act of self-care that allows for sustained effort over time. Regenerator is a gentle reminder that consistent engagement without periods of recovery can lead to burnout and exhaustion. It encourages us to embrace the rhythm of activity and rest, to recognize the profound benefits of stepping away to heal and recharge before returning to the task at hand. This ability beautifully illustrates the concept of sustainable effort, where short breaks are leveraged to maintain overall vitality and effectiveness. It's a quiet whisper about the importance of knowing when to pull back, to allow one's inner resources to replenish, ensuring that when one re-engages, it is with renewed strength and vigor. The cycle of engagement, withdrawal, and regeneration is a profound lesson in maintaining balance and longevity in any endeavor. The ability Sheer Force, found on Pokemon like Darmanitan and Conkeldurr, enhances the power of moves that have additional effects, but at the cost of negating those additional effects. For example, a move like Flamethrower, which normally has a chance to burn, would simply deal more damage without the burn chance. This ability speaks to the wisdom of focused intent, of channeling all available energy into one primary objective. It's a quiet whisper about the power of simplification, of stripping away secondary considerations to maximize core effectiveness. Sheer Force encourages us to identify our main goal and direct all our resources towards achieving it, even if it means foregoing supplementary benefits. It suggests that sometimes the most potent approach is a direct, unadulterated application of power without distractions or complex secondary outcomes. This ability is a metaphor for single-minded determination, for bringing absolute focus to a task and allowing that focus to amplify one's core strength. It reminds us that while versatility has its merits, there are times when sheer, unadulterated power, delivered with unwavering intent, is the most effective path forward. The ability Unaware, possessed by Pokemon like Clefable and Quagsire, causes the Pokemon to ignore any stat changes in the opponent. This means that if an opponent has boosted their attack, defense, or speed, unaware Pokemon will still calculate damage and effects as if those boosts never happened. This ability is a profound reflection on the power of remaining uninfluenced by external perceptions of strength or weakness. It speaks to the wisdom of focusing on one's own objective reality rather than being swayed or intimidated by an opponent's perceived advantages. Unaware is a gentle reminder to trust in one's own judgment and assessment, to not be distracted or discouraged by the inflated claims or apparent enhancements of others. It encourages us to engage with situations based on fundamental truths rather than being caught up in the illusions of temporary advantages or disadvantages. This ability suggests that a calm, unwavering focus on the core facts, ignoring the superficial fluctuations of power, can lead to a more stable and effective approach. It is a quiet whisper about the inner peace that comes from not allowing external boasting or self-aggrandizement to affect one's own steady path, treating all equally, regardless of their temporary ascensions or dissensions in power. The ability Multiscale, unique to Lugia, reduces the damage taken by the Pokemon when its HP is full. This ability provides an initial layer of incredible resilience, allowing Lugia to absorb a powerful first hit with significantly reduced impact. Multiscale speaks to the wisdom of having an exceptional defense when one is at one's strongest, recognizing that the initial moments of engagement are often the most crucial. It's a quiet whisper about the strategic importance of protecting one's full potential, ensuring that one can withstand the initial shock and maintain stability. This ability encourages us to cultivate a strong starting position, to enter challenges with our full resources and defenses optimized, thereby preventing early setbacks from derailing our efforts. It suggests that by minimizing the impact of the first blow, one can maintain control and dictate the pace of subsequent interactions. Multiscale is a profound metaphor for the immense value of being fully prepared and protected at the outset, allowing one to preserve maximum energy and resolve for the entire duration of a challenge. It's a reminder that a well-defended beginning can often lead to a more successful and less strenuous journey. Conversely, the ability Marvel Scale, found on Melodic, increases the Pokemon's defense stat by 50% when it is afflicted by a status condition like poison, burn, or paralysis. This ability is a beautiful illustration of finding strength in adversity, of transforming a perceived weakness into a tangible advantage. Marvel Scale speaks to the profound truth that challenges and difficulties can often unlock hidden reserves of resilience and protective mechanisms within us. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to look for the opportunities embedded within our struggles, to understand that sometimes the very things that seem to hinder us can also make us stronger. This ability suggests that when faced with discomfort or affliction, we can activate an internal defense system that makes us more robust and capable of enduring. It is a powerful metaphor for the process of growth through hardship, reminding us that being afflicted does not necessarily mean being weakened. It can, in fact, be a catalyst for developing greater inner fortitude and protective layers. Melodic's shimmering scales hardening in the face of status conditions is a gentle lesson in turning perceived vulnerability into an undeniable strength. The ability Natural Cure, found on Pokémon like Blissey and Roserade, cures the Pokemon of any status conditions when it switches out of battle. This ability is a remarkable example of passive self healing and maintaining optimal health through strategic disengagement. Natural Cure speaks to the wisdom of regular periods of detoxification and resetting, of allowing the body and mind to naturally purge any lingering ailments or stressors. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to respect our inherent capacity for recovery, to recognize that sometimes the best remedy is a temporary retreat and allowing our system to naturally rebalance itself. This ability suggests that by stepping away from the source of affliction, even for a brief moment, we can activate an internal restorative process that cleanses and revitalizes us. It's a profound metaphor for the importance of regular breaks, mental resets, and allowing oneself the space and time for natural healing. The cycle of engagement, affliction, disengagement, and complete recovery is a gentle reminder that sustained well-being often comes from intelligent management of presence and absence, allowing the body's innate wisdom to take over and restore balance. The ability trace, found on Porygon 2 and Gardevoir, copies the opponent's ability when the Pokemon enters battle. This ability is a fascinating exploration of adaptability and strategic mimicry. Trace speaks to the wisdom of observing and understanding one's environment, of being able to instantly adapt and utilize the strengths of others. It's a quiet whisper about the power of learning and incorporating valuable traits from those around us, recognizing that flexibility and the ability to assimilate can be incredibly potent. This ability encourages us to be open to new ways of operating, to be observant of what makes others effective, and to be willing to temporarily adopt those qualities for our own benefit. It suggests that true intelligence often lies not just in one's inherent capabilities, but in the capacity to assimilate and leverage the capabilities present in the environment. Trace is a profound metaphor for the beauty of learning through observation and imitation, reminding us that sometimes the best way to navigate a situation is to intuitively understand and temporarily mirror the most effective strategies present within it, allowing us to respond with an optimized form of our own existence. The ability Intimidate, possessed by powerful Pokemon like Arcanine and Gyarados, lowers the attack stat of all opposing Pokemon when the Intimidate user enters battle. This is a fascinating depiction of presence and psychological impact, a subtle yet profound demonstration of how a formidable aura alone can diminish an adversary's effectiveness. Intimidate speaks to the wisdom of projecting confidence and strength, of understanding that a powerful demeanor can often de-escalate or even neutralize a potential threat without direct confrontation. It's a quiet whisper about the power of nonverbal communication, of how an imposing stance or a steady gaze can profoundly alter the dynamics of an interaction. This ability encourages us to recognize the subtle yet potent influence of one's presence, to understand that sometimes the most effective defense or offense is not a physical strike, but a psychological shift induced in the opponent. It suggests that true power isn't always about brute force, but often resides in the capacity to affect the mental state and perceived capabilities of others. Intimidate is a profound metaphor for the impact of reputation and confidence, reminding us that a well-established presence, a history of strength, or simply a calm, unwavering resolve can significantly diminish the perceived threat of any challenge. It's a gentle lesson in the art of projection, acknowledging that how we present ourselves can define the initial terms of engagement, often dictating the flow of an interaction before a single move is made, allowing us to quietly assert dominance through sheer presence. The ability Marvel Scale, specific to melodic, increases melodic's defense stat by 50% when it is afflicted by a status condition. This is a truly beautiful and poetic ability, transforming perceived vulnerability into an undeniable strength. Marvel Scale speaks to the wisdom of resilience, of finding inner fortitude when faced with adversity. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to reframe challenges, to understand that sometimes the very things that seem to weaken us can, in fact, make us stronger if we embrace them with a resilient spirit. This ability highlights the transformative power of endurance, suggesting that enduring hardship can forge an unbreakable core, turning what might be seen as a disadvantage into a formidable asset. It's a profound metaphor for growth through struggle, reminding us that true strength often emerges not from the absence of problems, but from the courageous and steadfast navigation through them. Melodix's shimmering scales, hardening in the face of status conditions, is a gentle lesson in turning perceived vulnerability into an undeniable strength, transforming suffering into a source of unwavering protection, allowing its inner beauty to shine even brighter when tested. The ability Guts, found on Pokémon like Ursaring and Machamp, increases the Pokémon's attack stat by 50% when it is afflicted by a status condition. Similar to Marvel Scale, Guts represents a profound resilience, but it channels this adversity into offensive power rather than defensive fortitude. Guts speaks to the wisdom of channeling struggle into motivation, of allowing challenges to ignite an inner fire that fuels greater effort and intensity. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to find strength in vulnerability, to recognize that sometimes the very things that hinder us can also serve as catalysts for extraordinary bursts of energy and determination. This ability suggests that when pushed to our limits, we often discover reserves of strength we never knew we possessed, transforming pain or discomfort into a potent drive to overcome. It's a profound metaphor for the human spirit's capacity to convert hardship into a powerful impetus for action, reminding us that even when wounded, our resolve can sharpen, making us hit harder and fight with greater passion. The Pokemon with Guts teach us that affliction doesn't always lead to weakness. Sometimes it awakens a raw, untamed power, allowing us to strike with renewed vigor and determination, turning suffering into a wellspring of offensive might. The ability Magic Guard, exclusive to Clefable and Reuniclus, prevents the Pokemon from taking indirect damage, such as from status conditions like poison or burn, or from entry hazards like Stealth Rock. This ability is a remarkable depiction of inherent protection and a calm immunity to the minor scourges of existence. Magic Guard speaks to the wisdom of having an intrinsic shield, of possessing an inner resilience that deflects the persistent, insidious forms of harm. It's a quiet whisper about the power of inner peace and equilibrium, suggesting that a well-balanced state can render many external irritants utterly ineffective. This ability encourages us to cultivate a robust internal environment, one where the slow erosion of persistent stressors cannot take root, allowing us to move through life unburdened by the minor but cumulative afflictions that might hinder others. It's a profound metaphor for mental and emotional fortitude, reminding us that by developing a strong internal core, we can become impervious to the subtle, ongoing pressures and anxieties that often drain our energy. Magic Guard teaches us to build an impenetrable spirit, one that remains serene and unharmed even when surrounded by the constant, low level frictions of the world, allowing us to conserve our strength for what truly matters. The ability Sheer Force, found on Pokémon like Darmanitan and Conkeldurr, removes the additional effects of moves but increases their power by 30%. This ability is a fascinating study in focus and specialized power, demonstrating a willingness to sacrifice versatility for raw, concentrated impact. Sheer Force speaks to the wisdom of specialization, of honing a few chosen actions to their absolute peak effectiveness. It's a quiet whisper encouraging us to concentrate our energies, to understand that sometimes letting go of secondary benefits allows us to achieve a much greater primary outcome. This ability suggests that by forgoing the subtle frills or additional properties of an action, we can unlock a deeper, more potent core strength within that action itself. It's a profound metaphor for the power of uncompromising determination, reminding us that by simplifying our approach and focusing on the core objective, we can often achieve a level of impact that is unattainable through more generalized efforts. Sheer Force teaches us to strip away the non essential, to focus on the pure delivery of power, allowing us to strike with a concentrated force that leaves a profound and undeniable impression, maximizing impact through singular intent. The ability Regenerator, found on Pokemon like Slowbro and Toxapex, restores 1/3 of the Pokemon's maximum HP when it switches out of battle. This ability is a beautiful illustration of sustainable recovery and the power of strategic withdrawal. Regenerator speaks to the wisdom of self care and knowing when to step back to replenish one's resources. It's a quiet whisper about the importance of regular recovery periods, of understanding that consistent, gradual restoration can maintain optimal health over the long term. This ability encourages us to embrace the cycle of engagement and retreat, recognizing that sometimes the most effective way to continue contributing is to temporarily disengage and allow our systems to naturally heal and re energize. It's a profound metaphor for the ongoing process of self renewal, reminding us that by consciously creating space for rest and rejuvenation, we can ensure our sustained vitality and effectiveness. Regenerator teaches us the art of intelligent self management, allowing us to always return to the fray refreshed and ready, ensuring longevity and resilience through the gentle rhythm of replenishment. The ability Prankster, found on Pokemon like Sableye and Whimsicott, gives priority to status moves. This ability is a delightful exploration of cunning and strategic advantage, demonstrating how quickness of action in non-damaging maneuvers can control the flow of a situation. Prankster speaks to the wisdom of preemptive action and the power of disruption. It's a quiet whisper about the effectiveness of subtle interventions, suggesting that sometimes the most impactful move isn't a direct attack, but a swift, well-timed adjustment that alters the opponent's entire plan. This ability encourages us to think beyond brute force, to recognize the strategic value of setting the stage, of applying conditions, or of altering the environment before a direct confrontation even begins. It's a profound metaphor for the power of foresight and tactical manipulation, reminding us that a well-placed, quick action can often dictate the terms of engagement and create an insurmountable advantage. Prankster teaches us to value agility of mind and swiftness in non physical actions, allowing us to subtly orchestrate events to our favor, turning the tide with gentle yet decisive movements. The ability technician, possessed by Pokemon like Sizer and Breloom, boosts the power of moves with 60 base power or less by 50%. This ability is a fascinating ode to precision and the mastery of smaller, quicker actions. Technician speaks to the wisdom of refining efficiency and maximizing the impact of seemingly minor efforts. It's a quiet whisper about the power of consistent, well executed small steps, suggesting that when perfectly performed, even modest actions can accumulate into significant force. This ability encourages us to value accuracy and skill over sheer size or raw power, recognizing that a series of finely tuned, rapid movements can often outshine a single, slower, but more powerful strike. It's a profound metaphor for the importance of detail and execution, reminding us that true mastery often lies in the ability to make every single action count, no matter how small it may appear. Technician teaches us that dedication to precision and the optimization of even the most subtle techniques can lead to an undeniable and potent form of strength, allowing us to weave a tapestry of effective, rapid strikes. The ability Multiscale, specific to Dragonite, reduces damage taken by 50% when the Pokemon is at full HP. This ability is a beautiful representation of initial resilience and the protective power of being in an optimal state. Multiscale speaks to the wisdom of maintaining one's health and readiness, of understanding that a full and vibrant state provides a significant buffer against initial shocks. It's a quiet whisper about the importance of starting strong, suggesting that being fully prepared and rested offers a crucial layer of defense against the first impact of a challenge. This ability encourages us to value preventative care and to ensure that we are always at our peak when facing new situations, recognizing that this initial robustness can absorb significant strain. It's a profound metaphor for the protective benefits of well-being and preparedness, reminding us that a balanced and healthy state provides an invaluable shield against the unexpected blows of life. Multiscale teaches us to cherish our full potential, allowing us to weather the initial storms with grace and fortitude, conserving our energy for the challenges yet to come. The ability Moody, found on Pokemon like Octillery and Smeargle, raises one random stat by 2 stages and lowers another random stat by 1 stage at the end of each turn. This ability is a chaotic yet intriguing demonstration of unpredictable adaptation and constant flux. Moody speaks to the wisdom of embracing change and the unpredictable nature of progress. It's a quiet whisper about the dynamic ebb and flow of strengths and weaknesses, suggesting that growth is rarely a linear path, but often involves a series of adjustments, some favorable, some less so. This ability encourages us to find opportunities within randomness, to adapt to shifting circumstances, and to understand that even apparent setbacks can sometimes precede unexpected gains. It's a profound metaphor for the journey of self-discovery and evolution, reminding us that by constantly reevaluating and adjusting, we can navigate through uncertainty and eventually find moments of profound advantage. Moody teaches us to ride the waves of change, allowing us to discover new facets of our capabilities through a continuous dance of growth and realignment. The ability Sturdy, common on rock and steel type Pokemon like Golem and Skarmory, prevents the Pokemon from being knocked out in one hit if it is at full HP, leaving it with 1 HP instead. This ability is a fundamental depiction of sheer tenacity and an unyielding will to endure. Sturdy speaks to the wisdom of having a foundational resistance, of possessing an innate hardiness that prevents complete collapse from a single devastating blow. It's a quiet whisper about the power of resilience in the face of overwhelming force, suggesting that sometimes simply refusing to fall is a victory in itself. This ability encourages us to build a strong base, to cultivate a core toughness that can withstand even the most impactful strike, ensuring that we always have a chance to recover and retaliate. It's a profound metaphor for grit and perseverance, reminding us that even when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds, an unwavering spirit can prevent total defeat and allow for a comeback. Sturdy teaches us the invaluable lesson of enduring the first, most powerful shock, allowing us to stand firm and continue the fight, even if only by the thinnest thread of life. The ability Levitate, found on Pokemon like Gengar and Weezing, grants immunity to ground-type moves and entry hazards like spikes and toxic spikes. This ability is a serene portrayal of detachment and rising above earthly constraints. Levitate speaks to the wisdom of transcendence, of possessing a quality that allows one to float above the common difficulties and ground-based limitations. It's a quiet whisper about the power of perspective and the ability to elevate oneself beyond the struggles that anchor others. This ability encourages us to find ways to rise above the petty annoyances and persistent obstacles that might hinder progress, recognizing that a different vantage point can offer freedom from common afflictions. It's a profound metaphor for mental and emotional freedom, reminding us that by cultivating a lightness of being, we can avoid being bogged down by the daily grind and the spikes of negativity. Levitate teaches us to cultivate an airy grace, allowing us to glide effortlessly over the obstacles that might otherwise trap us, maintaining a serene distance from the ground-level chaos. The ability Swift Swim, found on Pokémon like Ludicolo and Kingdra, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during rainy weather. This ability is a vibrant illustration of capitalizing on environmental conditions and finding one's optimal element. Swift Swim speaks to the wisdom of adapting to and thriving within specific circumstances. It's a quiet whisper about the power of being in one's natural element, suggesting that certain conditions can unlock extraordinary potential and amplify inherent strengths. This ability encourages us to recognize and seek out environments where our unique talents can truly flourish, understanding that the right setting can transform us from competent to exceptional. It's a profound metaphor for finding one's niche and harnessing the power of alignment, reminding us that by positioning ourselves within favorable conditions, we can achieve remarkable bursts of efficiency and agility. Swift Swim teaches us to listen to the whisper of the weather, allowing us to move with unparalleled grace and speed when the conditions are just right, becoming one with the prevailing currents. The ability Sand Rush, found on Pokémon like Excadrill and Stoutland, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during a sandstorm. Similar to Swift Swim, Sand Rush exemplifies the power of environmental adaptation but it finds its strength in the abrasive, gritty conditions of a sandstorm. Sandrush speaks to the wisdom of finding power in harshness, of thriving where others might falter. It's a quiet whisper about harnessing turbulent conditions, suggesting that what seems chaotic or difficult to some can be a source of incredible acceleration for others. This ability encourages us to discover our resilience and our capacity to excel, even in challenging or uninviting environments, recognizing that adversity can sometimes sharpen our focus and propel us forward. It's a profound metaphor for finding strength within difficulty, reminding us that by embracing the sandstorm of life, we can often discover an unexpected surge of energy and momentum. Sandrush teaches us to embrace the tempest, allowing us to cut through the swirling dust with unmatched velocity, turning environmental challenge into personal triumph. The ability Chlorophyll, found on Pokémon like Venusaur and Lilligant, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during harsh sunlight. This ability is a radiant demonstration of drawing energy from life-giving forces and flourishing in optimal light. Chlorophyll speaks to the wisdom of absorbing positive energy and translating it into vibrant activity. It's a quiet whisper about the power of warmth and illumination, suggesting that when bathed in the right kind of light, our growth and vitality can accelerate dramatically. This ability encourages us to seek out environments that nourish and energize us, to bask in the conditions that promote our fastest and most productive movements. It's a profound metaphor for finding our source of light and allowing it to fuel our endeavors, reminding us that aligning with life affirming energies can unlock incredible speed and responsiveness. Chlorophyll teaches us to turn towards the sun, allowing us to bloom and move with a lively quickness when under its gentle, powerful gaze, transforming light into lively motion. The ability Snowcloak, found on Pokémon like Froslass and Glesson, raises the Pokémon's evasion by one stage during a hailstorm. This ability is a delicate depiction of blending into one's environment and using natural conditions for protection. Snowcloak speaks to the wisdom of camouflage and the strategic advantage of obscurity. It's a quiet whisper about the power of subtlety, suggesting that sometimes the best defense is to become less visible, less tangible, and more difficult to target. This ability encourages us to understand our surroundings and to use natural elements to our advantage, recognizing that blending in can provide a crucial layer of defense against direct confrontation. It's a profound metaphor for the art of discretion and the protective qualities of being unobtrusive, reminding us that by harmonizing with our environment, we can often avoid the direct impact of challenges. Snowcloak teaches us to embrace the swirling flakes, allowing us to move with an elusive grace, making us harder to pin down and more likely to evade harm, turning the cold obscurity into a gentle shield. The ability Soundproof, found on Pokémon like Exploud and Abomasnow, grants immunity to sound-based moves. This ability is a serene portrayal of inner quietude and an imperviousness to external noise and disturbance. Soundproof speaks to the wisdom of mental fortitude and the capacity to filter out distracting or harmful auditory input. It's a quiet whisper about the power of focused attention and the ability to maintain composure amidst cacophony. This ability encourages us to cultivate an inner sanctuary, a space where the clamor of the outside world cannot penetrate, allowing us to remain calm and undisturbed. It's a profound metaphor for mental resilience and the importance of protecting one's peace of mind, reminding us that by consciously choosing what we allow to affect us, we can remain unaffected by noise and unnecessary pressures. Soundproof teaches us to build an internal quiet, allowing us to move through life unperturbed by the shouts and sonic assaults, preserving our serenity and focus. The ability Unburden, found on Pokémon like Holucha and Skeptile, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat when its held item is consumed or lost. This ability is a dynamic illustration of liberation and finding explosive speed once freed from external weights. Unburden speaks to the wisdom of letting go and the power of shedding burdens. It's a quiet whisper about the transformative effect of release, suggesting that sometimes, once we've given up something we were carrying, we discover an incredible lightness and agility we didn't know we possessed. This ability encourages us to consider what we might be holding on to that, once released, could unlock a significant boost in our momentum and freedom of movement. It's a profound metaphor for the power of non attachment and the unexpected surge of energy that comes from simplifying our load, reminding us that true speed often comes from being unencumbered. Unburden teaches us that sometimes the greatest leaps forward happen after we have gently released what we once held, allowing us to burst forth with newfound swiftness and freedom. The ability Wonder Guard, uniquely possessed by Shedinja, renders it immune to all attacks that are not super effective against it. This extraordinary ability is a profound meditation on vulnerability and impenetrable defense, a delicate balance between absolute fragility and an almost divine invincibility. Wonder Guard speaks to the wisdom of understanding one's core weaknesses and then building an entire existence around nullifying everything else. It's a quiet whisper about the power of precise knowledge and the strategic brilliance of making yourself untouchable to all but the most specific threats. This ability encourages us to consider how selective vulnerability can paradoxically lead to incredible resilience, suggesting that by knowing what truly harms us, we can become impervious to everything else. It's a profound metaphor for the specialized protection that comes from profound self-awareness, reminding us that by understanding our elemental makeup, we can become a beacon of unassailability. Wonder Guard teaches us to embrace our unique composition, turning potential weaknesses into the very foundation of an almost magical defense, allowing us to float through challenges untouched by the vast majority of impacts. The ability Levitate, found on many ghost and flying type Pokémon, such as Ghastly and Wheezing, grants immunity to ground type moves and terrain effects like spikes. This ability is a gentle representation of detachment and a graceful elevation above earthly concerns and obstacles. Levitate speaks to the wisdom of rising above and the tranquil freedom that comes from being unburdened by the pull of the ground. It's a quiet whisper about the power of transcendence, suggesting that by lifting ourselves, we can avoid many of the rooted troubles that affect others. This ability encourages us to cultivate a perspective that allows us to float above the fray, unaffected by the foundational disturbances that might trip up those who remain firmly planted. It's a profound metaphor for spiritual lightness and the advantage of an aerial view, reminding us that by not being tethered, we can navigate life's landscape with an elegant ease. Levitate teaches us to find our inner buoyancy, allowing us to glide over difficulties that would otherwise impede our progress, providing a serene path through the world. The ability Intimidate, carried by Pokémon like Arcanine and Gyarados, lowers the attack stat of all opposing Pokémon upon entering battle. This ability is a powerful illustration of presence and the subtle yet potent influence of respect and caution. Intimidate speaks to the wisdom of projecting an aura of strength without needing to strike a single blow. It's a quiet whisper about the power of reputation and the psychological advantage that comes from inspiring a healthy dose of apprehension. This ability encourages us to understand the impact of our demeanor and the way our very entrance can shift the dynamics of an encounter. It's a profound metaphor for the non physical aspects of strength and the way a confident bearing can reduce the perceived threat from others, reminding us that sometimes the most effective defense is a commanding presence. Intimidate teaches us to carry ourselves with an inner strength that gently dampens the aggressive impulses of those around us, creating a calmer, less combative environment. The ability Natural Cure, found on Pokémon like Roserade and Starmie, heals all status conditions upon switching out of battle. This ability is a soothing representation of inherent regeneration and the restorative power of rest and retreat. Natural Cure speaks to the wisdom of knowing when to step back and allow the natural healing processes to take over. It's a quiet whisper about the body's innate capacity for recovery and the importance of creating space for rejuvenation. This ability encourages us to trust in the cycles of restoration, suggesting that sometimes the best way to overcome an ailment is to simply withdraw for a moment and allow our inner systems to reset. It's a profound metaphor for the benefits of taking a pause and the cleansing effect of a gentle transition, reminding us that stepping away can often be the most effective medicine. Natural Cure teaches us to embrace the rhythm of self-care, allowing us to return to our endeavors, refreshed and unburdened by lingering discomforts. The ability Guts, found on Pokémon like Ursaring and Machamp, increases the Pokémon's attack stat by 50% when afflicted by a status condition. This ability is a fierce testament to resilience and the extraordinary strength that can be found in adversity. Guts speaks to the wisdom of transforming challenges into opportunities and finding power within perceived weaknesses. It's a quiet whisper about the fiery spirit that ignites when faced with hardship, suggesting that sometimes it is precisely our struggles that unlock our greatest potential. This ability encourages us to rethink our relationship with discomfort, prompting us to see how a difficult situation can actually fuel an incredible surge of determination and force. It's a profound metaphor for turning pain into power and the indomitable will that emerges when we refuse to be defeated, reminding us that even when wounded, our resolve can make us stronger. Guts teaches us to channel our struggles into an unyielding drive, allowing us to strike with intensified conviction and overcome even when we are hurting. The ability Swift Swim, carried by Pokémon like Ludicolo and Kingdra, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during rain. This ability is a fluid illustration of adaptability and the serene grace of moving with the natural flow of the environment. Swift Swim speaks to the wisdom of harmonizing with conditions and finding an advantage where others might see only impediment. It's a quiet whisper about the intuitive understanding of one's surroundings and the ability to thrive when the elements align. This ability encourages us to observe the patterns of the world and discover how certain conditions can unlock our full potential, suggesting that by embracing what others might avoid, we can gain an incredible edge. It's a profound metaphor for the power of synergy and the effortless speed that comes from being in tune with the prevailing atmosphere, reminding us that sometimes the weather itself can be our ally. Swift Swim teaches us to dance with the downpour, allowing us to glide through the watery world with an unparalleled swiftness and elegance. The ability Sand Veil, found on Pokémon like Garchomp and Hippowdon, increases evasiveness by 20% during a sandstorm. This ability is a subtle representation of blending in and the protective qualities of obscurity amidst environmental shifts. Sand Veil speaks to the wisdom of finding refuge within the tumult and using the very chaos of the surroundings as a shield. It's a quiet whisper about the power of camouflage and the art of becoming elusive when the world around you is obscured. This ability encourages us to move with the winds of change, teaching us how to disappear into the swirling elements, making ourselves harder to target and thus less vulnerable. It's a profound metaphor for the tactical advantage of being less visible during turbulent times, reminding us that sometimes the best defense is to simply become part of the storm. Sand Veil teaches us to embrace the swirling particles, allowing us to move with a ghost-like grace, turning the gritty obscurity into a gentle cloak of protection. The ability Snow Warning, unique to Abomasnow and Alolan Ninetales, summons a hailstorm upon entering battle. This ability is a majestic illustration of environmental mastery and the power of shaping the battlefield to one's own advantage. Snow Warning speaks to the wisdom of creating one's ideal conditions and the profound influence of a well-timed atmospheric shift. It's a quiet whisper about the power of preparation and the strategic brilliance of setting the stage before any action truly begins. This ability encourages us to understand the subtle forces that can alter an outcome, suggesting that by influencing the very air, we can gain a significant upper hand. It's a profound metaphor for the impact of foresight and the way a single action can transform the entire landscape of an encounter, reminding us that sometimes the weather itself can be our most potent ally. Snow Warning teaches us to gently summon the elements, allowing us to blanket the world in a serene yet powerful cascade of ice, turning the environment into an extension of our will. The ability Chlorophyll, found on Pokémon like Vileplume and Exeggutor, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during harsh sunlight. This ability is a vibrant representation of vitality and the energetic surge that comes from basking in life-giving light. Chlorophyll speaks to the wisdom of thriving in optimal conditions and the incredible burst of energy that sunlight can provide. It's a quiet whisper about the power of nourishment and the way warmth and light can awaken dormant potential, suggesting that some beings truly flourish under specific, bright circumstances. This ability encourages us to seek out environments where we can photosynthesize our own strength, prompting us to find the conditions that allow us to move with incredible swiftness and animation. It's a profound metaphor for the benefits of growth and the lively quickening that occurs when we are fully illuminated, reminding us that sometimes the sun itself can be our greatest accelerant. Chlorophyll teaches us to absorb the gentle rays, allowing us to move through the sunlit world with an unparalleled quickness and a joyful, verdant energy. The ability Drought, unique to Groudon and Torkoal, summons harsh sunlight upon entering battle. This ability is a commanding illustration of environmental control and the profound influence of altering the very atmosphere. Drought speaks to the wisdom of shaping the conditions to one's advantage and the sheer power of commanding the elements to serve a purpose. It's a quiet whisper about the power of creation and the strategic brilliance of establishing a dominant climate. This ability encourages us to understand how fundamental changes can impact an entire situation, suggesting that by controlling the weather, one can orchestrate a powerful shift. It's a profound metaphor for the impact of leadership and the way a single presence can transform the natural world around it, reminding us that sometimes the sun itself responds to a powerful will. Drought teaches us to gently bring forth the golden light, allowing us to bathe the landscape in a warm yet intense glow, turning the environment into a reflection of our potent force. The ability Drizzle, unique to Kyogre and Pelipper, summons rain upon entering battle. This ability is a gentle illustration of environmental influence and the calming yet powerful effect of calling forth the waters. Drizzle speaks to the wisdom of shaping the conditions to one's advantage and the subtle yet pervasive impact of a change in precipitation. It's a quiet whisper about the power of refreshment and the strategic brilliance of establishing a moist, life-giving atmosphere. This ability encourages us to understand how fundamental changes can impact an entire situation, suggesting that by controlling the weather, one can orchestrate a powerful shift. It's a profound metaphor for the impact of presence and the way a single being can transform the natural world around it, reminding us that sometimes the rain itself responds to a gentle call. Drizzle teaches us to softly bring forth the cleansing waters, allowing us to moisten the landscape in a cool yet pervasive dampness, turning the environment into a reflection of our serene power. The ability Sandstream, unique to Tyranitar and Hippowdon, summons a sandstorm upon entering battle. This ability is a formidable illustration of environmental transformation and the powerful gritty influence of calling forth the desert winds. Sandstream speaks to the wisdom of shaping the conditions to one's advantage and the pervasive, eroding impact of a change in atmospheric particles. It's a quiet whisper about the power of raw force and the strategic brilliance of establishing a turbulent, vision-obscuring environment. This ability encourages us to understand how fundamental changes can impact an entire situation, suggesting that by controlling the weather, one can orchestrate a powerful shift. It's a profound metaphor for the impact of a strong presence and the way a single being can transform the natural world around it, reminding us that sometimes the very earth responds to a powerful roar. Sandstream teaches us to gently stir the swirling sands, allowing us to obscure the landscape in a gritty yet powerful haze, turning the environment into a reflection of our imposing strength. The ability Static, found on Pokémon like Electabuzz and Raichu, has a 30% chance to paralyze an attacker that makes contact. This ability is a subtle representation of latent energy and the unexpected shock that can come from a close encounter. Static speaks to the wisdom of containing a potent force that can be released upon touch, acting as a gentle deterrent. It's a quiet whisper about the power of a hidden charge and the protective quality of an internal current, suggesting that some beings carry an inherent electrifying defense. This ability encourages us to consider the unseen energies that can affect interactions, prompting us to understand that sometimes simply being near can have an electrifying consequence. It's a profound metaphor for the subtle yet impactful forces that govern our physical connections and the surprising jolt that can come from a seemingly simple touch, reminding us that some beings are charged with a quiet power. Static teaches us to radiate a gentle yet firm electrical field, allowing us to impart a temporary stillness to those who draw too close, maintaining our serene boundaries. The ability Poison Point, found on Pokémon like Nidoqueen and Roserade, has a 30% chance to poison an attacker that makes contact. This ability is a quiet representation of inherent toxicity and the subtle yet pervasive consequence of a close touch. Poison Point speaks to the wisdom of carrying a protective essence that can subtly affect those who approach too closely. It's a quiet whisper about the power of a hidden nature and the defensive quality of an internal chemistry, suggesting that some beings possess an inherent, lingering deterrent. This ability encourages us to consider the unseen influences that can affect interactions, prompting us to understand that sometimes simply being near can have a lasting, subtle impact. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet danger that can lie beneath a calm exterior and the surprising slow effect that can come from a seemingly simple contact, reminding us that some beings are imbued with a gentle yet firm protective layer. Poison Point teaches us to emit a subtle yet effective chemical presence, allowing us to impart a gradual weakening to those who draw too close, maintaining our serene space with an unseen touch. The ability Flame Body, found on Pokémon like Magmar and Volcarona, has a 30% chance to burn an attacker that makes contact. This ability is a warm representation of internal heat and the gentle yet powerful consequence of a close touch. Flame Body speaks to the wisdom of radiating a protective warmth that can subtly affect those who approach too closely. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an inner glow and the defensive quality of an internal temperature, suggesting that some beings possess an inherent, radiating deterrent. This ability encourages us to consider the unseen influences that can affect interactions, prompting us to understand that sometimes simply being near can have a lasting, gentle impact. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet power that can lie beneath a calm exterior and the surprising slow effect that can come from a seemingly simple contact, reminding us that some beings are imbued with a gentle yet firm protective layer. Flame Body teaches us to emit a subtle yet effective heat, allowing us to impart a gradual warmth to those who draw too close, maintaining our serene space with a gentle touch. The ability Synchronize, found on Pokémon like Umbreon and Gardevoir, passes status conditions to the opponent if the Pokémon itself is afflicted by one. This ability is a profound illustration of interconnectedness and the gentle echo of shared experience. Synchronize speaks to the wisdom of mirroring and the powerful yet subtle impact of empathy in an encounter. It's a quiet whisper about the power of resonance and the reciprocal nature of certain energies, suggesting that some beings are so attuned that what affects them can also subtly affect others. This ability encourages us to understand the deep connections between entities, prompting us to recognize that sometimes a shared experience can ripple outwards, affecting both parties. It's a profound metaphor for the delicate balance of cause and effect, and the surprising way that a personal affliction can become a shared burden, reminding us that some bonds create an undeniable link. Synchronize teaches us to reflect the energies we receive, allowing us to gently transmit a sensation back to its source, creating a subtle, shared experience that fosters a quiet understanding. The ability Hustle, found on Pokémon like Togekiss and Darmanitan, increases the Pokémon's attack stat by 50%, but lowers the accuracy of physical moves by 20%. This ability is a dynamic illustration of raw power balanced by a touch of wild unpredictability. Hustle speaks to the wisdom of embracing immense strength, even if it comes with a slight lack of precision. It's a quiet whisper about the power of unrestrained force and the trade offs that sometimes accompany great surges of energy. This ability encourages us to consider the balance between pure power and careful execution, suggesting that sometimes the sheer intensity of an effort can compensate for a slight reduction in exactness. It's a profound metaphor for the passionate, sometimes unpolished drive that can achieve remarkable results, reminding us that a powerful heart can overcome minor imperfections. Hustle teaches us to pour our entire being into our actions, allowing us to strike with intensified conviction, even if our aim is ever so slightly swayed by the sheer force of our intention. The ability Serene Grace, unique to Togekiss and Blissey, doubles the chance of a move's secondary effects occurring. This ability is a gentle illustration of luck and the graceful amplification of subtle influences. Serene Grace speaks to the wisdom of enhancing potential and the quiet power of making every action carry a greater possibility. It's a quiet whisper about the power of gentle influence and the way a calm demeanor can subtly tip the scales in one's favor. This ability encourages us to appreciate the delicate balance of probabilities and how a serene presence can increase the likelihood of positive outcomes, suggesting that sometimes a peaceful heart can attract good fortune. It's a profound metaphor for the ripple effect of positive energy and the way a calm and collected approach can make the world more amenable to our wishes, reminding us that sometimes grace itself can be a powerful catalyst. Serene Grace teaches us to emanate a tranquil aura, allowing our actions to carry an increased likelihood of gentle yet impactful secondary effects, turning every interaction into a dance of fortunate possibilities. The ability Shed Skin, found on Pokemon like Arbok and Dragonite, has a 30% chance to cure any status condition at the end of each turn. This ability is a soothing representation of continuous renewal and the gentle process of sloughing off burdens. Shed Skin speaks to the wisdom of constant regeneration and the body's innate capacity to purge what is harmful over time. It's a quiet whisper about the power of gradual healing and the natural rhythm of release, suggesting that some beings are always in a state of gentle metamorphosis, shedding old ailments. This ability encourages us to trust in the slow, consistent process of recovery, prompting us to believe that with each passing moment, we are capable of letting go of what troubles us. It's a profound metaphor for the ongoing cycle of purification and the quiet strength of persistent self-cleansing, reminding us that every turn can bring a fresh start. Shed Skin teaches us to embrace the gentle shedding, allowing us to gradually release discomforts and emerge renewed, turn after turn, with serene resilience. The ability Synchronize, shared by Pokemon such as Espeon and Gardevoir, causes the Pokémon to pass on its status condition to the opposing Pokémon if it receives one itself. This ability is a gentle illustration of interconnectedness and the shared experience of affliction. Synchronize speaks to the empathy inherent in certain beings, where a received pain is reflected, creating a mirroring of discomfort. It's a quiet whisper about the power of shared burdens and the way a condition can become a mutual experience, suggesting that sometimes, to understand suffering, one must feel it too, even if only as a reflection. This ability encourages us to consider the reciprocal nature of interactions, prompting us to believe that actions can have symmetrical consequences, creating a delicate balance of shared states. It's a profound metaphor for the deep bonds that can form, even in conflict, and the quiet strength of mutual understanding through shared experience, reminding us that sometimes our own state can be a direct response to another's influence. Synchronize teaches us to acknowledge the delicate interplay of conditions, allowing us to understand that our own suffering can, in turn, become a mirror for another, creating a quiet, shared vulnerability. The ability Swift Swim, prevalent among water-type Pokémon like Kingdra and Ludicolo, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during rainy weather. This ability is a soothing representation of adaptability and the graceful augmentation of natural conditions. Swift Swim speaks to the wisdom of harnessing environmental influences and the body's innate capacity to thrive when conditions are most favorable. It's a quiet whisper about the power of perfect timing and the natural rhythm of acceleration, suggesting that some beings are always poised to excel when their element is abundant. This ability encourages us to trust in the opportune moments, prompting us to believe that with the right circumstances, our inherent strengths can be dramatically amplified. It's a profound metaphor for the harmonious relationship between a creature and its environment, and the quiet strength of recognizing and capitalizing on favorable conditions, reminding us that every drop of rain can bring a surge of momentum. Swift Swim teaches us to embrace the gentle currents, allowing us to move with unparalleled grace and speed when the world aligns with our nature, turn after turn, with serene efficiency. The ability Sandstream, a signature ability of Hippowdon and Tyranitar, summons a sandstorm upon entering battle, which damages all non-ground, rock, or steel-type Pokémon each turn. This ability is a gentle illustration of environmental control and the pervasive influence of a single presence. Sandstream speaks to the power of shaping the battlefield and the inherent ability to transform the very atmosphere through one's arrival. It's a quiet whisper about the constant erosion of time and the natural rhythm of persistent, subtle attrition, suggesting that some beings carry their own climate, altering the landscape with every step. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle yet powerful impact of an individual, prompting us to believe that even a seemingly minor action can initiate a significant, prolonged environmental change. It's a profound metaphor for the enduring force of nature and the quiet strength of consistent, widespread influence, reminding us that sometimes a single breath can stir a storm. Sandstream teaches us to emanate a pervasive aura, allowing our presence to gently yet steadily reshape the environment, leaving a lasting mark on the very air around us. The ability Intimidate, found on Pokémon like Arcanine and Gyarados, lowers the attack stat of all opposing Pokémon when the Pokemon enters battle. This ability is a soothing representation of commanding presence and the graceful dissipation of aggression. Intimidate speaks to the wisdom of projecting authority and the innate capacity to deter conflict through sheer force of aura. It's a quiet whisper about the power of non physical influence and the natural rhythm of de escalation, suggesting that some beings can quell hostility with a mere glance. This ability encourages us to trust in the power of our demeanor, prompting us to believe that with a calm, strong presence, we can soften the impact of aggression. It's a profound metaphor for the subtle art of leadership and the quiet strength of psychological advantage, reminding us that sometimes a deep breath can disarm a foe. Intimidate teaches us to embrace a gentle yet firm bearing, allowing us to subtly diminish the intensity of opposition turn after turn with serene authority. The ability Marvel Scale, specific to Melodic, increases the Pokemon's defense stat by 50% when it is afflicted with a status condition. This ability is a gentle illustration of resilience and the remarkable capacity to find strength in vulnerability. Marvel Scale speaks to the wisdom of transforming adversity into advantage and the inherent ability to harden oneself against affliction. It's a quiet whisper about the unexpected beauty of struggle and the natural rhythm of turning weakness into fortitude, suggesting that some beings become even more radiant when facing challenges. This ability encourages us to appreciate the protective mechanisms that emerge in times of difficulty, prompting us to believe that with every trial, we can develop a deeper layer of resilience. It's a profound metaphor for the profound transformation that can occur under pressure and the quiet strength of enduring, reminding us that sometimes a wound can become a shield. Marvel Scale teaches us to embrace the gentle hardening, allowing us to find profound strength and increased defense in moments of vulnerability, emerging even more beautiful and resilient. The ability Soundproof, found on Pokemon like Exploud and Electabuzz, grants immunity to all sound-based moves. This ability is a soothing representation of quiet serenity and the graceful art of selective perception. Soundproof speaks to the wisdom of creating an inner sanctuary and the innate capacity to filter out distracting noises. It's a quiet whisper about the power of inner peace and the natural rhythm of undisturbed focus, suggesting that some beings carry an inherent stillness, unperturbed by external clamor. This ability encourages us to trust in our ability to maintain composure amidst chaos, prompting us to believe that with a calm and centered mind, we can remain unaffected by the loudest disturbances. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of mental fortitude and the peaceful refuge of a mind at rest, reminding us that sometimes the greatest defense is an inner quietude. Soundproof teaches us to embrace the gentle silence, allowing us to remain tranquil and unaffected by the loudest of sounds, turn after turn with serene composure. The ability Forewarn, unique to Drowsy and Hypno, reveals the opponent's highest power move upon entering battle. This ability is a gentle illustration of prescience and the quiet advantage of knowing what lies ahead. Forewarn speaks to the wisdom of preparation and the inherent capacity to anticipate potential threats. It's a quiet whisper about the power of foresight and the natural rhythm of strategic awareness, suggesting that some beings possess an intuitive understanding of impending actions. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle hints and clues that precede significant events, prompting us to believe that with careful observation, we can gain invaluable insight into future possibilities. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of planning and the peaceful advantage of being one step ahead, reminding us that sometimes knowledge itself is the greatest shield. Forewarn teaches us to embrace the gentle whisper of intuition, allowing us to quietly discern the most potent challenges, preparing us with serene understanding. The ability Trace, found on Pokémon like Porygon and Ralts, copies the opponent's ability upon entering battle. This ability is a soothing representation of adaptability and the graceful art of mirroring. Trace speaks to the wisdom of understanding others' strengths and the innate capacity to adopt advantageous traits. It's a quiet whisper about the power of observation and the natural rhythm of empathetic learning, suggesting that some beings can truly become like those they encounter, even if only for a time. This ability encourages us to trust in our capacity to learn and evolve from our interactions, prompting us to believe that with an open mind, we can absorb the best qualities of those around us. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of flexibility and the peaceful advantage of shared experience, reminding us that sometimes, to understand another, we must walk in their shoes. Trace teaches us to embrace the gentle reflection, allowing us to quietly assimilate the strengths of others, adapting with serene grace. The ability Wonder Guard, exclusive to Shedinja, makes it immune to all attacks that are not super effective against it. This ability is a gentle illustration of extreme specialization and the profound protection found in unique vulnerabilities. Wonder Guard speaks to the wisdom of having very specific weaknesses, which, when absent, create an almost impenetrable defense. It's a quiet whisper about the power of precise immunity and the natural rhythm of selective vulnerability, suggesting that some beings are designed with such singular purpose that they become nearly untouchable under specific circumstances. This ability encourages us to appreciate the delicate balance of strengths and weaknesses, prompting us to believe that sometimes what appears to be a fragile existence can, in fact, be an incredibly robust one. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of specific design and the peaceful advantage of having a very narrow set of vulnerabilities, reminding us that sometimes true resilience lies in what you are not affected by. Wonder Guard teaches us to embrace the gentle protection of our unique nature, allowing us to move through the world with an almost ethereal immunity, serene in our specialized existence. The ability Truant, unique to Slaking, causes the Pokémon to loaf around every other turn, preventing it from attacking. This ability is a soothing representation of enforced rest and the graceful rhythm of intermittent activity. Truant speaks to the wisdom of mandatory breaks and the innate capacity to conserve energy through periods of inactivity, even if involuntary. It's a quiet whisper about the power of natural cycles and the natural rhythm of exertion and repose, suggesting that some beings, despite immense power, are compelled to embrace moments of idleness. This ability encourages us to trust in the necessity of pause, prompting us to believe that even in the midst of action, there is a natural need for quiet contemplation and renewal. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of patience and the peaceful advantage of allowing oneself moments of complete stillness, reminding us that sometimes The greatest strength lies in knowing when not to act. Truant teaches us to embrace the gentle ebb and flow, allowing us to find renewed strength in moments of quiet rest, serene in the understanding that even inaction serves a purpose. The ability Sturdy, found on Pokémon like Onix and Skarmory, prevents the Pokémon from being knocked out in one hit if it is at full HP, guaranteeing at least 1 HP remaining. It also makes the Pokémon immune to one-hit knockout moves. This ability is a gentle illustration of unwavering resilience and the profound protection of a strong foundation. Sturdy speaks to the wisdom of an unyielding spirit and the inherent capacity to withstand overwhelming force, refusing to fall in a single blow. It's a quiet whisper about the power of foundational strength and the natural rhythm of enduring, suggesting that some beings are built with such robust fortitude that they cannot be easily broken. This ability encourages us to appreciate the deep-seated endurance that allows us to absorb significant impacts, prompting us to believe that with a solid core, we can weather even the fiercest assaults. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of perseverance and the peaceful advantage of an unbreakable will, reminding us that sometimes the greatest victory is simply refusing to be defeated. Sturdy teaches us to embrace the gentle resilience, allowing us to stand firm against sudden onslaughts, absorbing the force with serene resolve, always maintaining a spark of life. The ability Rain Dish, specific to Lotad, Lombro, and Ludicolo, restores 1/16 of the Pokemon's maximum HP each turn during rainy weather. This ability is a soothing representation of gentle nourishment and a graceful replenishment from natural sources. Rain Dish speaks to the wisdom of environmental harmony and the innate capacity to draw sustenance from one's surroundings when conditions are favorable. It's a quiet whisper about the power of gentle healing and the natural rhythm of sustained well-being, suggesting that some beings thrive by simply being present in their preferred environment. This ability encourages us to trust in the subtle, consistent benefits of a supportive atmosphere, prompting us to believe that with the right conditions, our vitality can be steadily renewed. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of continuous care and the peaceful advantage of being in tune with nature's rhythms, reminding us that sometimes the softest rain can bring the deepest healing. Rain Dish teaches us to embrace the gentle cascade, allowing us to slowly and steadily regain our strength, turn after turn, with serene replenishment. The ability Dry Skin, found on Pokémon like Paris and Croagunk, causes the Pokémon to take damage from Sunny Day and Fire types moves, but restores HP in Rain and grants immunity to Water type moves. This ability is a gentle illustration of complex sensitivities and the profound interplay between environmental factors. Dry Skin speaks to the wisdom of understanding one's specific vulnerabilities and advantages, highlighting how different conditions can dramatically alter one's state. It's a quiet whisper about the power of elemental connections and the natural rhythm of reciprocal effects, suggesting that some beings are deeply entwined with the world's climate, finding both peril and solace in its changes. This ability encourages us to appreciate the nuanced ways in which our surroundings affect us, prompting us to believe that what harms us in one context can sustain us in another. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of self-awareness and the peaceful advantage of knowing one's elemental nature, reminding us that sometimes sensitivity can be a source of both challenge and profound benefit. Dry skin teaches us to embrace the gentle dance of elements, allowing us to find both discomfort and deep nourishment, depending on the weather, with serene acceptance. The ability Clear Body, found on Pokémon like Tentacruel and Regirock, prevents the Pokémon's stats from being lowered by opposing Pokémon's abilities or moves. This ability is a soothing representation of steadfast integrity and the graceful refusal to be diminished. Clear Body speaks to the wisdom of maintaining one's inherent state and the innate capacity to resist external attempts at reduction. It's a quiet whisper about the power of inner resolve and the natural rhythm of unyielding self preservation, suggesting that some beings possess an intrinsic purity that cannot be easily tarnished. This ability encourages us to trust in our unchangeable core, prompting us to believe that with a clear sense of self, we can remain unaffected by attempts to weaken us. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of self respect and the peaceful advantage of an unblemished spirit, reminding us that sometimes the greatest defense is simply to remain as you are. Clear Body teaches us to embrace the gentle protection of unwavering selfhood, allowing us to move through interactions without being diminished, turn after turn, with serene confidence. The ability Moody, unique to Smeargle and Octillery in certain contexts, raises one random stat by 2 stages and lowers another random stat by 1 stage at the end of each turn. This ability is a gentle illustration of unpredictable growth and the profound acceptance of life's chaotic shifts. Moody speaks to the wisdom of embracing change, both positive and negative, and the inherent capacity for evolution through unexpected means. It's a quiet whisper about the power of serendipity and the natural rhythm of fluctuating fortunes, suggesting that some beings find their path not through linearity, but through a constant, gentle rebalancing of their inner landscape. This ability encourages us to appreciate the dynamic nature of existence, prompting us to believe that even seemingly random changes can contribute to an overall trajectory of development. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of adaptability and the peaceful advantage of remaining open to all possibilities, reminding us that sometimes true progress comes in unexpected waves. Moody teaches us to embrace the gentle undulations of change, allowing us to grow and adapt in surprising ways, turn after turn, with serene flexibility. The ability Poison Heal, specific to Gliscor and Breloom, restores 1 Sir 8 of the Pokemon's maximum HP each turn when it is poisoned, instead of taking damage. This ability is a soothing representation of paradoxical healing and the graceful transformation of affliction into vitality. Poison Heal speaks to the wisdom of finding remedies in unexpected places and the innate capacity to convert harmful substances into beneficial ones. It's a quiet whisper about the power of biological alchemy and the natural rhythm of turning adversity into strength, suggesting that some beings possess an extraordinary ability to thrive on what would typically be detrimental. This ability encourages us to trust in the body's remarkable capacity for adaptation, prompting us to believe that with the right internal mechanisms, even a toxin can become a source of renewal. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of internal resilience and the peaceful advantage of turning challenges on their head, reminding us that sometimes the cure lies within the poison itself. Poison Heal teaches us to embrace the gentle inversion, allowing us to draw strength and healing from what would otherwise cause harm, turn after turn, with serene vitality. The ability Solar Power, found on Pokémon like Heliolisk and Sunkern, raises the Pokémon's special attack by 50% in harsh sunlight, but causes it to lose 1/8 of its maximum HP each turn. This ability is a gentle illustration of intense output and the profound cost of immense power. Solar Power speaks to the wisdom of peak performance, acknowledging that such brilliance often requires a sacrifice, a burning too brightly. It's a quiet whisper about the power of ultimate exertion and the natural rhythm of diminishing returns, suggesting that some beings are designed for spectacular, yet unsustainable, bursts of energy. This ability encourages us to appreciate the delicate balance between power and endurance, prompting us to believe that while brilliance can be breathtaking, it often carries an inherent toll. It's a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of singular focus and the peaceful acceptance of life's finite resources, reminding us that sometimes, to shine brightest, one must consume oneself. Solar Power teaches us to embrace the gentle burning, allowing us to achieve incredible feats, even as we quietly expend our own essence with serene determination. The ability Swift Swim, prevalent among water-type Pokémon like Kingdra and Ludicolo, doubles the Pokémon's speed stat during rainy weather. This ability is a soothing representation of adaptability and the graceful augmentation of natural conditions. Swift Swim speaks to the wisdom of harnessing environmental influences and the body's innate capacity to thrive when conditions are most favorable. It's a quiet whisper about the power of perfect timing and the natural rhythm of acceleration, suggesting that some beings are always poised to excel when their element is abundant. This ability encourages us to trust in the opportune moments, prompting us to believe that with the right circumstances, our inherent strengths can be dramatically amplified. It's a profound metaphor for the harmonious relationship between a creature and its environment, and the quiet strength of recognizing and capitalizing on favorable conditions, reminding us that every drop of rain can bring a surge of momentum. Swift Swim teaches us to embrace the gentle currents, allowing us to move with unparalleled grace and speed when the world aligns with our nature, turn after turn, with serene efficiency. The ability Sand Veil, found on Pokémon like Gible and Cacnea, raises the Pokémon's evasion by 20% in a sandstorm and grants immunity to sandstorm damage. This ability is a gentle illustration of environmental camouflage and the profound protection found in blending with one's surroundings. Sand Veil speaks to the wisdom of utilizing the landscape for defensive purposes and the inherent capacity to become less tangible amidst swirling elements. It's a quiet whisper about the power of subtle deflection and the natural rhythm of becoming elusive, suggesting that some beings find their greatest safety not in direct confrontation, but in gentle evasion. This ability encourages us to appreciate the protective qualities of our environment, prompting us to believe that by harmonizing with our surroundings, we can become less vulnerable to direct assault. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet art of disappearing into the natural world, and the serene strength of finding refuge in the very elements that might seem hostile to others, reminding us that sometimes the best defense is to simply fade into the backdrop. Sand Veil teaches us to embrace the gentle obscuring, allowing us to move through challenging conditions with a quiet confidence that we are less likely to be struck turn after turn with serene invisibility. The ability Marvel Scale, specific to melodic, increases the Pokemon's defense stat by 50% when it is afflicted with a status condition such as poison, paralysis, or burn. This ability is a beautiful testament to resilience and the quiet transformation of adversity into strength. Marvel Scale speaks to the wisdom of finding power in vulnerable states and the innate capacity to fortify oneself when facing challenges that might diminish others. It's a quiet whisper about the power of turning weakness into an unexpected shield and the natural rhythm of becoming more robust precisely when one is under duress. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle alchemy within ourselves, prompting us to believe that even in moments of discomfort or affliction, an inner fortitude can emerge, making us more resistant to further harm. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet courage of enduring and the serene strength of growing tougher when confronted with difficulty, reminding us that sometimes our greatest protection blossoms from what might initially seem like a setback. Marvel Scale teaches us to embrace the gentle hardening, allowing us to withstand the blows of life with a quiet dignity, turn after turn, with serene tenacity. The ability Limber, common among Pokemon such as Persian and Hitmonlee, prevents the Pokemon from being afflicted by paralysis. This ability is a gentle affirmation of freedom of movement and the quiet joy of unhindered agility. Limber speaks to the wisdom of maintaining one's core functionality and the innate capacity to remain fluid and responsive, even when external forces might seek to restrict. It's a quiet whisper about the power of unwavering nimbleness and the natural rhythm of maintaining control over one's own body, suggesting that some beings are simply designed to dance through challenges without their steps ever faltering. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle grace of unimpeded motion, prompting us to believe that true freedom lies in the ability to act without restraint, especially when others might be held captive. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet dignity of autonomy and the serene strength of self-possession, reminding us that sometimes the greatest advantage is simply to remain light on one's feet. Limber teaches us to embrace the gentle flexibility, allowing us to move through the world with a quiet confidence that our pace will never be arbitrarily slowed, turn after turn, with serene fluidity. The ability Immunity, found on Pokemon like Snorlax and Zangoose, prevents the Pokemon from being poisoned. This ability is a soothing representation of inherent resistance and the quiet peace that comes from being impervious to certain afflictions. Immunity speaks to the wisdom of self-preservation and the innate capacity to repel harmful substances before they can take hold. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an uncompromised system and the natural rhythm of maintaining purity within, suggesting that some beings possess an intrinsic defense against subtle, creeping harms. This ability encourages us to appreciate the gentle fortitude of a robust constitution, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest strength lies in simply not being affected. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet resilience of the body and the serene strength of being untouched by common ailments, reminding us that some protections are simply a part of who we are. Immunity teaches us to embrace the gentle impermeability, allowing us to rest peacefully, certain that one particular insidious threat will simply pass us by, turn after turn, with serene health. The ability insomnia, present in Pokemon like Hypno and Honchkrow, prevents the Pokemon from falling asleep. This ability is a gentle illustration of ceaseless vigilance and the quiet determination to remain awake, come what may. Insomnia speaks to the wisdom of perpetual awareness and the innate capacity to resist the natural urge to rest, maintaining a constant state of readiness. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unyielding consciousness and the natural rhythm of an unbroken watch, suggesting that some beings stand guard even when the world around them succumbs to slumber. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle strength of enduring wakefulness, prompting us to believe that sometimes protection comes from simply never closing one's eyes. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet dedication of the sentinel and the serene strength of an unwavering mind, reminding us that some beings are destined to observe even through the longest nights. Insomnia teaches us to embrace the gentle alertness, allowing us to perceive the world with an unblinking gaze, turn after turn with serene watchfulness. The ability Vital Spirit, found on Pokemon such as Vigoroth and Electabuzz, also prevents the Pokemon from falling asleep. Similar to insomnia, it speaks to an enduring wakefulness, but often implies a more energetic, active refusal to rest. Vital Spirit is a gentle affirmation of vibrant energy and the quiet refusal to yield to slumber. It speaks to the wisdom of sustained vigor and the innate capacity to remain spirited and active even when others might seek repose. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an inexhaustible drive and the natural rhythm of persistent vitality, suggesting that some beings are simply too lively to ever truly settle into a deep sleep. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle spark of boundless energy, prompting us to believe that sometimes true life is lived in the constant hum of wakefulness. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet roar of an unquenchable inner flame and the serene strength of perpetually being alive to the moment, reminding us that some beings are simply too full of life to ever completely shut down. Vital Spirit teaches us to embrace the gentle hum of ceaseless energy, allowing us to experience the world with an ever-present alertness, turn after turn, with serene animation. The ability Keen Eye, common among Pokemon like Pidgeot and Noctowl, prevents the Pokemon's accuracy from being lowered by opposing Pokemon. It also ignores any evasion boosts of the target. This ability is a soothing representation of unwavering focus and the quiet certainty of precise perception. Keen Eye speaks to the wisdom of clear sight and the innate capacity to cut through distractions and illusions, maintaining an unclouded view of the target. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unyielding gaze and the natural rhythm of unerring aim, suggesting that some beings simply cannot be fooled or diverted from their objective. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle clarity of an undimmed vision, prompting us to believe that sometimes success comes from simply being able to see things as they truly are without impediment. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet precision of observation and the serene strength of maintaining focus, reminding us that some truths simply cannot be obscured from a truly discerning eye. Keen Eye teaches us to embrace the gentle clarity, allowing us to perceive our targets with an unwavering confidence, turn after turn with serene accuracy. The ability Sturdy, found on Pokemon like Skarmory and Forretress, allows the Pokemon to survive any attack that would otherwise knock it out with at least one Oz HP remaining, provided it was at full HP before the attack. It also grants immunity to one-hit knockout moves like Fissure. This ability is a gentle illustration of steadfast endurance and the quiet refusal to be easily defeated. Sturdy speaks to the wisdom of fundamental resilience and the innate capacity to withstand even the most devastating blows, clinging to existence with a remarkable tenacity. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unyielding core and the natural rhythm of survival, suggesting that some beings are simply too robust to be shattered in a single strike. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle promise of a second chance, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest strength is simply refusing to fall when all odds suggest you should. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet defiance of fate and the serene strength of an unshakable foundation, reminding us that some beings are built to withstand the impossible. Sturdy teaches us to embrace the gentle resistance, allowing us to face overwhelming power with a quiet confidence that we will endure turn after turn with serene resilience. The ability Damp, present in Pokemon like Politoed and Wooper, prevents the use of self-destructing moves such as Self-Destruct and Explosion by any Pokemon on the field. This ability is a soothing representation of calm and the quiet prevention of catastrophic outcomes. Damp speaks to the wisdom of mitigating extreme actions and the innate capacity to quell volatile impulses, creating a more peaceful environment for all. It's a quiet whisper about the power of gentle restraint and the natural rhythm of de-escalation, suggesting that some beings possess an aura that simply discourages dramatic, self-destructive acts. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle influence of a tranquil presence, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest strength is not in direct combat, but in preventing conflict from reaching its most destructive peak. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet influence of peace and the serene strength of averting disaster, reminding us that some beings bring a calming effect to any situation. Damp teaches us to embrace the gentle pacification, allowing us to move through potentially explosive situations with a quiet assurance that extreme measures will not be taken, turn after turn, with serene composure. The ability Flashfire, found on Pokemon like Arcanine and Ninetales, makes the Pokemon immune to fire-type moves and boosts the power of its own fire-type moves by 50% when hit by one. This ability is a gentle illustration of transformative absorption and the quiet empowerment that comes from embracing one's own element. Flashfire speaks to the wisdom of turning perceived threats into personal advantages and the innate capacity to draw strength from what might harm others. It's a quiet whisper about the power of elemental synergy and the natural rhythm of intensification, suggesting that some beings do not merely survive fire, but thrive upon it, using its energy to fuel their own. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle alchemy of elemental resistance, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest growth comes from fully engaging with our inherent nature, even when it is fiery. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet embrace of one's own essence and the serene strength of turning external heat into internal power, reminding us that for some, the flame is not an enemy, but a source of profound renewal. Flashfire teaches us to embrace the gentle warmth, allowing us to absorb the heat of the world and channel it into our own radiant power, turn after turn with serene intensification. The ability Own Tempo, common among Pokemon such as Slowbro and Spinda, prevents the Pokemon from becoming confused. This ability is a soothing representation of inner stability and the quiet certainty of an unperturbed mind. Own Tempo speaks to the wisdom of groundedness and the innate capacity to maintain clarity of thought, even when external forces attempt to disorient. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unshakable rhythm and the natural harmony of an unhurried perspective, suggesting that some beings will simply move to their own beat, unaffected by the chaotic pace of others. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle strength of mental fortitude, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest advantage is simply being able to think clearly and act intentionally, regardless of surrounding confusion. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet strength of self possession and the serene reassurance of an uncluttered mind, reminding us that some beings are simply too centered to lose their way. Own Tempo teaches us to embrace the gentle steadfastness, allowing us to navigate the world with a quiet confidence that our thoughts will remain ordered, turn after turn, with serene clarity. The ability Suction Cups, found on Pokemon like Octillery and Lileep, prevents the Pokemon from being forced out of battle by moves like Roar or Whirlwind. This ability is a gentle illustration of unwavering attachment and the quiet determination to hold one's ground. Suction Cups speaks to the wisdom of firm anchoring and the innate capacity to resist external forces that would attempt to dislodge. It's a quiet whisper about the power of steadfast roots and the natural rhythm of unyielding presence, suggesting that some beings simply cannot be pushed away once they have decided to stay. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle strength of tenacity, prompting us to believe that sometimes the greatest victory lies in simply refusing to be moved from your position. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet dignity of standing firm and the serene strength of unshakable resolve, reminding us that some beings are simply too deeply embedded to be easily shaken. Suction Cups teaches us to embrace the gentle grip, allowing us to remain precisely where we intend to be, turn after turn, with serene immovability. The ability Forewarn, specific to Pokemon like Drowsy and Musharna, reveals the strongest move of one of the opponent's Pokemon upon entering battle. This ability is a soothing representation of insightful anticipation and the quiet advantage of knowing what lies ahead. Forewarn speaks to the wisdom of strategic foresight and the innate capacity to gently probe the intentions of others, gaining valuable knowledge before any action is taken. It's a quiet whisper about the power of informed decision making and the natural rhythm of preparedness, suggesting that some beings possess an intuitive sense for impending challenges. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle gift of prescience, prompting us to believe that sometimes the best defense is simply knowing what to expect. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet certainty of understanding and the serene strength of being forearmed with knowledge, reminding us that some insights are given to us before the struggle even begins. Forewarn teaches us to embrace the gentle revelation, allowing us to calmly assess the most significant threat, turn after turn, with serene awareness. The ability Soundproof, found on Pokémon like Exploud and Voltorb, grants immunity to all sound-based moves such as Roar, Supersonic, and Perish Song. This ability is a gentle illustration of serene tranquility and the quiet protection from disruptive auditory forces. Soundproof speaks to the wisdom of creating an inner sanctuary and the innate capacity to remain undisturbed by external noise. It's a quiet whisper about the power of peaceful isolation and the natural rhythm of undisturbed focus, suggesting that some beings possess an inherent barrier against sonic intrusions. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle strength of quietude, prompting us to believe that sometimes true resilience comes from simply not being affected by the cacophony around us. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet peace of an unassailable mind and the serene strength of being untouched by the clamor of the world, reminding us that some protections are simply a matter of being able to tune out the noise. Soundproof teaches us to embrace the gentle stillness, allowing us to exist in a bubble of calm, turn after turn, with serene repose. The ability Static, common among Pokemon like Pikachu and Mareep, has a 30% chance of paralyzing an opponent that makes direct contact with the Pokemon. This ability is a soothing representation of passive defense and the quiet deterrent of an inherent electrical charge. Static speaks to the wisdom of embodying a protective aura and the innate capacity to subtly retaliate against physical aggression. It's a quiet whisper about the power of an unseen force and the natural rhythm of an unexpected shock, suggesting that some beings carry an intrinsic warning for those who approach too closely. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle power of a gentle jolt, prompting us to believe that sometimes the best way to prevent harm is to simply be too uncomfortable to touch. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet warning of an energized presence and the serene strength of an automatic response, reminding us that some beings defend themselves without even trying. Static teaches us to embrace the gentle current, allowing us to exude a subtle, protective energy, turn after turn, with serene guardianship. The ability Poison Point, found on Pokemon like Nidoqueen and Roserade, has a 30% chance of poisoning an opponent that makes direct contact with the Pokemon. Similar to Static, it is a form of passive defense, but with a lingering, insidious effect. Poison Point is a gentle illustration of a subtle, persistent deterrent and the quiet spread of an unwelcome influence. It speaks to the wisdom of a gradual defense and the innate capacity to inflict a slow, debilitating effect on those who draw near. It's a quiet whisper about the power of a lingering consequence and the natural rhythm of a subtle decay, suggesting that some beings carry a hidden venom that discourages direct engagement. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle threat of a silent affliction, prompting us to believe that sometimes the most effective defense is one that acts over time, slowly eroding the opponent's strength. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet power of a persistent burden and the serene strength of a defense that works beyond the immediate moment, reminding us that some marks are not quickly erased. Poison Point teaches us to embrace the gentle touch of lingering consequence, allowing us to deter aggression with a quiet, pervasive influence, turn after turn, with serene toxicity. The ability Flame Body, present in Pokemon like Magcargo and Volcarona, has a 30% chance of burning an opponent that makes direct contact. This ability is a soothing representation of incandescent defense and the quiet risk of an internal warmth. Flame Body speaks to the wisdom of an impassioned presence and the innate capacity to inflict a searing touch upon those who physically engage. It's a quiet whisper about the power of radiant heat and the natural rhythm of a fiery rebound, suggesting that some beings are simply too hot to handle without feeling the burn. This ability encourages us to appreciate the subtle danger of an intense spirit, prompting us to believe that sometimes the best defense is to simply emanate an energy that is too fervent to approach without caution. It is a profound metaphor for the quiet intensity of an inner fire and the serene strength of a warmth that can both comfort and repel, reminding us that some passions are best admired from a distance. Flame Body teaches us to embrace the gentle glow, allowing us to protect ourselves with a quiet, inherent warmth, turn after turn, with serene incandescence,